Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the 33rd meeting of the 25th City Council. We'll call this meeting to order. For those of you in the chambers, we'll ask you to take your seat and so that we can get started. All of our councilors are present this evening or will be joining us very shortly. To get our meeting started, as always, we turn our meeting over to our Vice President, Councilor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time we're going to do the moment of silence. Councilor Jones is going to lead us in English, the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilor Sanchez, the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish. Will you all please rise?
Thank you. Would you join us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And in Spanish, juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos y a la nación bajo Dios, independiente, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. This evening, our meetings, like always, will go a lot smoother if we are respectful for one another. And to that end, the City Council has a few rules that we put in place to ensure that we follow proper decorum and are able to attend to the public's business. Handouts of the rules are available from our staff at the table near the chamber entrance in the lobby. If you're interested, you can obtain one there. There will be absolutely no signs, props, posters, or banners allowed in the chambers, other than that which can be displayed overhead during presentations at the presenting dais. Such material should not be held or waved in a manner that blocks the view of others or creates a distraction to the speaker. Items displayed on the overhead projector must be removed at the end of your public comment. Only the individual who the council has called upon to provide public comment may stand there. Multiple persons are not permitted to stand, and the only exception are those who need translators or reasonable accommodations. The time limit for public comments is strictly enforced, and those comments must always be directed to the council through the president, not at members of the public or staff. There are no tolerance for disruptive public outbursts as determined by the chair. In this case, that's the president of the meeting, that's me. The handicap landing area to the right side of the dais must be kept clear at all times. Those desiring to record the meeting will be directed to the left of our dais over here. We have special seats designated for that purpose. The fire marshal is instructed and directed to strictly enforce our ingress and egress rules to ensure our public safety. In the event of a disruption or disruptive behavior this evening, I will do my best to provide a warning where appropriate. Upon a second or continued disruption, the individual may be asked to leave the chambers, and if necessary, I'll ask the security to escort that person out of our chambers. The removal from a council meeting is effective for the remainder of that meeting. If continued disruptions occur, the council reserves the right to recess the meeting until order is restored, and if necessary, we may clear chambers of persons who participate in the disturbance. That's the do's and don'ts. Madam Vice President, would you get us started?
Thank you, Mr. President. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person or on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. City Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening, if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or outbursts during the meeting. Okay, at this time, we're going to do proclamations and presentations. Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We have a presentation from Terry Sloan, who's with the Mayor's Office and Intergovernmental Tribal Liaison regarding meaningful tribal consultation. Hello, Mr. Sloan.
Is there a microphone I can hold, or would I speak into this? Okay. Thank you, Honorable City Council President Pat Davis, Honorable City Council members, and honored guests and VIPs. I speak to you today from the traditional homelands of the Tiwa Pueblo people, the caretakers and nurturers of this sacred land since time immemorial. My name is Terry Sloan, and I am the City of Albuquerque's Intergovernmental Tribal Liaison. I am Dene and Hopi. My clans are, I am born of the Kia'ani, I am born for the Itoatlini, and my Hopi grandfather's clan is the Fire Clan. And it is an honor for me to speak to you today. Again, I am here to talk to you about meaningful tribal consultation. Albuquerque has the honor of being established among 5 neighbor tribes, the Pueblo of Isleta to the south, the Pueblo of Laguna and Tuaje Navajo chapter to the west, the Pueblo of Santa Ana to the northwest, and the Pueblo of Sandia to the north. And overall, there are 23 federally acknowledged sovereign, self-determined tribes in New Mexico. Meaningful tribal consultation is a two-way collaborative dialogue and engagement process that embraces mutual respect, honor, truth, and justice, and must take the time it needs to grow, prosper, and be successful. Successful relations with tribal nations are built upon the diplomatic development of mutual respect and trust, understanding the culture and customs with mutual equitable goals, and growing personal and professional relationships that embody true ethical and moral intent. Engaging in meaningful tribal consultation respects the rights of Indigenous peoples as outlined in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It also encompasses and exhibits the Indigenous Peoples' International Doctrine of Free, Prior, and Informed Consent, FPIC is what we call it, which should be initiated prior to initiating a development project, implementation of new or amendments to ordinances, regulations, policies, agreements, and/or programs that will directly or indirectly affect the Pueblos, tribes, or Indian nations. FPIC is a critical principle of meaningful tribal consultation. Meaningful tribal consultation is also the process of respecting and honoring tribal sovereignty and self-determination, and recognizing that tribes are legitimate governments or nation states within a sovereign nation, the United States of America. It is the process of meaningfully engaging on a peer-to-peer, government-to-government, leader-to-leader basis, inclusive of a listening ear, heartfelt, and mutual understanding. Meaningful tribal consultation should be initiated between the mayor and tribal leaders. Tribal leaders shall be honored and respected as if they are heads of state, like the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of Japan, or the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Native Indigenous American nations and their people are again reestablishing their place in society, the global arena, in politics and government, and here and around the world. Therefore, city tribal consultations are needed in order to respect and honor the ever-evolving responsibility to a relationship with our tribal neighbors. Meaningful tribal consultation should be an important aspect of who the city of Albuquerque is. As the city grows and develops the tribal consultation protocol, we have the chance to set precedents in North America as it becomes government-to-government standard operating procedures. I've sent to each of you a copy of the current Meaningful Tribal Consultation draft, which I hope you get a chance to go through. for your review, input, and feedback. I would really appreciate that, any input or thoughts on that. It is currently being used and has been shared with the tribes of New Mexico, the U.S. Departments of Commerce, Treasury, Interior, Veterans Administration, Small Business Administration at their request. And it was shared also with Interior Secretary Deborah Holland. Finally, I stand ready to answer any questions, to meet with you or go over additional information, and further discuss tribal and indigenous peoples' issues and relations as the city's intergovernmental tribal liaison. Yeah, Kwakwai, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Councilors, any questions? Mr. President.
Mr. Sloan, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the presentation, and thank you to Council Benton for sponsoring. Mr. Sloan, to get to the point, I'm glad you're here, and you mentioned reaching out and collaborating. We've heard some concerns in the last few weeks about the lack of engagement with particularly at least one of our pueblos relating to IDO provisions in general that might impact development. Now, there's a matter that's been before this council that is currently in litigation, and so we're not going to speak about that this evening. But in general, can you tell us a little bit about what the mayor's office has done to reach out to our Pueblo neighbors? I'm thinking in particular about Isleta near Mesa del Sol in my neighborhood, in my district, Laguna certainly with their history with the petroglyphs. What was the role of the intergovernmental and the mayor's office in reaching out to those neighbors in the IDO process?
We have, initially, I have met with the pueblos of Isleta and Laguna over the last 3 years. And we are actually in the process of developing an MOU with the Pueblo of Isleta right now. So we'll be working out the specifics of what that MOU is going to be. And so we are still in the process of the negotiations on that issue. So we will be creating one, and we are hoping that we can create an MOU with our neighbor tribes also. In respect to the Pueblo of Laguna, we have met with them before, and I've met with them before, I'm sorry. And actually have a meeting planned with the Pueblo of Laguna on Monday. So I don't know the specifics of that discussion, but I do have an agenda that goes over, we have a tribal representative from the Pueblo of Laguna on our Commission on Indian Affairs. And so I'll be discussing those issues, economic development and housing and other issues. And of course, if they bring up the issue of the petroglyphs, then I'll also discuss that.
Mr. Sloan, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Vice President. And thank you. Yeah, if you would, I think Mr. Bobroff is here on behalf of the Pueblo of the Laguna governor. They had reached out earlier saying that they had questions about the IDO and had not been engaged through that process. Do you know when the last time that commission, the city's commission, met?
We just met last Wednesday.
Okay.
And it was discussed, and we are in communication with the Laguna representative to also provide us any feedback from the Pueblo on that issue.
I would appreciate it. Thanks. If you could give us an update on that, I want to be sure we close that loop. So I don't see Mr. Bobroff here yet, but maybe if he gets here, maybe we can connect y'all as well to be sure everybody's having that.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. So
Thank
glad
you.
you're here.
Bye-bye.
Ms. Counselor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I'm having a little trouble with the push to talk over here. Just had a question. My question is basically, how long have we had you working for the administration in your capacity? And is this something new, or has this been going on for years? Just want a little history.
It's been September 1st, 2019.
And if I remember correctly, I've been involved in other administrations. We've had this before, something similar, right? Where the city government has actually worked with our neighbors, our tribal neighbors. I've actually, as a police officer back in the day, I've actually had opportunity to go out with the mayor's office and other administrations and go out there. So this has happened in other administrations before, correct?
There has been, I guess, a tribal liaison per se, but I'm actually the first intergovernmental tribal liaison.
Okay, all righty. Thank you very much.
Any
Thank
questions?
you. Counselor Benton?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Mr. Sloan, thanks for being here. And thanks for our other conversations, and always enjoy hearing from you. And of course, personally at least, I certainly have enjoyed a relationship with the Pueblo governors and the Pueblo Development Corporation, you know, which is an important part of District 2 and an important part of the city of Albuquerque, of course, as are so many Native Americans all over the country, actually, who live in urban Albuquerque in the present. And so, you know we've tackled some tough issues with regard to the 4-H park and others, and I follow that. I hope we're, you know, working satisfactorily in that sense, and I just want to put that out there for anyone who's listening. Is we have great respect and great connection, and want to maintain the very best connection with our neighbors and the nations, and the type of respect that you describe is due to them, and as nations. So I'm happy to have you here, and that we go forward with this dialogue. I know sometimes these zoning matters are pretty intricate, and that's where it becomes difficult for us to discuss some of the land right type questions in the public forum here, unless it's in the form of a quasi-judicial hearing. So thanks for being here, and appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Ben, and I really appreciate working with you also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Councilor Pena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have some folks, we're going to do a presentation, and if the rest of the council will indulge me, I didn't have enough time to plan, so I was going to start reading the proclamation and then hand it over, and then wherever it ends, it's a very important one. So we have some folks here. It's the Juneteenth committee. If you all would come forward, we have some folks all, I think accepting the proclamation is going to be Tim Green and Carla. And then we have the Juneteenth committee members, which is Nicole Rogers, Matthew Barkley, Peaches, Dr. Vanessa Rashadat, sorry, and then Vanessa and Torrance, if you're all here. So cool. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I'll get started. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day, commemorates the observance of the end of slavery in the United States and is observed annually on June 19th. And
Whereas in Galveston, Texas, on June 19th, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger announced at the end of both the Civil War and slavery, saying, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free."
And whereas the city of Albuquerque calls upon its residents to acknowledge and celebrate the end of the Civil War and the emancipation of Black Americans, and to commit to eradicating systemic racism that still undermines our founding ideals and collective prosperity. And
whereas the city of Albuquerque first celebrated Juneteenth as the official city holiday in 2021, and
whereas new mics. And whereas the city of Albuquerque restructured our former Human Rights Office into the Office of Equity and Inclusion and the Office of Civil Rights to better address those racial disparities and achieve equity across all populations and indicators. And
whereas the city of Albuquerque created the Office of Black Community Engagement to support the Black community in Albuquerque by uplifting Black businesses, youth, creators, and elders to have their voices and ideas represented in their city government. And
whereas the city of Albuquerque is committed to supporting and uplifting the Black community, and the Albuquerque Juneteenth Organizing Committee's annual Juneteenth event that centers Black excellence in our community. And
whereas the 2023 Albuquerque Juneteenth Committee has chosen the theme Bet Black, Know Your Roots to shine light on the Black diaspora and the creativity, strength, and resilience of the Black community in Albuquerque and beyond. And
so be it proclaimed that the city, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby proclaims June 19th, Juneteenth.
Proclamation, want to say a few words.
I just wanted to say thank you to the team. We could not do this without the community. There's more that couldn't be here today, but it's a core group of about 10 people that work tirelessly from December all the way till June to make sure we have an amazing event at Civic Plaza, which we had just this last weekend. Of course, also to the city of Albuquerque, who's one of our sponsors, major sponsors for the event. Also, the Black Chamber is our anchor sponsor in the community, and it really is a great example of partnership with private community to really showcase our community. So we just thank you so much for your support and continued support as we keep planning every year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'd like to take a moment as culture change leader to recognize the elders who have traditionally put this on. It's important that we recognize that this has been a cultural and oral tradition before it was recognized by the state and by the federal government. So we have to honor the Albuquerque NAACP. We have to honor Joseph Padrell. We need to lift up Nazim Tasha, Ed Johnson, Reverend Hightower, Alice Faye Hopes, the Albuquerque Elks Lodge, the Minister Fellowship, Reverend Smith, Al Sawyer, and Charlie Morrissey. And I just want to say why this is important, because when you talk about ambiguous loss, there's a concept called ambiguous loss, right? And it goes back to this idea of intergenerational trauma. But part of ambiguous loss, right, when we lose a loved one, when we lose a partner, part of healing is witnessing, right? And so today we are witnessing a very important proclamation for the city of Albuquerque, for the Black residents, and for the entire city itself. So I just wanted to lift that up and say that as we continue to strive for a multiracial democracy, it's important that we hold American history up in general, and then learn African American history in particular. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Mr. President?
Madam Vice President, thank you so much. Just a point of order and a reminder for folks who are just now joining us. I'm going to ask, gentlemen, you may not have been here, but we'll ask you to, if you don't mind, go ahead and have a seat. We have to keep our aisles open for staff and for our fire egress. And a reminder that if you'd like to film the meetings, we're welcome you to do that. We have a designated film area here and special seats just for that. So I'll ask the gentleman with the camera if you'd like to do that. You'll have to join us down here in our filming area, which is on the front row on the left side. It's a requirement. You're not allowed to stand there. You're not allowed to do that. So we'll ask you to either take a seat or to take a seat with your camera on the front row, and we appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to administration question and answer period. Councilors, any questions for the administration? Councilor Bassan.
Madam Vice Chair, my first question is for transit. Good evening, Director. I know that we had spoken about this, but I have been hearing from multiple constituents. I think all of us have, and it seems from our conversation you have too. But what is being done about the fact that we are posting different pickups and different locations for our buses to stop at, and then they don't ever show up?
Council President and Councilor Bassan. So our schedules posted are the schedules that we intend to run. Where we're having issues right now is, again, with continued driver shortage. When we did make the service suspensions, we were pretty hopeful that we would be able to maintain our driver status. Since that time, we're down another, I believe it's 13 drivers from March to April for our MCOs. We did see a pickup here in the last month, so it's a -6. This isn't as bad as last year,
So that is encouraging. We were down 17 at this time last year. I will say, just as a note, our Sunvan chauffeurs, because it is encouraging, has picked up, and we've started to see some recovery with the vacancies there, so that service has been better. But on top of that, too, we've also run into an unexpected mechanic shortage, which, we had kind of talked about that at other meetings in which we have to have the buses ready to go to be able to pull out. So we have been balancing now both a driver shortage and a mechanic shortage. So to give you an idea, we've had 4 mechanics that have left for AFR, mainly for better schedules, as well as a couple of mechanics that have gone out on a medical leave of absence. We have gotten those back now. We do have 2 more in the pipeline, but we are playing this catch up with buses. So it is, again, balancing these resources. So as we do know that a run isn't going to make it, we are updating the app. I do know we had some issues with that over the weekend where some of it was a Swiftly glitch, I guess, and it wasn't updating correctly. So the IT team is working on that so that as we do know, they are posted and you can go on the transit app and see it. I've also heard some concerns about back-to-back missed service. Council Fugel-Kern's shaking her head there. We have had that issue, and it is very difficult with the way our scheduling is in the morning with our lineups on supervisors to be able to see when that's going to happen. So we have the planning team that's working on that right now to be able to notate which ones they need to be watching for to make sure that we can readjust so that we don't have those back-to-backs that are out there. So that is one of the things that we are doing in the interim. On top of that, we do also working with the unions to have a little bit of flexibility on being able to maneuver our drivers between the runs that they have too, and they've been working with us over the past week to try and make some of those changes. A little bit longer term, we are still working on some incentives for drivers and for vehicle maintenance, as well as a new bid that's going to go out in August. And we'll be taking some of the redundancies out of the central corridor, so mainly our 66, which we are missing some of those runs already intentionally, so those will get removed off to hopefully help here a little bit. And I can definitely say that we've been doing our planning for our bids pretty much the same for many years. So we are looking at reassessing that too and doing some different run cuts that we're hoping will spread the hours across our drivers a little bit better.
Thank you, Director. You definitely have an uphill battle, and I know you've been working on it really hard and definitely fighting it. I just want to add one more thing because I think that what I'm hearing, and this is, Mr. Rael, I want to make sure that you hear as well, very clearly, I am hearing from constituents, they would rather not see a route posted if there is a likelihood that it will get canceled. Rather than have the potential of being stranded, they would rather just know that they can't count on it regularly instead of being delayed an hour or two because they sat there through 1 or 2 pickups and then it never showed up and then they had to find somewhere else. I mean, it's unfortunate, and I know you're working really hard at it, and I know that there's a staffing problem everywhere, but people would rather, if they can't rely on the city to pick them up when we say we're going to pick them up, they want to rely on the city to say that we can't pick them up when that time is. So I just want to make sure to put that 2 cents in. It's not just 1 or 2 constituents. It's happening more and more, and until we resolve this, and I see that you have a plan, I definitely think this would be a benefit to, and I think it seems like constituents will understand that a little bit as well, even though it's disappointing for everyone. Thank you, Director. And then my next question is not for transit, if I may.
Any other questions for Director? Okay. Thank you, Director.
Madam Vice Chair, my next one is regarding the automated speed enforcement that we have in Albuquerque. I don't know if, Mr. Rael, if you want to answer it, or if someone is here to speak on behalf of that. Yes. Yeah, I'll ask the question, but we can't hear you.
Turning green. There you are. All right, Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, I'm going to have Mr. Surasow talk a little bit about this. He's got the information on it.
Okay, Mr. Surasow, so what came up, and I think it's a very valid question, a constituent asked me, you know, we see more and more out-of-state license plates in Albuquerque, which is probably a really good thing. We have a lot of, you know, hopefully economy boosters and tourists coming and visiting, but there's also people coming here and moving, and they have traditionally about a year before they have to re-register their vehicle, generally speaking. So if someone moved this is the example that was given to me that really sank in. If someone moved here from Cincinnati and they get a ticket and they haven't re-registered their vehicle and the ticket goes to Cincinnati, what happens to make sure that that person is accountable or not? And how is that fair for all of the other people in Albuquerque who are getting cited and can be tracked down?
Council President and Councilor, I got to say, a little different than the question we were prepped for today. We do absolutely send citations to out-of-state plates. I believe our record count right now is about 15,000 have gone to out-of-state plates since we started the program. But I will have to follow up. You know, there is a collections process. If you don't pay your citation, there is a collections process, but you do make a good point. If they are actually relocating to New Mexico, what happens if that plate does not get re-registered, and how do we track that? And we can follow up on that, see if there's any process in place to track that plate and that owner. But at this time, it's going to have to be a follow-up because I don't have a direct answer to that question. But it's a really good question.
Absolutely, Madam Vice Chair. I think that, or Madam Vice President, I'm sorry. So yes, and I think that's fine. It was a really good question that was posed to me as well. And as a proponent of automated speed enforcement, I also think that fairness is important. And, you know, I mean, what are we doing? And I'm assuming that probably the answer is going to be when it goes to Cincinnati and we get a not at this address, it gets returned to sender. And that person gets away with speeding. And so I hope that we come up with something, because I think this is an unintended consequence that we need to look into.
Madam President, Mr. President and Councilor Hassan, I may add one other piece to this. New Mexico, and this is part of my work in government, has reciprocity with lots of the other states through the Department of Motor Vehicle in terms of how they register plates for individual. The plates are actually registered to individuals, not necessarily to the vehicle. This is why when you sell your vehicle, you're required to keep the plate. Most states have reciprocity with New Mexico, which means basically is that the individuals are tracked with the plate to the owner of the vehicle that was that may have had an infraction. So to answer to Kevin's point, may be that the company has that database in place to track the individual, but we'll follow up to make sure that occurs.
I would definitely appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Benton?
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I have a question regarding the biopark for cultural services for Mr. Ryle. And I'll get started. Madam Director, welcome. We've at the time, you know, a lot of talk about changing of administration. You know, the prior administration, we did a bus project where we rebuilt Central Avenue for however many, 12 miles or something. And as part of that project, we, part of the design, the frontage along the aquarium side of the biopark was provided with a median in which to plant street trees. But since it was a city facility at that time, there was a discussion that we would, you know, get them planted eventually, and they would be taken care of with the existing irrigation system of the biopark aquarium part of the project. So where do we stand with that project at this point to get those trees in?
Councilor Davis, Councilor Benton, we have completed a streetscaping project along the biopark, that edge of Central along the parking lot there. That project was completed in May. There's still some trees that need to be replaced that didn't take. The total project cost was $220,000. I know, Councilor Benton, you set aside almost half of that at $100,000. At this point, what we've done is we've added 23 trees, 4 of which did not take and need to be replaced. We've added, I mean, I can read you my long list, but we've added about 80 shrubs and ground covers, and another, I'm doing really fast math, 50 desert accents and about 30 different grasses along that edge. We were not able to add trees in the small gravel space between the sidewalk and the street. So all of the landscaping that has been added and the changes that have been made to widen the sidewalks and even them out in a couple of areas were all done on Biopark property so that we could extend the irrigation. And also the street and traffic engineers said no to trees in that small area between the street and the sidewalk because it was going to interfere with sight lines for people that were coming off of New York. And also, it would not have irrigation. There was not a way for us to extend the irrigation to the space that right now is gravel.
Okay, well then I want my $100,000 back because I've got some projects that could really use it. Because street trees was the point. I'd never heard anything about a clear sight distance from New York. And I would like to see that analysis of how that was designed. Because, I mean, this is the first I've ever heard of it, that there were, in fact, I saw the drawings where they were designed in. So I appreciate that. I recognize that your team and your consultants did create a drawing that showed trees in that parkway. People call it different things, but the parkway between the sidewalk and the curb, which is the proper place to put street trees if at all possible. And we had a discussion about that with regard to the fatality that occurred there, that street trees have been proven as a traffic calming device. So I'm sorry to hear that our own engineers said that we could not place them there. And I'd like to see that analysis and why that was. And certainly was not the intent of my contribution to the landscape project. So all kidding aside, was not my intent. Thank you. And so can we get that? You can work with whoever the traffic engineers and so forth so that I can actually see how that analysis was made and we can take a look at that from the council side.
President Davis, Councilor Benton, yeah, I'm happy to follow up with additional information, and that those were also similar recommendations from the landscaping company in terms of the ability for trees to thrive in that space. So, I mean, but I'm happy to bring additional information to you.
Okay, that's fine. I would like to see that. And, you know, I was not informed of any of this, so I was shocked when I saw that there was no work being done in that median. 3-foot wide, gravel space, urban condition, trees are placed all the time. So whoever was talking to you was incorrect. All right, I'm just going to say it right out of the bat, and I want to see what's going on with that because it's a missed opportunity. And if you spent the money, you know, all on the other side of the sidewalk, then it's money that's been spent. But first of all, I should have known about it. Secondly, I would not have accepted those answers. So, but let's see them. Let's see the answers, and then we'll talk some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan?
Madam Vice President, Councilor Benton, thank you for doing that. I think that it was something that was very important to you. I know it was important to you. I know it was important to us. That fatality was something that the street trees should be something that slows. It should be part of the vision problem. That was the whole point, is to catch people's attention and slow them down. I would say I'm not a proponent of fake trees, but $100,000 could have put in a couple fake trees at least, if that was the worst case. But I just thank you for doing that because I also can see how frustrating it would be. I'm frustrated to hear that your funds were spent on shrubs.
If I may. Yeah, it's, you know, it seems like a small detail, and it is a small detail. But when it comes to trying to make our major roadways feel like a person could even dare to walk along them, especially a place like that where there's a big sweeping curve, and Councilor Sanchez has been involved in this as well. It's a place that invites people to think that they're at the Indy 500, and it's not okay. And So that simple fact, like, it's not, it's been proven to be a traffic calming device. So why would we want to do it in that place? And I know we have a speed camera there, you know, decisions were made about how to place that and so forth. You know, this is where, this is where Councilors Grout and Sanchez's bill do come up. And it seems like there's no continuity because there was an agreement in the prior administration that this was going to get done. And to get it done here, I had to put up some of my own very scarce set-aside money, granted, and to incentivize it to be done. And then here we are. No notice to me, no notice to the council staff who could have looked at these diagrams of supposed clear sight triangle, et cetera. But it's what creates this type of frustration between the council and the administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez?
I too wanted to say thank you to Councilor Benton for actually doing that. One of the things that we did know, I know I asked early on for traffic calming, I asked for a sign, I asked for the speed camera, and basically we've seen a lot less speeding in that area. I drive by it quite often. My office is on Central, so I do go down Central to come here. I go to Central back and forth from City Hall, and I use Central all the time. And one of the things that I have noticed is that it has mellowed out a lot compared to what we've seen in the past. And it looks like it's actually carrying on over as we cross the river bridge. I've noticed that the traffic has been a lot calmer there as well. So anything that we can do to actually further any type of traffic calming in that area is going to be very, very helpful to our citizens. I know we're going to have more things going on at the zoo and the biopark. I know the summer's going to be here in full swing here pretty quick, and already the areas crossing back and forth, I do see a lot of people using that intersection. That's the main intersection that they use, is right at New York and Central. So it's very, very important that we continue to work on that area, make it better, make it safer for our citizens, because everyone goes there. I mean, everybody in the city of Albuquerque eventually makes it over to the zoo or the biopark, and because those are our staples. And a lot of us here as city employees, you know, we all get to go check that place out once a year. So it's very, very important for us to make sure that we maintain the safety and the security there. So anything else that you can do that seems that's going to be appropriate, I ask the administration to come up with some more ideas to help us improve that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, counselors? Yes, sir.
I have a question on another matter. This one was for planning. Do we have planning? Anybody from planning here?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Vice President. The question that I have is, I've made several calls to Mr. Varela, sent texts, sent emails in reference to a specific project. And the specific project that I'm looking at, give me 1 second, yeah, and I can give you the number, the project number. This project is for a rebuild. I guess they're ready to tear down and reestablish the Bob's Burgers located at 305 Eubank Northeast, 87123. The number is BP-2023-00459. And the owner of Bob's Burgers, who is a local business, who's trying to further and better his business, put people to work, and reestablish that business, rebuild the business, has been waiting for 18 months for his building permit to be approved. And like I said, I got crickets. I dialed and texted Mr. Varela and sent him emails, and we got nothing. Can you, at this point, give me something in reference to what's going on at 305 Eubank Northeast and why that building permit has taken over 18 months?
So
Mr. President, working?
The bigger mic.
That one, the bigger one? All right. Yeah, that does sound better. Mr. President, Councilor Sanchez, I do not have the answer for you at this point in time, but if I pass down my business card, I will have that for you first thing in the morning. And so we can take a look into the permit process and see where the delays are coming from. So at that point, once I get the information, I can take a look in our back-end system and determine where it's at. As for the longevity, I'm not sure of why why the permit's taking so long.
Well, the biggest concern to me, Madam Chair, is the fact that we frequently make inquiries to our directors, city directors, and then for them to be falling on deaf ears when there's a city council member asking is unacceptable. It shouldn't happen. We should be able to get those answers or even the callback and find out exactly what's going on. And yet, this administration in certain areas, don't do what they're supposed to do. And we shouldn't be ignored. We're part of this city. We're part of the government. We're here to help grow and better this city. But if we're ignored, then what happens? Nothing gets done. So all I'm asking is that we can get this done. Mr. Varela has Mr. Clifford Salas's information, and he's the one that needs to be contacted. If you'd like, call me tomorrow, and I'll get you that information so that we can get an answer for him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, just to piggyback on that, I know I've spoken with Director Varela, and he's actually responded, but similar issues. I had a McDonald's that was just waiting for their plan review, and then we have a local Nelson's Meat Markets that's in the community that's been, waiting on theirs. So I did get a response, but just hearing Councilor Sanchez talk about that is just a little concerning where, we have these major businesses in our community waiting on plans so that they can move forward to get their doors open. So, but
Sure.
But he did respond, and I appreciate his response, and I think he's working on it. So, thank you.
Mr. President and councilors, if I might just say, unfortunately, he's out on a family medical issue and not here tonight, but I will make sure that we have that conversation with the director. Councilor Sanchez, you are correct. A councilor calling a department head to inquire about an issue should be a priority for that department head to get that information to you in a timely manner. I don't know what the issues and the circumstances are on your case with the Bob's Burgers and Councilor Pena as well, but I will make sure we have that conversation.
And if
Thank you, Mr. Rea.
If I could make one final statement, I can attest to Director Varela being overwhelming, especially with his deputy directors, and ensuring that we are responding to our members of council. So I am not sure what issue this one was or why it may have been missed, but we will get it addressed and get you the answers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have just a few questions. Director Leach in the Department of Technology and Innovation. Hi, Director. Thank you for being here. About a year ago, I inquired about the 311, Albuquerque 311 system. Constituents will call, including myself, to report something, graffiti, trash, whatever. They'll respond either on the app or by phone call. They'll get an email, and then we'll get an email almost immediately that says case closed. Well, we know the graffiti is still there. We know the problem is still there. And what we've learned is that it has been forwarded to the right department. Well, it's not closed. It's just been forwarded. And so we need to have a better way of communicating to our constituents what we're doing, because most recently, over the weekend, there was a puppy that was hit, and it was laying on the ground for 3 days. And we got lots of emails, lots of phone calls that the case was closed, and we know it was not. So that's just an example. How can we better our system so that we can communicate better with our constituents?
Hey, Mr. President, Madam Vice President, thank you for the question. That's a really good topic. As you know, we've got a very active and well-respected 311 call center. They process something like 85,000 calls a month. So they're one of the best in the country. So I just want to pay tribute to those people for the work that they do. You're quite right. There is an element of complexity when we deal with a call that's closed versus resolved. The good news is that we're actually making some changes to the way that we do that. We're going to be adding more defined case status information. So the idea will be that whoever's completing that call will be able to pre-select from a number of drop-down options. That will be whether or not the call's closed or not. And then we'll continue to keep that call updated as we go through the process. We're limited somewhat by the capabilities of the system we're communicating with in this particular instance, but we will be continuing to provide those updates. If a resident provides an email address, they'll be continuing to receive updates on the case. And of course, constituents are always welcome to call 311 for more information.
Okay, thank you. Could you send some information to my office so that I can forward to some people that have asked about it as well?
Absolutely. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, and I have a few questions for Director Pierce in Family and Community Services. Is she online? She's on Zoom. Okay, good. Director Pierce, good evening. Hello. I wanted to know if you could give us an update on the status of the Gibson Health Hub, specifically those promised services of medical respite, the first responders receiving area, and the sobering center.
Yes.
Are they ready to open?
Council President and Councilor Dow, thank you for that question. So at the gateway, the overnight shelter, we were delayed a little bit for environmental concerns as well as some supply chain issues, but we anticipate in July, that's when the people that we're serving overnight will be in that second floor. We have the construction documents for medical sobering, and so that will begin here this summer. We have the contractor, we have, and those architectural drawings are done. And that medical sobering unit will be about 50 beds. And again, just as a reminder to everybody, that is a 24-hour operation. And that's where people, we think our major customer will be Albuquerque Fire and Rescue. We take people there that may be down and out. And what we anticipate is that we will then serve those people 24 hours. The medical respite is also a 50-bed unit. That will begin a little later. We don't have the construction documents for that one yet, nor the contractor. So that's in process. We have the location for that one. Answer all.
Okay.
And
very good, thank you. You said the overnight shelter is going to open in July. When approximately in July?
Well, so we do have women that are staying there now that were part of our kind of emergency winter overnight operation. So the programming for Gateway that we've been talking about for some time that we're very proud of, the 90-day programming with movement toward housing and those wraparound services, that has begun. And but they're not in the location that's renovated. But we anticipate that to be done in July.
Okay, thank you. All right, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the shelter beds that are in Bernalillo County in the city. Do you know how many there are? How many shelter beds we have?
Roughly, I want to say, and I can get back to you on that, I want to say we have roughly 1,700, but I need to look exactly. Look at all of the nonprofit shelters that exist, and it includes the shelter beds out of the WEC, roughly. And I can get back to you because we do have that.
Okay, how many do we have available right now that are, how many beds are available right now?
Well, I can, you mean overall in our community?
So somebody wants a bed, how many are available right now?
Counselor Davis, Counselor Grau, I can't tell you exactly how many are available right at this moment. I can tell you we do have beds available at the WEC, the West Side Emergency Housing Center for men, women, and couples.
Okay, how many behavioral health facilities are there in Bernalillo County?
Counselor Davis, Counselor Grau, I will have to get back to you on that. I'm not prepared to answer that.
Okay, do you know how many beds might be available or, you know, spaces available? The reason I'm asking these questions is I believe that we should know. We should be able to communicate with all of the services in our community, the county, the city, even the state. We should have a database that we can all plug into, nonprofits, the city, the state, the county, and when ACS finds somebody that's ready to go to a bed, to a shelter to receive help, they have a place to go. We don't have a mechanism of communicating where information is inputted to help that. So how do we know how many beds that we need? How many more beds do we need? How many more facilities do we need? If we don't have that collective data, then we're missing something. And I think that we need to be working with our, with the county, with the state, and come up with a program where we do have that information available so that ACS, Family and Community, APD, everybody, all the nonprofits can go to something local and we can help get these people services. We can get them a bed. We can get them behavioral health services if needed, just whatever they might need. So I think we need to be communicating better. So I would like to follow up with you later and maybe we can, you know, we need to work on this. We can do better. So, Councillor, yes, Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, one of the, so I've asked that question like so many in different ways, and I think the only way to ask it where I think you get the kind of, with what you're looking for is how many, on any given night in our city, how many available unused beds, you know, that, so last night, how many beds were available, and then they'll say 1,700. How many beds were available that went unused last night? And usually the answer, at least when we've asked this before, the answer is around 400 or so. But that's a key part of the data, and I think, and for some reason, like you can ask that question, and I think everybody knows what you're asking, but for some reason we just don't get that data, that answer, which that's the obvious answer. That's the obvious question that we're asking, because that is critical when we're coordinating groups and coordinating efforts to be able to help people to be able to find a place to stay, you know, on any given night that needs help. And so, so if the director would, I think, just make that a top piece of data that we're researching, you know, throughout the summer, throughout the year, of available unused beds on any given night in all of our shelters, all of our groups that we're using, so that we could match people up with places to stay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Councillor Bassan.
Madam Vice President, I just want to say that I took a tour on February 3rd this year, and I was told that we would have more than just the roughly 50-ish beds or whatever. We would have more medical respite, medical sobering. Not, the plans are still being done. I was not under that impression. I am highly frustrated that we keep seemingly kicking the can down the road with the Gateway Center, funneling millions and millions of dollars. Open it already, please.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Director. Appreciate you being here. Okay, no more questions. Let's move on to the journal. I move approval of the June 5th journal. Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor, vote, say yes and raise your hand. Okay, unanimously, thank you. Passes. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Well done. We are moving on to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? This being our last meeting before the council's July break, there are several. Let me get us started. I'll move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 313 on tonight's agenda for action. That EC is the mayor's appointment of Malini Perumal to the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. We need a vote on the rules suspension. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. That matter carries. I'm sorry, we did have a second. I heard it right here. Sorry. Yep. Thank you. Councilors, I also move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 314 on tonight's agenda. EC 314 is the mayor's recommendation of award to Intera Incorporated for the Los Angeles Landfill Maintenance and Monitoring Service. Is there a second from Councilor Feeblecorn? Any discussion? And seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand for the clerk. That matter carries unanimously. I also move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing 315 on EC 315 on tonight's agenda for action. That EC is the mayor's recommendation of award to CDK Golf Management for Puerto del Sol Golf's concession services. Is there a second from Councilor Feeblecorn? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand for the clerk. I'm sorry, Councilor Bassan, go ahead. Yes, I got ahead of us. Go ahead, Councilor Bassan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify, this is just for Puerto del Sol, correct? This is not for, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
And that didn't change your vote at all, I don't think, did it? Okay, that matter carries unanimously. I also move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R-145 on tonight's agenda for action. That resolution approves and authorizes the filing of a grant application for Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant with the U.S. Department of Urban Housing and Urban Development for FY 23 through 24. Is there a second from Councilor Feeblecorn? And several others. All those in favor say yes. Raise your hand for the clerk. Thank you. That matter is unanimous. Councilor Bassan, you have something.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R-146 on tonight's agenda for action. R-146 is concerning a bond election to be held in the city at the next regular local election on November 7th, 2023, submitting to a vote of the qualified electors for authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds and providing the form of the bond questions, prescribing other details in connection with such bond election and bonds, and ratifying action previously taken.
I have a second for Councilor Feeblecorn. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes.
That matter carries unanimously. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R-147 on tonight's agenda for action. R-147 is approving and authorizing the filing of a grant application for American Rescue Plan funding with the Federal Transit Administration of the Department of Transportation by the Transit Department.
A second for Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilors, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand for the clerk.
Yes.
That matter carries unanimously. Councilors, any other changes to the letter of introduction? Seeing none.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
And a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand, please.
Yes.
Yes.
That matter carries unanimously. Thank you, councilors. We're moving on to reports of our committees. Chair Sanchez, FGO.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, June 12th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of R-132, 133, 135, 136, and 137, that they do pass and be acted upon at the meeting at which they are reported. In the matter of R-134, that it do pass as amended and be acted upon at the meeting at which it is reported. Make a motion to accept the committee reports.
I'll take Councilor Grout second this time. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
That matter carries 9-0. Chair Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, June 14th, and reports out the following item. In the matter of R-113, that it do pass as amended, I make a motion to accept the committee report.
We'll take Councilor Bassan that time on the second. Councilors, any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
That matter carries with 8 and 1 excused. Councilors, are there any deferrals or withdrawals on tonight's agenda? On the consent agenda. Seeing none, are there any changes to tonight's consent agenda? I do want to say thank you. We have a number of people for boards and commissions. who have made it through the process and are being recommended or nominated to serve. And we appreciate your service to our city. And we hope to see you back here telling us about your good work sometime very soon. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move approval of the consent agenda.
A second from Councilor Sanchez. Councilors, no discussion. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand, please. That matter carries with 8 present, 1 excused. There are no announcements or financial instruments this evening, and that takes us to general public comments. Folks, here's what we're going to do tonight, I think. We have a long list of public comment tonight. We want to give everybody their opportunity. And then we're going to try to take up the quick joint powers agreement with Bernalillo County. I see our commission chair is here to report out the news from the county commission last night. And so we'll try to allow her to do that. Then the council will take its normal dinner break. Then we'll come back and take care of all of our other items. So if you're here on general public comment to speak about an item on the agenda, go ahead and get it out of your system or come back after dinner with us. Otherwise, we will be here with you after. As a reminder, there are a few rules for public comment. Each participant has up to 2 minutes to present. Comments must be addressed to your counselors only through the president, and any disruptive comment as determined by the council president but will result in removal from the meeting. There is that 2-minute time limit. If you're here with us, you'll hear a bell. If you're online, you'll see a timer, and you'll also get a little notice. You'll see how that works as we go. Mr. Cornelius, I think our first speaker is Senator Bill Tallman. I see him here. He's right. He just sat down. I waited on him to sit. So, Senator, come on down. You're first up in public comment, and then Mr. Cornelius can call our next speakers.
Very
good. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak this evening about the city management form of government. I was a city manager for over 35 years. I loved it. If I had to do it over again, I'd do it again. It was exciting. It was challenging. I felt I was making a difference. And there's a lot of variety. We dealt with everything from A to Z, from airports to zoos. One city, we had a zoo, and we had an unfortunate incident. We made the New York Times. And when I ran for Senate, my opponent picked up on that article. He sent out a mailer saying that Bill Tallman killed Bambi. And I'd go to the door and people would say, did you really kill Bambi? People believe these outrageous claims by some of the opponents. So also, I'd put a quick plug in for $600,000 that I gave the city this year to study the feasibility of a downtown multi-purpose arena, something we don't have. When I was in Moline, Illinois, the most exciting public works project was we constructed a 12,000-seat multi-purpose arena, and we never promised the taxpayers it would operate in the black, which it did for the first 15 years, and we only had 400,000 people. You got 1 million people within 50 miles of downtown Albuquerque, and I've done some research, and I can't find another city with 1 million people in the metropolitan area that doesn't have one of these facilities. It's badly needed. Mayor Chavez, who I felt was a mayor with a lot of vision, tried to get this through. He couldn't. It wasn't for lack of trying, but he was unsuccessful. A lot of cities, most of the major cities in the Southwest have the city manager form of government. 4 of the 5 largest cities in Texas have the city manager form of government. My time is up.
Finish your thoughts, sir. Go ahead.
So my first job in city management was with the city of San Antonio, 1971, before some of you were even born. They were looking for a couple of folks with degrees and no experience. And that was a great opportunity. The fact of the matter is 48% of cities over 2,500 in population have the city management form of government. But even more impressive, 62% of cities with 100,000 or more in population have the city manager form of government. That's almost 2/3 of cities with 100,000 or more with this form of government. The 2 largest cities in Arizona, Tucson and Phoenix, have the city manager form of government. The 2 largest cities in Nevada, Las Vegas and Reno, have the city manager form of government. The 2nd largest city in Colorado, Colorado Springs, has the city manager form of government. The largest city in Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, has a city manager form of government. So the benefits, there's a lot of benefits. study after study shows that cities with city manager form of government are more efficient. They're more professional. They are, you
We
telling
do
me,
have
to wrap it up?
It's okay, go ahead, yeah. Yes, sir, just go ahead. We have to.
They're more efficient and they spend less money per capita because they're more efficient. They're more apt to use evidence-based programming and obviously more apt to hire professionals. Now, if you had a city manager form of government with an experienced city manager with a proven track record, you wouldn't be hiring 200 to 300 unclassified people with no job description, which is what's happened in the last couple of years. It diffuses power of the special interest, and it provides more influence for the city council. It's more democratic. It's kind of both the mayor and the city council can share in the policy making and the administrative of the city.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I apologize. Thank you. We very much appreciate it. I don't want to cut you off since you're investing in
One
our
more
city
quick
and our
sentence.
downtown. So, yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah.
Finish that thought, and then we'll have a chance to follow up during the conversation on the bill. Yes, sir.
That's it? You're throwing me out. Okay. I still like you.
Thanks. Thank you, Senator. Thanks for being here. Mr. Cornelius, go ahead and call our folks, and if Mr. Cornelius calls your name, we'll ask you to come on down to the seats in the front row to be on deck so that we can keep going.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our second speaker is Jane Beckley, followed by Todd Clark.
Mr. President, councilors, according to the city documents, the city's zoning powers established by the city charter allow the city to adopt new regulatory structures and processes to implement the comprehensive plan. According to Merriam-Webster, implement means to carry out or accomplish. Yet legislation before you tonight seeks to rewrite the comp plan, changing what it describes in policy 5.6.3, areas of consistency, which protect and enhance the character of existing single-family neighborhoods to an area of change. Rewriting R1 zoning, as was the stated intent in the impact statement that accompanied this ordinance. Quote, these amendments would replace the R1 zone district with RT zoning and associated standards. Very little has been transparent about the city's handling of the IDO annual review, except its willingness to advantage commercial interests at the expense of neighborhoods, individual property owners, and the vision of the Rank 1 plan for the city and county. Fundamental revisions of the comp plan don't belong in the IDO annual review. Thank you very much.
Mr. Clark, please, can you hang until we get to our Zoom speakers? I apologize for that. Our next speaker in-house is Joshua Price, followed by Laura Lucero.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. My name is Joshua Price. As y'all met me before, probably, I'm a property manager. I'm a renter. I'm a father of two and concerned citizen of Albuquerque. I rent properties and I provide housing to people every single day as my normal line of work. And what I know is that we drastically need more of every kind. That's low income and high income. So I urge you to vote yes on our IDO changes because we need more of everything. And I think that there are smart ways to look at this, and we've kind of beat it up. So thank you very much for all of your work.
Laura Lucero, followed by Nina Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the council. Laura Lucero, and I'm here to make three very quick points. The first one is a thank you to each of you because Pentagon whistleblower Daniel Ellsberg died last Friday, June 16th, from pancreatic cancer. And I want to thank you for proclaiming April 24th to 30th as Daniel Ellsberg Week in his honor. He was a courageous man who spoke truth to power. Number two are buses and public transportation. As the city administration and council grapple with the challenges in our city bus system, I make one simple request, that each of you, including the mayor, leave your cars in the driveway for a week and instead rely on the bus system for all of your daily trips to work, to shopping, to doctor appointments, a week on the bus will give you more information about what works and doesn't work than any other consultant study would. It will also help you empathize with your constituents who don't have cars. And the third thing, affordable housing. I spoke at your last meeting in favor of the IDO amendments, O22-54, and I ask you again to pass them. Tonight, I'm asking you to consider the amendments that you're going to discuss this evening, thinking about imagining 5,000 plus people, unhoused people sitting behind me, who are actually out on the streets tonight, unhoused. But imagine they're sitting back here. Or imagine that the seats behind me are filled with thousands of Albuquerque renters who are being squeezed with rapidly rising rents and facing eviction. Albuquerque badly needs more housing. This ordinance isn't a magic bullet, and no one believes it will solve the housing crisis, but I believe it's an important step in providing opportunities for a greater diversity of housing stock. Thank you.
Nina Cooper, followed by Leslie Padilla.
President Pat Davis, city councilors, my name is Dr. Nina Cooper. I'm here in a tri-part representation as assistant pastor of New Hope Church, as member of the Housing Steering Committee of the Office of Black Community Engagement, and as Community Engagement Manager for HomeWise. I wanted to offer our endorsement and support for Albuquerque Housing Forward. This initiative would help remove barriers to the construction and renovation of more diverse types of housing that are critical to accommodating the needs of various populations of our people. One example is HomeWise acquired an acquisition property with 2 full lots. Our goal was to create 2 single detached homes that were affordable and not an apartment complex. And the neighborhood association was against this, even though 63% of the housing already in Albuquerque is single family detached. With the passage of Albuquerque Housing Forward Initiative, there would be more opportunities to learn about the value of increased density, and developers would have a greater opportunity to meet the growing demand for housing. This initiative can also be done in a culturally sensitive way that respects and supports all populations, including communities of color that often experience higher levels of inequity in access to housing and in general, in homeownership in particular. During the pandemic, nearly all of the New Hope Church members who were renters experienced significant rental increase, and those individuals were already experiencing cost burden. So there's a need to spur access to conversion and construction of new housing for all segments of the housing market. And certainly those who are homeowners would greatly benefit from zoning changes that permit things like ADUs to provide additional income to property owners and options for the young adult children that are currently experiencing difficulty in accessing the housing market. So in closing, we jointly urge your passage of Albuquerque Housing Forward Initiative. Thank you.
Leslie Padilla, followed by Patricia Wilson.
Thank you, council members. Leslie Padilla, District 6, and happy solstice. I moved back to Albuquerque from Austin, Texas, right before the pandemic. I bought a house in the Southeast Heights because I value established neighborhoods, walkability, and knowing my neighbors. Had I stayed in Austin, I never would have been able to afford the kind of house with the size of lot that I bought here. It would easily have been twice as much, if not more. So why do I bring this up? Because Albuquerque, from the perspective of a lot of other places in the country, is affordable. It's very affordable, in fact, if you're coming from California or New York. And if City Council doesn't put actual affordability provisions into Housing Forward, what you'll be doing is creating more affordable housing for people who don't live here, people who want to move here. Remote workers are here to stay, and many are looking for lower cost places to live. As such, it seems to me that Housing Forward will only create market rate housing. Market rate housing isn't going to serve the unhoused or the precariously housed, as Ms. Lucero was just discussing. It won't serve people who earn less than median family income. Even the hotel motel conversions that are in Housing Forward, there's nothing at all in the ordinance that ensures that they will be anything other than market rate. A free-for-all, which is what this is right now for developers, is not an affordable housing plan. Throwing things against the wall to see what sticks is not an affordable housing plan. And I'm concerned that there's an opportunity cost here. You are making people think that this is an affordable housing plan, and it's just not. So if you do this now without actually building affordability provisions into it, people are going to think we're off the hook, and we're not. And I know that increasing density is important to some of you for reasons other than affordability. But since Albuquerque is a paragon of sprawl, I understand that concern. But when the city has long promoted sprawl, such as the annexation and continued support of Mesa del Sol, any impact of Housing Forward will be minimal at best. Thanks so much. I really urge you to postpone action on Housing Forward and let's improve it. Thank you.
Patricia Wilson, followed by Kristen Green.
Council President Davis, councilors. My first written comment regarding the current IDO update was pinned on the interactive online spreadsheet in October of last year. That suggestion was incorporated into the amendment I had written, and that was the first and only suggestion of mine that has been listened to. 92 comments were pinned to the spreadsheet of citywide changes, including my comment bemoaning the fact that there was no way to provide similar online comment to O2254. There is no way I can condense 8 months of letters into 60 seconds. And you can see I plan to have my time cut in half. The argument has become political, and opponents have been accused of NIMBYism. Not true. I am for appropriate infill and increased density. I am against making major zone changes in an annual update process. I am against decimating the comprehensive plan and the long-range CPA process, and I am against three lame ducks passing legislation that should be the purview of the next council. Thank you very much, and happy birthday.
Kristen Green, followed by Frederick Esters. Frederick Esters, followed by Michael Brasher.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you, Mr. President and council members. My name is Frederick Esters. I am a community stakeholder, also an advisor to the Office of Black Community Engagement. I'm also a small business owner of Estech Global, and we are developers of SIP housing, ADUs, single and multifamily units. Currently, we're in a housing crisis, and I've heard pros and cons relative to moving forward with Housing Forward or not. And the fact of the matter is that we're in a housing crisis. And with that, let me state a few facts. 2/3 of Albuquerque ABC communities, are zoned for single family R1. We have a low inventory of housing. We have older inventory. We have high interest rates today, inflation, and extremely high housing costs. That's the reality of not just us here locally, but nationally. People of color are disproportionately dealing with all of this, and for the most part a great majority spend 30% of their money on housing alone, which on a national level leaves about $380 for food, healthcare, and transportation. Only have 29 seconds. Rezoning, ADUs, building vertically, single-family and multifamily units are very, very important. I support ABQ housing moving forward, and the key to this is not just rezoning, it's regulatory reform, financial support, and construction considerations, where the city works with construction individuals to help us reduce all costs. Thank you for this opportunity and your time, and I look forward to collaborating with the city, nonprofits, and others to help make
housing forward to reality. Thank you.
Michael Brasher, followed by Rhiannon Samuel.
Commissioner, welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. As you can see, they don't have any orange T-shirts my size, so that's why I'm not wearing one tonight. I want to say that what would be best when you have a complex matter like this is to have a special meeting so we can give you the time to go through what we feel are important items that you can take into consideration for update on the IDO. Having this show up late on the agenda is a problem and not appropriate. It needs to be earlier on in the agenda if you're going to include this with all the other items. 1 minute talk time is really difficult, and we really want to give you thoughtful, careful consideration of important items we've spent an incredible amount of time to provide you with. I will tell you there was a fire at 201 Cornell, property on both sides of the casita on Cornell had some damage. I hope you'll take that into consideration. They had an alley. They were lucky. In Albuquerque, we don't have many alleys. And again, I want to tell you that the neighborhoods really do provide a lot of time volunteering to give you the very best information we can give you. And I hope that you'll give very careful thought to the written comments you've received and the comments tonight. And I ask you, please vote no on O2254. And I hope you like my orange shirt. Thank you all very much. By the way, Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I make a motion since I'm a former city councilor? I move we adjourn. Is there a second? Thank you.
There might be one up here, so we won't.
Rhiannon Samuel, followed by Sean Kinney.
Hello, Mr. President and members of the council. Rhiannon Samuel with NAOP, New Mexico. Here once again to express our support for O2254. I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the things that I've been sharing with you over the past several months. That's almost a year that we've been in this process. We've been talking about it. It's not something that's been happening under the cloak of night or anything, but the fact that we are in a housing crisis today. And as much as we'd like to belabor certain points and talk, at some point, I know a lot of you would agree, we have to be prompted for action. There was concern earlier during admin Q&A about things taking too long. We have to weigh the length of a process amongst what are the critical issues right now. And the fact of the matter is people need homes. They need it across the entire spectrum, from low income to higher end, like the bigger, nicer homes, because it's a continuum of housing. When one vacates, another is replaced. And we need that here in Albuquerque today. I understand that a lot of you are conflicted on your votes. You've been getting pressure from folks who perhaps helped get you elected, who are flooding your email box, but I really want to appeal to the fact that we need housing, and I would love if you would allow the free market to allow that to happen in an organic way, whether it be casitas, duplexes, increasing density. This is a reasonable approach. It isn't the one solution. We're going to continue to talk about this, but it's a great first step. So thank you for your time and for your attention.
Sean Kinney, followed by Aaron Hill.
I'd like to express my support for the proposed changes to the IDO. I mean, it's not perfect, but it would still be a step forward in increasing the amount of housing available. There are two other effects that have maybe not been brought up. First off, if you're allowing more construction and renovation, that would mean more jobs for construction workers and like the carpenters, some of whom are in the audience. And secondly, if we have increased density, it would make it, you'd be able to serve more people with the same infrastructure and public transportation networks that we already have. And both of these are additional benefits that would be promoted by this passing. Thank you.
Aaron Hill, followed by Eric Schultz.
Last night I was sitting at my table, having worked many, many hours this week because I'm both a master's college student and working full-time. And I realized that I do not have the privilege to both afford rent and groceries. I spend 2/3 of my income on rent with multiple roommates. My brother, age 30, with a wife, has 4 roommates in a single-family house because none of them, on their own or as married couples, can afford a house. My parents, age 50, cannot afford to buy a house and in fact are paying a majority of their income in rent when they should be preparing for retirement. Tell me, is that a housing system that functions on a basic level? Because that does not seem functional to me. We have 63% of our land dedicated to a type of housing that most people do not want, that most people do not need, that most people cannot afford. Does that sound functional to you? This IDO update is not a silver bullet. It is not going to fix our housing system, but goddamn, it is a first step. And if you are unwilling to take that first step, let alone invest in the transit and the infrastructure and the education that we need for a functioning urban center, then you're going to see a lot more homeless people. You're going to see a lot of people moving out of Albuquerque. You are going to see a city that is demographically collapsing, that is economically faltering. And these are your choices to make. Live with the consequences.
Eric Schultz, followed by Carlos Benavides.
Good evening. Anybody that's thinking about putting triplexes in people's backyards throughout the city of Albuquerque should maybe spend some time south of UNM looking at that. There'll be parking issues, there'll be crime issues, and most of the people that are living on the street couldn't afford a house at $400 a month. They couldn't afford a hotel room that's been converted into an apartment. We do need to do something, but let's not turn our neighborhoods into horrible. The next thing I want to mention is Mr. Davis. Last week, you were extremely rude to me. You said tonight you wanted respect given to people. If you want respect, perhaps you should give respect. Thank you.
Carlos Benavides, followed by Man Private.
Been trying to come over here for a couple of times already and come to speak, but I've been thrown out twice already by Patrick because you're saying that I'm being disturbing while I'm sitting in my seat and recording. I don't think it doesn't matter where we sit to record. We're not disturbing anybody. It shouldn't matter. We shouldn't have to, for you to make a spot for us to sit. We should be able to sit anywhere we want to in this council room and record from the comfort of our seat. And there's people who are trying to tell us what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. We got to be careful of who those people are. Remember, ignorance of the law is no excuse for all of us regular people. And it's definitely not going to be any excuse for you guys if you guys violate people's rights. When you violate people's rights, you do it knowingly and willingly. Because there is no ignorance of the law. And I hope you think, you better think before you do stuff. Or make rules or try to tell people what to do. You're nobody's daddy. You're not my daddy. I'll film from where I want to film, from where I want to record. And that's it for me.
And Private, followed by Peter Zist. Peter Zist, followed by Bernadette Hardy.
All right. Mr. President and councilors, Guatzihopa, hello, my name is Peter Zeist, and I'm here with Neva. I'm also a constituent of Councilor Benton's. I'm here today to voice my concern against development of the petroglyphs and elsewhere, as mentioned earlier in this meeting. Again, these sacred sites have been on this land for thousands of years and are deeply important to pueblos, tribes, and nations across this region. Centrally, the proposed development over 18 acres at the base of the National Monument would unquestionably desecrate it. At 3 stories tall, it would not only create an eyesore in the region and contribute to urban sprawl, but hinder traditional ceremony from being practiced as it has been for longer than this country has existed. I have recently been educated on the lengths Albuquerque city government has gone to build a highway through the National Monument under the auspices of reducing traffic. I now see the parallels between 2004 and today, wherein this city council seeks to erect a 238-unit housing complex at the foot of the petroglyphs under the auspices of solving the very real housing crisis. The city badly needs to take action to combat that housing crisis, but currently the IDO and its amendments divide and conquer, pitting low-income people who deserve a roof over their head against communities who are fighting to preserve their cultures, and oftentimes pitting...
I'm going to have to stop you here and just say, because you're mentioning a specific project that's currently pending before the city, we're not allowed to do that in this forum, so we have to wait until that comes to the city council for a specific hearing. You can talk in general about housing policy, but we have to refrain from talking about specific projects while they're pending.
Understood. At large, this is not simply quibbling about minute details or belaboring points. This is the city of Albuquerque telling its residents to choose between protecting sacred sites and ensuring affordable housing, which I think is a complete non-starter. I urge you to revisit the IDO and to engage in real, meaningful tribal consultation with leaders and community leaders before acting on decisions that threaten our histories, as is apparent now. Thank you.
Bernadette Hardy, followed by Aaron Lee.
Hello, Council Representatives, Chair. My name is Bernadette Hardy with NAVA. Of course, I'm in support of Housing Forward, but not at the cost of our sacred sites. I think it needs a little bit more work, the IDO, just for better public engagement, alignment, understanding, because this has been crazy just trying to figure out the system of the IDO. And we're hitting brick walls because of the so-called lawsuit. We know that there's a view protection overlay, but we don't want it to be demolished because we need housing. You know, we just want it protected. We could solve this in other ways. We do need housing, but that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Aaron Lee, followed by Atsa Chavez.
Hello, City Council, Goatsi Yate. My name is Aaron Lee. I'm here with NAVA. I want to express my concern for this proposed amendment to change the IDO and how it could further open up avenues of new development, which could further compromise sacred sites like the petroglyphs. I grew up in Cocho de Pueblo. I'm also a Diné and a Lakota person. I was taught to pray at sunrise because that is a holy time for us. But when a 3-story development disrupts that sacred relationship to landscape, we should not stare into apathy, but move to action. The petroglyphs is a sacred space for Native American people and has been revered for over 3,000 years. While we need affordable housing for the residents of Albuquerque, I believe developers can be more strategic with where they decide to place new development that don't further compromise sacred sites like the petroglyphs. Therefore, I'm asking the City Council to delay consideration of the IDO amendments to allow time for a full discussion of the amendment's impacts on regulation of development near the petroglyphs and how to best protect this resource that is so critical to Pueblo and other Native peoples. Thank you.
Atsa Chavez, followed by Maya King.
Good evening, President, council members. I'm Atsa Chavez. I'm an Albuquerque resident, constituent of Mr. Lewis, and from Giwa Pueblo and the Diné Nation. I'm here to urge the City Council to allow the words made earlier by Terry Sloan and take them to heart. We need meaningful tribal consultation and community engagement on land use and development. In particular, the current IDO process has failed to do so despite appeals made by tribal leaders. City of Albuquerque Resolution ROA 2-6-6-4 that requires a level of consultation was not followed. This was appealed, but the LUHO denied this without merit or explanation.
Ms. Chavez, I apologize. I'm going to go back into that. We have a special set of rules when it relates to particular appeals for housing. There's a way to comment on that comes here, but we just can't talk about those in a public setting today.
Thank you.
Councilors can't respond to you. So I'll ask you to talk about your general comments.
Okay.
Not a specific appeal.
Sure. The petroglyphs are a sacred site to Pueblo and indigenous people, yet despite the City of Albuquerque being a co-op management agency where there are state and federal processes that must be followed, this also was not done. The view space, light, cultural prayer spaces, cultural resources are currently at risk with this current IDO. You cannot, in good conscience, vote on IDO amendments before you meet the requirements for meaningful consultation without adverse results. Albuquerque is surrounded by Pueblo communities who have been here since time immemorial. They deserve that respect. You cannot expect us to, in good faith, continue to work on finding common grounds and solutions if you do not delay this vote. We ask you to please consider that, even if it's just a month, so that we can go through that process. We need to be able to be heard and be a part of that process so that we can meaningfully move forward. We know there's a housing crisis. We know there are issues at stake, but you cannot in good conscience move forward without consulting with tribes. Thank you.
Maya King, followed by David Bastien St. Ange.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maya King. I'm also with the group NEVA. I'd just like to add on to 2254. We have expressed that we are in support of Casitas. The housing crisis has to include infrastructure to prevent urban sprawl. We also have expressed we believe in the zoning code used in spaces such as the Bosque. It should be utilized in places such as the petroglyphs. And how do we ensure this? Tribal consultation, tribal consultation. Thank you.
David Bastien St. Ange, followed by Richard Smith. Richard Smith, followed by John Herrera. John Herrera, followed by Renee Horvath.
Mr. Herrera, go ahead while Mr. Smith is coming in. Go ahead.
Professional counselor by degree. I counseled Ken Sanchez, did a lot of footwork for him, and I hope that you guys someday will get buildings or rooms named after you. Many of the older ones like Isaac Benton there and Trudy Jones. And I'm going to plead, and I've talked to Clarissa Pena. My brother and my sister and I were inherited from my father a Trisco land grant, 5 acres, next to city acres on San Isidro and Sage, 90th and Sage. And what happens there is every other month or something like that, we get bills to clean our lot. The city, what they do is they send the tractors out there and they clean it and they have some black stuff. So I want to sell it to the city or to anybody to build these homes for these people that need it. And I'd like to see Isaac Benton and Jones and Saavedra took off on me. They've given a lot to this city here. And I thank you all for the job you're doing. And please do something with that 5 acres of ours on 90th and Sage. Instead of just sending us bills to clean it. My nephews don't live in this city. My brother has 1 acre, I have 2, my sister 3, and we just bust our butts cleaning and cleaning, and the city next door, do something with it, please. And thank you all.
Mr. Herrera,
Yes.
when we go to a break, Mr. Sursow, the gentleman right here at the table can connect you with somebody to talk about that.
That's what I wanted. I thought it was
He's the man.
Saavedra, but I guess you're the big shot
He's
now.
the man.
Okay. Well, let's
As soon as we're done here, we're gonna take a break in about 15 minutes, and you can do
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Richard Smith, followed by Renee Horvath.
Mr. Smith, welcome, and thank you for being here this evening.
Yes, Guati Hopa, they say Opaho and Sitawa. My name is Richard Smith. I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Pueblo of Laguna. I was asked to make this presentation this evening, reiterating the importance of the petroglyphs as a cultural and religious resource to the Pueblo of Laguna and other native peoples. Laguna and other pueblos have been here since long before the city of Albuquerque. It may be in recognition that Albuquerque is on Pueblo lands. The city has made commitments in the past to consult with tribes regarding the impact of city policies on Pueblos and other native peoples. That kind of government-to-government consultation has not happened regarding the impact of the IDO on the petroglyphs. Therefore, we ask the council to delay consideration of the IDO amendments to allow time for full discussion of the amendment's impact on regulation of development near the petroglyphs and how to best protect the resource that is so critical to the Pueblo Laguna as well as other native peoples. Thank you for your opportunity.
Renee Horvath, followed by Todd Clark on Zoom.
Good evening. I'm Renee Horvath. I'm from the West Side, and I'm with the West Side Coalition. So as you know, I'm very involved in the IDO every year since it's been passed. It was passed about in 2017, so it's not that old. We did like our old plans because they were more in scale and character with our area and preserved our cultural, natural, and historic features, we thought very well with our sector plans. And now that we've changed, you know, they promised that things would be a little more protective and not to worry, that the areas of consistency, which was our R1 zones, would be protected and not changed, and that we would direct more of the development in areas of change along our corridors, and they would be scale and character. But each year that we're involved, you keep changing the zoning, and it gets more intense and more dense. It's out of scale, out of character, adjacent to our open spaces. They just mentioned it because I've been involved in helping to create a national monument to protect that area. And the areas that we couldn't protect, we wanted good design out there. And right now, the building heights are tremendous. And around the city, I sent you a letter just to show you some of the problems that we're seeing with these tall apartments, 4 stories right behind people's homes. Nobody likes a 4-story right behind their home, and the 100-foot buffer is just not enough. So now you're asking, let's change the zoning and let's go higher and let's get rid of more parking. Well, they just cut 2 of our bus service on the west side and 11 throughout the city. So, you know, things have not gotten better. We have a lot of out-of-state developers building lots of apartments. And let's see, 49 I heard. And 15 of them are going to be affordable. But we're building all these apartments and they're not affordable? And our rents have gone sky high since the start of this IDO? And now you want to remove more zoning protections? And you think that's going to work?
Thank you, Ms.
So I'm just saying, you're misrepresenting that it's going to solve affordability and the homeless. Those are social issues. I want to solve those, but the zone changes won't work. So thank you.
Todd Clark, followed by Shirley Holden.
Good evening, councilors and President Davis. My name is Todd Clark, and I live in District 2. Been in the commercial real estate industry as an apartment investment broker and development consultant for the last 34 years. please pass O 2254 without any amendments. Doing so will allow the housing industry to meet the demand for all of the new jobs entering our market. Pending your approval this evening, the industry is working on a 6-step plan to lower the friction for the process, provide award-winning, pre-approved designs, shorten the time for approvals, provide a menu of costs for these dwelling units, and connect homeowners with financing, and finally, a mechanism to identify how much value this will add through their existing homes while helping our community solve our own housing crisis. Additionally, the ADUs and any other housing development is part of the overall property ladder. Building to one rung of the ladder frees up housings on the rungs above and below. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I just want to say that a 6-step process sounds great. And I think that that probably would have been a good idea for the public to know about or to have that finalized in order to maybe get a little bit more support from a lot of the constituents who have been speaking out in opposition.
Shirley Holden, followed by Russell Brito. Shirley Holden, can you unmute? I'll try to come back to you, Shirley. Thank you. Russell Brito, followed by Thomas McOwity.
Hello, Mr. President and councilors. I'm Russell Brito. I'm a member of the Los Griegos Neighborhood Association, LGNA, recognized by the city per the criteria of the NARO. Tonight, I'm also attending the annual meeting of the North Valley Coalition, also recognized by the NARO. This recognition criteria affords such a status to associations and coalitions, which provides decision makers and the public some assurance that stated positions and testimony are based on outreach, consensus building, transparency, and democratic processes. The LGNA supports the tenets of O2254 and most strongly supports accessory dwelling units as a permissive use in the RA and R1 zone districts per our letter in the record. We must acknowledge that the city and the county are in an ongoing housing crisis, and I urge you to take comprehensive, equitable action to address it tonight. Per the city charter, the city council's duties include establish and adopt 5-year goals and 1-year objectives with a corresponding and consistent budget, including human and family development goal. People are well sheltered, safe, and healthy with affordable housing options available throughout the city, not just in one neighborhood, one community, or one council district, but throughout the city. Public infrastructure goal. The community is adequately and efficiently served with well-planned, coordinated, and maintained infrastructure. And the sustainable community development goal. Communities throughout Albuquerque are livable, sustainable, and vital, including a mixture of densities, land uses, and pedestrian-friendly environments throughout the Albuquerque, not just in one neighborhood, one community, or one council district, but throughout the city. Infill development and internal densification equitably allowed in all neighborhoods, all communities, and in all council districts throughout the city is the most effective way to meet these goals, to shelter people, our family, our friends, our neighbors, our children and grandchildren, to maximize the utility of existing infrastructure instead of sprawling further out into the desert, and to sustainably develop communities with a mixture of densities, land uses, and pedestrian environments. Please build upon the common ground that has been expressed over the past 8 months and do not pass up this opportunity without first picking the low-hanging fruit of accessory dwelling units. ADUs as a permissive use with adequate design and parking requirements give homeowners more freedom to use their property without any adverse effects on their neighborhood.
Thank you, Russell.
Please vote for O2254.
Good to hear from you.
Thomas McOwity, followed by Jeremy Sment. Please unmute.
Hello.
There we go.
Yes, my name is Thomas Makowiti, and I have lived in Albuquerque for 22 years. I originally came as a student, and my wife and I have raised 2 children here, 2 boys. Now, upon turning the age of about 14, my 2 sons, usually, traditionally, and culturally, are supposed to move out of our house and live on their own. And when that happened, when my oldest son turned 14, we thought about doing that and we contemplated doing it in our backyard. However, that's not permissible by current rules. So we have contemplated turning that place into maybe right now we have there a shed, and we have contemplated turning that shed or turning the area into a gazebo or maybe greenhouse. And we believe that those are permissible by current rules. However, if that is so, if those are permissible, why would not a small ADU be permissible here as well? That's what we thought. That's what my sons thought, and we thought of doing that, but under current rules, we would not have been able to do that. We believe that if that were possible, then both my sons would be able to live there, maybe make an ADU 202, and then free up at least one rental space for someone else who really needs it. So I think voting yes for the Housing Forward initiative or proposition could be the spark that's needed to start chipping away at the 30,000 shortfall of homes that we know are needed in Albuquerque. So for me, I would say vote for this. Just for that reason alone, I would say vote for it. But there are many other reasons that people have said, including for me, the fact that I have a shed there, a shed is acceptable, but an ADU, maybe a tiny home, by current laws are not permissible. That doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
Jeremy Smith, followed by Shanoa Ba Jensen.
Thank you, Council President. I apologize, I don't have a video option right now, but I'd like to talk in favor of these zoning changes, specifically about the benefits of duplexes. So in our city, the median income is about $58,000, and for that you would qualify for a mortgage that was about $1,400. However, the median housing price is over $300,000, which would you have to have $2,400 to qualify. So for first-time home buyers, especially people from Gen Z, millennials who are maybe saddled with debt, this is a great opportunity to make a duplex because you can just put up a partition wall without changing the look and feel of the neighborhood or anything like that. Just put up a partition wall, and now get some cabinets and a sink from Restore or something, and you could be on your way to actually building equity and starting your upward growth and wealth, and that leads to a much more secure and safe community than with just rentals. The other is people kind of at the other end of the spectrum, the retirement age folks who might have bought a 4 or 5 bedroom house to raise a family, and now those kids have grown up and moved out, and they're sitting there looking at, we don't have the same pensions that we used to have. We haven't been able to put as much away with savings and inflation, and so in order to retire, it's kind of a dilemma. So this would be, again, a very cheap option if duplexes were permissive. You could simply go get yourself a quick permit, put up some walls. You don't have to put down gas, water, sewage, all the infrastructure for a casita, although I am in favors of casitas also. This would be a real simple option for normal folks that represent thousands and thousands of people in our community. There's a lot of really great reasons for that. So I hope you'll vote in favor of that, of these IDO changes. Thank you.
Shanoa Ba Jensen, followed by Camilla Fiebelman.
I am here to honor the voices of our indigenous people from Tiwa, Tewa, Toa, Tewa, Karis, Zuni, Dene, Athabaskan, Apache, Athabaskan, Dene speaking communities, and to honor what Terry Sloan had presented on and what other community members are sharing about meaningful tribal consultation process on all levels of city council matters, but also to support the Housing Forward ordinance with the partnership of meaningful tribal consultation. These are traditional indigenous homelands. University of New Mexico Hospital resides on Pueblo lands, the All Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, NACA, and many other businesses that attract tourism and economic development to the city are on the Indian Pueblo cultural lands. And so it's vital that you honor this and honor government to government relations, but also honor and value our people so that our teachers, our students aren't leaving. I work at a nonprofit clinic, and I also work as faculty at the University of New Mexico, trying to attract medical practitioners, nurses, and a lot of my college students can't afford to even live in Albuquerque after they graduate from UNM. They're getting recruited by other states in the US and they want to stay here. They love Albuquerque. They love what New Mexico represents to them. So please think about how to weave in the indigenous strengths of our communities. Our indigenous leaders are there. They're ready to meet with you and make Albuquerque to set a precedence amongst other urban areas and other. Thank you.
Camilla Fiebelman, followed by Maureen Skolrin.
Hi, thank you. My name is Camila Feibelman. I'm the director of the Rio Grande chapter of the Sierra Club, representing over 6,000 members in the greater Albuquerque area. First, thank you to all the counselors for your work to address the grave issues of providing homes for the unhoused, and in the Sierra Club's perspective, addressing issues of urban sprawl and their impact on global climate change, which I think we can feel in today's heat as we all make our way inside into the air conditioning. Our chapter and group have supported the amendments to the IDO to see casitas built, to see duplexes and certain height allowances for residences that are so very much needed. We'd also like to flag the need to ensure that there are proper protective overlays for the sacred places in our city that have already been impacted, and we hope that can be assured through your action. Thank you so much for your attention.
Maureen Skolrin, followed by Julie Dreike.
Hi, yes, I'm the chairperson for the Albuquerque Housing Authority, but I am speaking on my own behalf. I urge you to support the IDO changes. We need more housing. I bought a house in Northwest Albuquerque about 2 years ago, and it's about 50% bigger than the apartment I moved from. But the apartment now, the rental for the apartment costs more than the mortgage. But I also urge you to protect sacred sites and do any tribal consultation that's needed to do that. Thank you.
Julie Dreike, followed by Rachel Baca.
Good evening, Council President, members of the Council. I've spoken to you on numerous occasions and submitted writing in regards to my opposition to O2254 for several reasons, due to the flawed process, the option for specific legislation, including the fact that it doesn't address affordable housing. There are no set-asides for affordable housing, nor does it address the homeless issue. I've also offered suggestions for improvement and other housing options. So tonight, I'd ask you, if you do pass this, which I urge you not to, I ask, what will be your measures of success? How will you hold yourself and the mayor accountable to what's in Housing Forward to present to the community? When the planning department director told you about a month ago that there was not a measurement in place to measure some of the permitting that's within this bill, and there won't be a system in place for 16 months, how will we know if this is successful or not if you do pass it? I urge you to not pass. Thank you very much.
Rachel Baca, followed by Evelyn Rivera.
I'd like to share my screen before you start the timer.
Proceed.
Ms. Baca, what do you have to share with us this evening? I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just have a slide that's, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's just a little comparison here of Wilson Park.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Baca.
Okay, thank you. I'm Rachel Baca, president of Siesta Hills Neighborhood Association. I want to talk about Wilson Park on San Pedro. It's very near the gateway and adjacent to 3 schools, a public middle school, a charter school, and a Catholic school. Wilson Park was renovated about 2 years ago with more than 1.5 million in improvements to the park and pool. The left side of the screen is the announcement that still lives on the city's website, touting the improvements to grass, installation of sprinklers and sidewalks, and lighting and safety features. The project was funded through a federal grant administered by FCS. And the goal of the grant was to address economic development and affordable housing needs in underserved communities. Fast forward to 2023 on the right side of my slide, and the magnetization effect of Gateway is happening, as is the refusal by the city and APD to enforce trespassing, littering, vandalism, and public drug use ordinances. The sprinklers are broken, the grass is dying, the park is littered with needles, foils, human waste, the walls are covered with graffiti, and the overall effect is it's a park that's not safe for families. Myself and many neighbors report daily to 311 and 242 cops, as well as posting on the 311 app. The response is never immediate, never thorough, and the park fills back in as soon as waste removal trucks leave. This past Father's Day and Juneteenth weekend, I posted to the app 5 times with the hope that the park would be cleaned up so families could feel safe using it to celebrate the holidays. Here's a typical response that I got from my 311 post. This is reviewed daily. Also, this is done as a courtesy. This is beyond the Gateway scope. My team goes out daily as well as parks, APD, and security. The park is also under jurisdiction of parks. I'm not sure what's meant by reviewed daily, but I'm not sure why it falls upon the community to report this, which should be patrolled. What a waste of a beautiful park. You can see here why we here in D6 are left scratching our head when we are dismissed by virtue signalers who try to make this small park safe to use. When we see the beautiful renovations to Los Altos and North Domingo Baca Aquatic Center, and all we want to do is clear encampments from this small park. Thank you.
Ms. Baca. Before we go to our next speaker, I see Director Simon here, and so I want to follow up to that very briefly. Director, could you come help us really quickly? I want to get an update on sort of the status of the maintenance at Wilson Park. And while I'm coming, I want to ask, I know that and this may be a family community thing, but Wilson Park is within the quarter-mile radius for the neighborhood agreement for the Gibson Center to do encampments on a daily, encampment removal and service on a daily basis, but that has been a challenge for us in the past. So, Mr. Sershaw, I'll ask maybe if you could help us follow up with that. Director, I know my office has been in touch with Parks Department. Your staff has been giving us some updates, but I understand there's some issues with sprinklers or other things in the park, the infrastructure in the park and keeping the grass alive and other things. Can you give us an update there? I know this has been an ongoing issue.
Sure. Council President Davis, thank you for the question. Look, I appreciate our citizens' engagement and their care and concern for this park and all parks where we hear that level of citizen concern. The first thing I would say is that about 2/3 of the money was spent on the pool in that project.
Yeah.
And that 2/3 of the project is going swimmingly. That part is succeeding very well. And so we can't forget that we invested money for a 2-part kind of approach there. And a lot of it is going well, and we should continue to build on that.
Agreed.
Now, on the park side, of course, yes, we redesigned that park with certain goals in mind, some of which have worked very well. For example, our new kind of park design approach to fencing, it was intended to limit the amount of large objects that could get into parks. It's worked. It hasn't solved the problem of those objects being not in the park, but close by. It also does not address the issues of First Amendment uses of the park. And those are among the most difficult issues for us as a city to work with. I appreciate our citizens reporting, because she's accurate when she reports that we are there frequently, almost daily. APD is almost there daily. FCS and ACS are literally in this park daily, and we're doing our best. I think that different strategies are needed to really address the full range of challenges we have there. But when it comes to the grass and other things like that, we've got plans to try to fix what we can fix there and bring some of these things that have suffered some impact back.
Thank you, Director. Would you do us a favor? Could you get us an update on the maintenance requirements for Wilson Park as it is today or most recently?
Sure.
But let me ask very quickly, then we'll move on because we have one or two more speakers, and then I know we've had some business. But you mentioned that we need a new approach, and it's not just Wilson, it's some of our other parks. And so when we have these 311 responses, and sometimes ACS goes, sometimes PD goes, sometimes Parks goes, sometimes encampment teams go, depending on sort of what magic words get into the 311 magic. You say we need a new response. Who's responsible for coordinating that to own the community city response and coordinate that appropriately so that we're not doing 111 311 calls every day?
Right. Council President Davis, if there's an encampment issue, a 311, or an issue that we recognize proactively, and it's on a park, first of all, it is a priority 1 area for immediate response, and that response is Parks takes the lead on encampments on park property. Sometimes we do need APD to assist us, and that team then approaches the issue. The other social service, outreach services that the other 2 departments offer, of course, they're offered continually. But when it comes to the direct response to an encampment on a park, that is ours to coordinate.
Thanks.
And we do.
Thank you, Director. And maybe we should follow Mr. Ursal. Help us figure out, like, it's not just this park, but there are a few that are sort of, since the closure of Coronado Park, are taking on more than their fair share all across our city in different areas. And I don't want to extend this part of our meeting this evening, but maybe over a break, I'd love to reevaluate sort of how we're triaging those. Who is responsible ultimately for, if we're getting so many, when we get above so many daily calls, who's responsible for the big picture plan instead of just doing that? And I think it would be a good conversation for us to return to, and I appreciate your help.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. I'm sorry, Mr. Cornelius. We had a couple more speakers, I think.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Evelyn Rivera, followed by Shirley Holden.
Good evening, Mr. President and council members. My name is Evelyn Rivera. I was telling some friends about Housing Forward when a young woman who recently moved to Albuquerque replied, "Welcome to San Diego." And so I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, and I quote, "They did this to San Diego and it was super hard to afford living there. Even the older neighborhood I was in for 5 years had torn down older single-family homes and turned the lots into these insane 4 to 7 story, super expensive condo apartments popping up constantly. Made my rent go up, and most of the houses in my neighborhood turned into Airbnbs run by people I never saw." So there's firsthand experience. As a certified residential real estate appraiser, I think people need to know that they can put ADUs on their properties with a conditional use permit. ADUs are not cheap. I think it would probably cost around $125,000 to $150,000 to build one on the backyard. Just because you build a building on your yard does not increase the value of the property. In fact, if you land up being adjoining to a multi-family property, that fact lowers the value of your property. Over 800 people have signed a petition asking you to vote no on O-2254, and I am also asking you to vote no on O-2254. Thank you.
Shirley Holden. Mr. President, Shirley may be experiencing some technical difficulties. I'll be sure and contact her to see how I can help. That does conclude general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. And we appreciate all the speakers and for your attention this evening. We have no appeals or approvals. We're going to move to final actions, and as promised, we're going to take up item B very briefly. I think it will be brief, but our county commission chair I thought was here. There she is. Madam Chair, come on down. We'll get you here in just a second. So we're going to take item B, which is R144. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. R144 is approving a joint powers agreement between the City of Albuquerque and the County Commissioners of Bernalillo County, establishing the Middle Rio Grande Housing Collaborative. I move it do pass. And, Mr. President, we do also have a floor substitute. I think the only thing this does is change the title. And so I'll move the, actually, I think I have to move that the rules be suspended first before we can consider it tonight. Mr. Moya?
Yeah, let's move the floor sub, Councilor Benton, and then we'll do a suspension if it passes so that we can do the
Okay, so I'll move the floor substitute for R144.
We have a second from Councilor Jones. Councilors, any discussion on the motion for a substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand for the clerk. Councilor Lewis, how do you vote? Thank you. All that's unanimous. Councilor Benton, you now need a rule suspended.
Thank you. I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of allowing R144 to be adopted the same evening it's substituted.
A second from Councilor Jones again. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor of the rule suspension for the purpose of allowing that to be adopted this evening, say yes. I'm sorry, Councilor Hassan.
Mr. President, before I decide on whether or not I'm willing to proceed with adopting this tonight, I would like to know exactly what it's doing, and I think it would be beneficial. I mean, I've read it, but I think that we should hear about it before we just say that, because the public might want to know too.
Sure.
Exactly what this is doing when it's moving very quickly.
Sure. Well, why don't we do this, Councilor Benton? The motion on the floor is for the rule suspension. If it's okay with you, why don't we let you introduce the bill as you'd like, and then take the commissioner and our public speakers and come back.
It's a one-pager, so I'll
There you
just
go.
read it. Get to it in just a second. Thank you. So basically, this is a companion resolution. County Commission Chair Baca is here to speak to it. They passed it, I believe, unanimously last night, and it's really saying that we're going to work together on housing. It doesn't go into a lot of detail about it yet, but the creation of a collaborative, I think what we have intended thus far, if I could summarize it, is that we need an entity that's different from our housing authority, that's different from what Family and Community Services does, although it could take on some of what both those entities do. But importantly, that's focused on the development and production, not focused on housing vouchers, not focusing on counts of people on the street and et cetera that we know are problems, but rather focusing on the actual identification of sites and of creating partnerships with both public and private entities to build more housing than we're doing currently. And so a lot of what we do currently and historically in the city of Albuquerque is do low-income housing tax credit projects. We compete with the rest of the state on those. We're lucky we might get one. Every couple of years, we'll get a tax credit awarded to a contract. But that typically does not produce more than 50, maximum 100 dwelling units every 2-year budget cycle. So we're really focusing on the efforts of both entities. And you know, this is very aspirational right now. But I have to say, I've been in some meetings with staff and with electeds, and I think people are very enthusiastic about it, and it will be a first, I think, in this field for the city and the county to work together. So that's really what it's about. We're trying to keep on that same timeline. The reason we feel we needed to get it passed tonight is because they've passed it, and we'd like to be working on it this summer during the July break. And that's pretty much it. Councilor Bassan, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure Commissioner Baca would as well.
Commissioner, welcome, and thank you for being here. So he kind of spoiled the news, but I hear the
No.
county has news. They did their job.
Yes, thank you, President Davis. Thank you, Councilor Benton.
And Councilor Bassan, your question is very relevant. It's really important to us to move together to address the housing crisis that we are experiencing. And as we all know, you know, a problem of this magnitude, it needs a multifaceted approach. This is one of those ideas that's a long range, a big vision. It's a joint powers agreement between Bernalillo County and the city of Albuquerque, which I think is unique, but not so much, you know, in the country. There are other examples of this. So what this does is set the stage, set us up to work together. We have seed money that both the council and the county commission has put forward to do some of this initial planning, but we really are talking about a development arm, and that's what we do not have in the city or in the county right now. We have very good services for public housing and vouchers. This would be an addition to that. This would be stronger and better together, is what we were talking about on the commission last night. We had robust discussions about these, and it was passed unanimously. And so I am here to urge your support for a very important partnership. And our county manager is ready to, as well as the commission, is ready to work with the administration and with the city council to move this forward, because I think it really does need all of us as a community, as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Councilor, if it's okay, maybe we have a few public commenters, public speakers that we'll let come up, and then we'll decide what to do about this matter on the floor. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Winter Torres, followed by Andrea Calderon.
Ms. Torres, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm here to speak in support of the Middle Rio Grande Housing Collaborative. Again, my name is Winter Torres, and I am the director of the New Mexico Eviction Prevention and Diversion Program. We've been funded by Emergency Rental Assistance federal funds for the last year and a half, almost 2 years, but our operation is coming to a close at the end of June, on June 30th. And though there is some funding in the state fiscal year 24 budget, it is unclear how that's going to be allocated and be pushed out. The last 1.5 years has given me really stark insight into our housing crisis and its impact upon the most vulnerable in our communities, including Native Americans. LFC put out a report last month. Rent has gone up by 70%, 70, since 2017. Wages have only gone up by 15%, 15. Homelessness is up by 48%. 70% of eviction cases happen in Bernalillo County Metropolitan Court of all the states. So 70% of all eviction cases happen here. 1% of plaintiffs are responsible for 35% of eviction cases. 5% are responsible for 64% of eviction cases. So that is major, those are major complexes. May is the highest eviction filing rate we've seen since before the pandemic. We are seeing the spike and the wave now that the rest of the country saw upon their moratorium rollback. We're seeing it back as we roll back rental assistance. All of the supports are going away. Metro Court has used to have 4 judges handling evictions. Now they have 3. They were doing 25 cases per week. Now they're doing 40 or 45. An enormous amount of solutions need to happen very, very quickly. And I think I encourage you to pursue this collaborative, but also work with all of the other work groups, the governors, the nonprofits.
Thank you, Mr.
There's not a cohesive approach right now, and we need solutions.
Agree with that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Calderon.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Happy birthday. And good evening, President Davis and City Council. Similar to Ms. Torres, I have some suggestions for improving the establishment of such a joint body. So I wanted to take a moment first to ground us in the history of policymaking around housing in New Mexico. There's been a legacy of racial covenants that is not unbeknownst to residents who have taken a look at their deeds that are in the foothills of Albuquerque or neighborhoods that were in primarily middle-class areas, as was found by Stephen Scott, who's a senior policy advisor currently on the diversity and inclusion team at the National Institutes of Health. He focused on housing research and discrimination within housing policy in New Mexico during his time at UNM. So the legacy of discriminatory policies, continues into 1921 for the alien land laws that were established post-World War I. And discriminatory practices persisted during lending developed by the Albuquerque Bank and that were established by their securities map that currently lives at UNM Library. In '68, we also have an urban renewal project that launched Albuquerque into that process that came along with governing bodies that were appointed by the city and Bernalillo County that persisted in establishing policies that increased segregation and discrimination of residents in the city and continue to do so. And so my suggestion is that for this new governing body or decision-making body that is established to first study potential for development, that the City Council consider forming a joint committee that also includes elected residents that would balance the voice included in that decision-making body. To that end, I encourage that the application process be created for residents and that compensation for residents' time be provided, such as that provided for advisors from the joint entities.
Thank you.
I have one more. Is that okay if I say one more sentence? Okay, thank you. I hate to suggest additional red tape, but I also encourage that if a body be created without resident voice, which is known to occur, that processes related to equity analyses be undertaken during the policy-making process, considering especially that we're moving towards market-driven approaches persistent in our housing policy. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, that concludes comment on R144.
So Councilors, we're back on the question. I'll ask maybe Councilor Bassan, you started a question there. I'll leave it to you if there's still one there.
Mr. President, Commissioner Baca said that this is going to be something that makes us stronger and better. I'm wondering, what is this? What is going to happen? This collaborative that's going to happen. I get that there's Exhibit A, and it's about planning and evaluating and studying and prioritizing and finding equity building investments. And I'm not opposed to this collaborative. I'm hesitant to do something immediately tonight with this collaborative. And so I would like to know what this is, what are the details of the agreement, and specifically, what is the city's responsibility versus the county's responsibility? Something that was not explained is that in this floor substitute, there's $500,000 that's being allocated in order to do this. So the city's ponying up $500,000. What's the county going to pay? What is it going to be for? When is this going to happen? Who's going to make the decisions? And I really have a lot of questions. So I would be willing to support, probably support the collaborative. I don't know if I'm going to be able to support moving it with action tonight.
Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is the second time the council has considered this. This is the second step in something that was passed earlier in the year, and again, unanimously by both bodies, as far as I know, that we would make this next step. This is fairly skinny language here. If you look at it, it's saying we are going to work together and that we will have a joint powers understanding as to how the basics of how we work. This has been hashed out between our city attorneys and the county attorney. They're paying an equal amount. Each entity is putting in $500,000 towards getting some administration going. We will need to have hire a coordinator and move forward with this. But what's clear is, and I invite the administration to speak on it as well, um, there's the human resources of the city and the county that need to be working together for housing. But there's also a need to look at the overall resources that are available to meet the need. And the need will not be solved, as people have said, necessarily by zoning reform. The zoning reform is only a small part of what needs to happen in order to even come close to meeting the need of within our community as a whole. So this is a starting point, and there's complete agreement between, as far as I know, between the administration and the council, as again gave its okay to start moving forward on this, and we're ready to start moving forward on it. We have agreement on these are the JPAs are identical essentially between the two, and they're intentionally kept very, very close to the point. Yeah, the reason would be to get moving on it. Now, what it is, Councilor Bassan, I don't know exactly myself. What I know is that we put a lot of effort and a lot of money, mostly federal pass-through money, by the way. And the more you have of local investment, then the more federal pass-through you're going to get, the more tax credit projects you can probably be successful at competing for, et cetera. But the overall intent is to build capacity. So, there are a lot of things that are being discussed between the two entities, the city and the county, about building capacity, also about working with CNM and working with industry, as some people have described, to build a human infrastructure of builders that we've lost since the Great Recession of 2008 and 2009. We've lost tremendous numbers in that area. So a lot of good discussions going on, right? Can I characterize them all? Have we agreed on all of those between these two entities? First, we have to agree to have discussions to agree, and that's what the JPA is about.
Back to Councilor Bassan, then we're going to go to the administration. I have a quick comment, then maybe we'll try to close this and see where we go. Councilor Bassan. Okay. Councilor Payne.
I struggle with wanting to already agree to do, again, I think that on the surface, the joint powers agreement sounds great. I've always been wondering why we don't work more with the county. Why doesn't the county work with us versus, oh, Albuquerque's Albuquerque, even though we're in the county, and that whole argument. But I really struggle when I'm hearing, well, we're going to have to undergo a large zoning reform when we can't even get through this tumultuous process that we have coming up on the agenda tonight. But why is this necessary in order to accomplish the building capacity in housing? Why do we need a joint powers agreement? Why can't we just work together? I think it's ridiculous that we're going to spend $500,000 to have an agreement to come up with a plan. I'm also hesitant because Gateway is a great plan. It's turning into a fabulous plan of planning and planning and planning and planning. And I'm concerned about that. And I think that to get a floor substitute, I think typically, Mr. Moya, if I'm correct, if we have a floor substitute, traditionally, we don't act on it at the same meeting. It would be at the next meeting that we would actually move forward with a decision, unless we vote to override that and suspend the rule. Am I correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, yes, that's correct. That's the motion on the floor, would be to suspend those rules in order to act on it tonight.
Okay. I just wonder what would be the alternative if this didn't happen, or, how is this necessary in order to accomplish building capacity when it comes to affordable housing?
Let me go to Councilor Pena really quickly, take her question, then we'll go to the administration, come back to the sponsor, and see if we can close all those loops. If that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd actually like to hear from the administration before I make my comments, just because, I'm generally supportive of this. We've talked about this over the years. It's just I would, lie with what Councilor Bassan is saying is that at minimum, like to just get a briefing. I know that this conversation is being had. I don't really know what exactly is going on. Councilor Benton just said that we're going to be splitting 50-50 The fiscal impact analysis says that the city will make the initial contribution, so that's not consistent with what's being said. So I think I'd like to find out what they came up with, other than just, we are just planning to meet, to come up with a plan.
Mr. Al.
Mr. President and councilors, if you look at the resolution, there is an attachment to the resolution that describes a general structure of what this JPA is really about. The purpose of it is the city and the county agreed to focus on this collaborative effort with long-range planning for development and redevelopment of property for the purposes of planning, creating, and preserving safe, sustainable, affordable housing, and prioritizing the renovation of affordable housing assets. The rationale for creating a structure like this is that, as with anything else, you will have fiduciary responsibility for the taxpayers of the city of Albuquerque, and the county commissioners do the same for the government they are responsible for operating. The issue of creating a JPA is that if we can combine the funds and the assets of both entities as it relates to housing, a structure like this is necessary, or else we're going to end up with, unlike other traditional means, we end up with assets here that have to be distributed and managed accordingly. The challenge has been throughout the years is that the county is doing its thing and we're doing our thing. And the thought is that if combined, the two entities would combine and put their resources, i.e. in particularly their financial resources, to create projects and projects that have longer term, if you will, impacts on the housing crisis that's before us. There are two different zoning codes, no question about it. The county zoning is very different from the city zoning. In some instances, the county moves a lot faster because the units are not in the city limits, and so they have more flexibility. In some other areas, we have more interest in doing infill, where we have projects that might help neighborhoods, and we often find ourselves with not enough resources, and the city is part of the county, and therefore there's an opportunity to pool our funds together. But more importantly, as we look at the long-term, if you will, opportunities with the state has made housing a bigger and bigger issue. They are looking at regional approaches for these opportunities to put these funds into regional, if you will, approaches to housing. This makes sense if you look at this as an opportunity to pool our resources. And there is no question, as Councilor Benton said, we're walking down the path to review and create the plan. Part of this funds will be utilized to hire some folks to come in and give us some expertise and structure in terms of how other regions have put their funds, to commingle their funds and worked on these projects. Also how to access federal dollars that we may not have the option to access today. So it is a bit of a endeavor to put these two entities together, but again, to maybe address one Councilor Bassan, your question, if we don't do it in a collaborative manner of this structure, it's my perspective that we'll all continue to do our own thing, and neither entity has enough money to do its thing in a way that makes an impact collectively. And I think this is at least the start in bringing that together.
Councilor Pena, back to you if you want to follow that. Otherwise, I'll go back to Councilor Bassan, and then I have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still think I'm supportive, so everything that you're telling me, I'm supportive of. I think it's something that's important. I'd just like to know a little bit more information. I did read the comments, the staff write-up, and you know, I'm just interested in who's going to be the decision-making body. I know a commenter said about community members. I know that's really important. I know the Albuquerque Housing Authority has community members who sit on that board. And then also it says that the commission will hire the person. So I'm just, you know, I just have a few questions. I'd like to be briefed on it. So I support this. I just would wait for a briefing, and then we can defer it, or if you guys pass it, pass
And Mr. President, if I might just make one little point of clarification, because I had the same thought you had, Councilor Pena. When I saw the word commission, my first thought was Bernalillo County Commission. Actually, the commission that's referred to in the JPA are the actual members that will be sitting on, if you will, on this authority, if you will. It'll be 2 appointed by the city, 2 appointed by the county, and then the 4 members will appoint a 5th member to be the governing structure, if you will. And that's, but I had the same, when I first read it, I thought, Commissioner, is this all Bernalillo County? But it's not, it's just the term that was used to identify the members of this authority.
Thank you. Let me have my, or Councilor Pena, if you're done there. Here's what I think. I know folks want to take a break, and I do too. But I think this is important. It's not a first look at this council, even at the city level. We passed resolutions earlier with our intent to do this, supporting wanting to do this. I really do see this as sort of I'll be more blunt and just say, I agree with Mr. Real. Like we've been doing our thing. The county's been doing theirs. We've missed some opportunities. We've all talked about that. Quite frankly, the city sometimes can be slower in getting these projects out. In many cases, the city, my experience with the city is more personal. The city has put extra burdens and hurdles in the way that may not be necessary. For instance, we have this rule that we'll only do development in certain housing initiatives with nonprofits, but there's no reason except somebody just decided that. And so that's an administrative hurdle that stopped us from doing that. But when I look at things that do work well, that kind of don't make the front page of the paper every week, that just work really well, I have to say, like, the Water Authority is a really good example. We took that out of the city years ago, long before I was here. Put the city and the county, appoint folks to work on it. We put professionals in charge of it. We give them a funding stream, give them a task, and they go do that job. And they do it really, really well. And this, to me, feels very much like that. We said we need a new approach. We need to move faster. We need to put dollars out the door faster. I know we've had some meetings with the administration in the last week or so, some of us. I'm disappointed in the number of units we've created with the huge amount of money that this council has allocated and lack of an overall arching plan. But part of that is infill private development, matching dollars for private developers on projects that are smart, ready to go, and can move. And this, quite frankly, could do that a lot faster and better than we can. And so your point about Gateway is well taken. There's a ton of money over there, and there's very little result at the moment. I want to see us put some pros in charge and get that done. And I don't think it's new to us. We have looked at it. And also, just be honest, like, I think if this needs to get done, I think we need to get started. I want to see folks moving. The intent here is to have this folks working on this over our July break, bring us some points back, some plans back, some initiatives, appoint those folks. And so I think my concern is deferring it now puts us to middle of the fall. Elections are here. We miss months of opportunity. And so I think my intent would be get this done now so that when the funds are available in the budget in a week and a half, we can start drawing those down if that group, that new commission, that new JPA group can manage those appropriately. And we always have the right to go in and amend it. But there has been a lot of work here. I think it's important, and quite frankly, it's just a way to move money faster on a very specific need, and I think we absolutely have it. So that's why I think it's okay to do that. But Councilor Bassan, back to you.
Mr. President, I'm not comfortable moving forward. I get that we need to keep things together and streamlined, but I know that this is not the first time we've heard of this bill. I know we voted on it. I understand that. If I know all of you also have been very distracted with a couple other bills that have been in front of us, and I'll give my apology. I wish I would have reached out for staff to give me a briefing on this because I didn't quite realize that it was such a big deal coming up at such a time that it was going to need such speed. So I'll do my homework, but I stand where I stand. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. The motion on the floor is for a motion to suspend the rules to allow this resolution to be adopted this evening's meeting. Pursuant to our rules, 2/3 of the councilors present must vote in the affirmative, so that means 6 of 9. Councilor Benton, motion to close.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I realize that this may not move forward based on the discussion, but I wanted to give County Commission Chair Baca a chance to also respond. This has been a collaborative effort, and again, R23-106 passed unanimously by this council. I believe it was in early March. It did describe the makeup of the board. It did set this month, councilors, this month as the deadline for us to come up with a JPA. And Commissioner Baca and I have been holding that deadline over the heads of lawyers and all these folks who've been trying to write this in a very careful way. And so I'll just let her give it one more stab here.
Then Councilor Benton, and I really appreciate your concern and your care that you are giving to this. What I will tell you is the county has allocated our $500,000 to this. We approved our resolution and in agreement to create this JPA back in February. It was right before it came to you, I guess, in your first March meeting. So we have been talking about that at this level. And then we have been working with a working group to try and flesh this out. Partnerships are really hard. We all know that. And to get this to where we are now by the deadline, which was June, is pretty amazing. And I'm very proud that we have worked with all of our lawyers on both sides. We've worked with staff on both sides. We've met with the administration. I believe they do support this. And so I really urge your support today because you've heard about what this crisis of housing is that we are dealing with. This is just another tool. It could be that it could be a bigger tool in the future that we haven't even looked at yet. So I am offering this as a real partnership, and I will commit my services personally to all of you to, talk with you about it and commit the county. As I said, we adopted this last night unanimously, and we are all in. So I hope that you, as our partners in the city, are all in too. So thank you.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I'll be quick. It's been a full collaboration, not with me. I'm sorry, I didn't get a briefing. The working group didn't circle back with me. And it sounds to me like didn't circle back. It's like, I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I don't know all the details of what has happened in the working group. We typically get briefings. So I would like to be briefed on it, please.
Seeing no other, Councilor Benton.
Mr. President, yeah, we'll just go to the vote, but I just, I did want to say the working group was not made up of electeds. It was made up of staff, based on our 23-106. So urge your support on suspending the rules so that we can get this passed tonight and move forward with the work.
The motion to suspend the rules requires 6 votes in the affirmative. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand until the clerk can count.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed say no. 1, 2, 3. The rule suspension passes. We are on the motion for final approval. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we need to move the floor substitute, correct?
We did move a floor sub, so I think we're on
Now
moving the bill as substitute.
It's just we're considering it as substituted tonight. So thank you for that. Yeah, I think I pretty much said everything I know about it. It's, to me, this is one area where, and we talked a little bit, we have another bill tonight about the structure of local government, but I mean, this is an area where we could do so much more together. And I've had some discussions with administration about this and making sure that they were on board with it. And there, I think there's some opportunities here for funding housing. So never mind our $500,000 each. That's, trying to just get something running with folks who can move the ball forward with and doing the right research and planning and understanding of the local market and so forth. But I think it's really remarkable, and I'm so encouraged that we are working together with the county on something. When they passed the behavioral health tax, that was held very tightly by the county, and I'm not knocking it, it's not even people who are on the commission anymore, but it was held very tightly in terms of that funding, and actually, a former Commissioner O'Malley may want to speak to that at some point. But nonetheless, this I think there's some real opportunities in terms of funding what we need to do, because scratching away for some workforce housing funds every couple of years, and thank you for all of you who've supported that, but that isn't going to get us there where we need to go with the production of housing in the city. So I urge your support to move this forward and get the work underway.
Councilors, we'll take that as a close unless there's any other. I didn't really call for any other questions. Seeing none, all those in favor of R-144 as substituted, say yes, raise your hand.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All those opposed? 1. The matter carries 8-1. Thank you, councilors. All right, the council's going to take our normal dinner break. We'll try to be back a little before 8:30, and then we're going to take the rest of our agenda items easiest to hardest as they're laid out. So that'll put IDO at the end for those of you waiting on that one. We'll see you in about 30 minutes.
the,
Push button's a little.
I'm just.
We're ready to start. Is everybody here? Let's do this. Oh, got it. Got to
Yeah,
push it
that-
really hard.
All right, folks, welcome back to round two. We are going to start with R141. This relates to the redevelopment, leasing, and sale of an MR development project within the University metropolitan area. Approving that development entitled El Parador, I think, is that right? Yeah, El Parador redevelopment tax, about $1, abatement application, and authorizing the exclusion and delivery of a lease agreement, and all of those things. I move a new pass. I heard Councilor Feeblecorn first as a second. I don't think we have a couple of speakers, but let me get to, actually, let's do speakers first, and then we'll let them respond. Mr. Cornelius, I don't
Thank
know
you,
that I see
Mr.
all of them here, but let's see what we can do.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Dennis Gromelski, followed by Tad Nimitsky.
Come on down, Ted.
Tad Nimitsky, followed by Dennis Gromelski.
Excuse me. Can you start monitor, projector? I'm sorry?
Tad, it looks like it's not working, but let's see what we can do without it for the moment. And you're welcome, if you have something, we'll pass it around for folks.
Yeah, I got only one copy.
That's okay. Whatever works for best. We can either share it or you can tell us about it and he can pass it after, whatever's easier. Go ahead, Mr. Neminsky. Go ahead. We can't wait for everybody to do it, but you
Yeah,
can
but I
speak.
needed the information passed verbally.
Okay. Yep. We have a picture of it now, Ted, so you can go ahead. We'll get that back to you, Mr. Moya.
Thank you. My name is Ted Neminsky. Well, here is not only changing zoning in the issue, who wants to live or own property next door to 3-story, 3 feet? That's a violation of 3-story in this neighborhood, violation zoning laws. In order to change it, should be encouraged to file a lawsuit, because that's all kind of violation. Way of living, that's not the way the people purchase this housing nearby. That's not what they expected. So that should be charged in court of law. Now, looking to not only to backyard, but bedroom window from 3-story building. How that would feel any one of you. Now, what I pass it to you, that is city owns it, city purchase. Developer, contractor from Berlin, who shows only PO box. So where this money, construction money, our tax money go? To Valencia County in Berlin. So those are main issue. And why Benton wants it? Because he gets piece of pie from developer and so on. Thank you.
Dennis Gromowski. That concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Real or Mr. Bruner, anything from the administration? I think this is a pretty standard MR project, but any questions from the council? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion for a due pass say yes and raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Thank you, councilors. We've already done item B, which was 144. Councilor Benton, you're back. R85.
Thank you, Mr. President. R85 is nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 3709 Lombardi Road Northwest, 87105, aka 3711 Lombardi Road Northwest, 87105. So ruined, damaged, and dilapidated as to be a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, or safety, and that it is required to be removed. For discussion purposes, I'll move a due pass.
Second. I have a second from Councilor Jones. Councilor Benton.
And I guess we'll hear from our planning department.
Welcome back. Can you give us a brief history on this property?
Sure. Mr. President, members of council, the property located at 3709 Lombardi has been a nuisance property for quite some time. We've had code enforcement visit the property 217 times over the past few years. APD calls for service have been, there have been 16. AFR calls for service, there have been 1. We have code enforcement along with solid waste department have boarded up the property 19 times. We've cleaned up the property at 10 times. We We've been deferring this one since January when it first came up. Is Raquel here by chance? No. So unfortunately, she's made some progress with the property to include fencing the property, cleaning the property, boarding it on her own. She's still experiencing break-ins of the property. However, the structures, which are the main concern, have not been addressed at this time. And she made a commitment to the code enforcement team that she would update us on any progress or plans as to what she was going to do with the structures. And to date, she has not supplied us with anything. And so there has been no movement on the structures themselves, and they are still a nuisance property.
Thank you. I know we have Director Varela available on Zoom. Director, is there anything else you wanted to add this evening, or are you just here for questions? I think that's a no. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Ben, anything further or anything to close?
Sorry. If there's not any progress on demolition or even being in touch with you, is that what we're hearing, Jeremy?
Yes, sir.
You know, I think we come to a point where if there's no communication, then we start to become liable in a sense. So, but I stand by what some of the discussions we've had, and Councilor Pena typically votes against these, and I understand exactly why. You know, I hate to see the structures removed, you know. Sometimes we hear the old story, well, it's cheaper to tear it down than to build it new. That's not necessarily true, even on an old building. But in this case, there's one of the two buildings that's really bad. The other one's less bad, I suppose you could describe it. But if we can't get communication from the owner, I think we're left with no other choice.
Seeing no other comment, we'll take that as a close. Councilors, all those in favor of the motion for R85, say yes and raise your hand. All those opposed? That matter carries 7-1 with Councilor Lewis excused. Next up, Councilors Sanchez and Grout, P1, that goes along, by the way, with R131. So we'll have a discussion on both. Maybe we'll take public comment on both items, if that's okay with the sponsors, and then we'll just break out those votes as we need to at the end. So, Councilors, P1.
P23-1, adopting a proposition to be sent to the voters at the regular local election, proposing to amend the Albuquerque City Charter to adopt a council management form of government. That's Sanchez and Grout. The bill proposes to submit a city charter amendment question to the voters. Again, it's to the voters at the city's regular local election to be held November 7th, 2023. If approved by the voters, again, approved by the voters, this charter amendment would change the city's form of government from the current mayor-council form to a council-manager form consisting of a governing body and a professional administrator to function as a city manager and chief administrative officer. I move a due pass, and I have a few more comments.
I will second it.
And Councilor Grout to second. We'll go back to Councilor Sanchez and then go to Councilor Grout, and then we'll go to other questions.
Okay, so we're going to go to me first and then to the, okay. Okay, councilors, as we were going through our meeting today, we had I'm directing this to the councilors. We had a lot of different incidents come up. Councilor Davis, you said one of your comments today was, let's the pros decide. Let's let the pros decide. We also heard from Councilor Benton, talking about how he sees how there's substance to actually having conversation in reference to changing our form of government, because we see more often than not administration that's either not paying attention, not listening, not taking what we're talking about serious. So when we ask questions, we should deserve and get an answer in return. And it doesn't happen. These kinds of things have been going on. I know one of the past meetings, Councilor Benton says that there's a lot of good things that have gone away and just went with the wind because these certain things weren't looked at. And they're good things, good policy for the citizens. We also heard about a planning issue where there was no response from the administration. We also heard about IDO issue that we heard from the citizens that there was not enough transparency on the IDO. We heard about the lack of bus drivers. We also know we have a lack of police officers. We know that we are in a major crime problem right now in the city of Albuquerque. We have a housing shortage. We have so many issues that are going on in Albuquerque that need long-term solutions, need solutions that are going to pass one administration, carry on to the next administration, and the next, and the next, and the next, in order to make our city a better city. That's what this is all about. It's about giving the voters a chance to make sure that our city is a better city. You know, why can't we just let the voters and the citizens decide? Why do we pull that from them? It's up to the voters and the citizens that we elect. We elect these citizens, these voters elect us. They put us into office trusting that we're going to make the right decisions for them. It's very, very important that we don't close their mouths, that we let the voters make this very, very big decision. This is a decision that we have not given to our voters in over 50 years. 50 years. Think of all the different things that have happened in 50 years, and think of all the different mayors that have happened. Think about all the different cities who have just blown by us in all kinds of different ways. Infrastructure. When you look at El Paso, infrastructure's all the way out. You go to Phoenix, infrastructure's all the way out. Everything's ready to go for growth and development. It's so important that we let our voters chime in. When we ran for city council, each one of us ran to make a change. Well, you know what? Instead of change, we're seeing status quo. We're seeing a city that's not growing. We're seeing a city that hasn't developed. I don't want to be part of that status quo. I want to be part of positive change for our city. And I honestly believe that if we don't try something different than what we're in right now in status quo status or status quo situation, then we're going to have a city that doesn't progress, that doesn't move forward, that doesn't have transparency and accountability. And I think it's very, very important that my fellow councilors would trust the voters who elected them to make the decision whether we change our form of government. You know, we look at it, what's going on now? In my opinion, and everybody else up here, because we made those comments, this system is not working. You know, a lot of the people in power are not liking it. They don't like what's going on here because this is about power. This is about money that power represents. It's not about the people. It's not about transparency. It's about shoving government down our throats, shoving down government down the citizens' throats. The citizens should have the right and the ability to make the decision on how they're governed. It's so important. And I hope that every single counselor here would be able to trust their constituents to make the right decision on how Albuquerque moves forward. Again, it's not about us, any one of us here. It's about our constituents, it's about the voters, and it's about how the voters see our city growing and developing. And I think it's our responsibility to let the voters decide. And I hope that each and every counselor here, I'm very optimistic, is going to understand that and be a part of positive change in our community, something that we haven't seen in 52 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Sanchez. I do agree with a lot of what you said today. For me, I was born and raised here, and I have seen this city change not for the good at all. And I know it's, across the country, things have changed. But what I see different about communities that are around us is their form of government. Over the last year and a half, I have asked a lot of questions. You guys have probably figured out I ask a lot of questions. And that's how I learn. I also get answers. Sometimes I don't get answers. I will let you all know that I always give my questions to the directors and whoever they're directed to. They always know my questions in advance so that I can get some answers and so that you can get those answers as well. I've also noticed a lack of change. I'm now asking the same questions that I asked a year ago. They haven't changed. We haven't seen progress. If we had a manager that was not doing their job and not getting the changes and the different departments in a better state, they lose their job because they're not making progress. They're not making that change. So with the manager form of government, this can be possible. I think we can have a better dialogue. When you look at the cities around us, they have growth. They have huge growth. They have infrastructure growth. They're prepared for the jobs to come in. I don't see that here. And it's taken a while. It hasn't been just over the last few years. It has been for a while. With this different form of government, it would not be like going back 50 years. It's not the same commission manager. It would be, they were not elected. There were no districts, counselors elected to represent different districts. This would be different. I have seen I am blown away at the unclassified positions in city government. You guys should be too. When we had a mayor 2 terms ago, or two mayors ago, he had 100 unclassified positions. The next mayor came in and had 300 unclassified positions. A lot of those are necessary. We now have over 600 unclassified positions. A lot of those are political appointees. That's not cool. Do they all have the experience? Do they have the merit? Do they have the skills? Do they have background to hold these high-paying jobs? There's a lot. If we had a council manager form of government, the manager would have to hire based on experience, on merit, and not on who you know. We're not growing like we should be. And I think that we should let our citizens vote on it, make that decision. We can educate them. They can make a choice. I don't think that a lot of things are done behind closed doors, are already planned. I don't see a lot of people, a lot of departments listening to their constituents. I don't see admin always listening to constituents. And I think that if you had a manager form of government, there would be more accountability, there would be more transparency, and we could see this place grow. I really do. My daughter is leaving town. This just happened in the last month. She's leaving this town because of the crime, because of what's on the streets every day. Her children, she does not feel her children are safe. And I don't blame her. One of my, she's also leaving because of the education department. So she wants better for her children, and I don't blame her for that. So I know that she's going to get, my grandchildren will be safer, and they will get a better education where they're going. I know that with 100% certainty. I had a customer just 2 weeks ago come and tell me they're moving to El Paso. No, they're moving to Las Cruces to be closer to their family in El Paso. But they're moving to Las Cruces, and their daughter, when they went down to take their daughter down there, the third grader said, "I love our new house. I don't hear shots fired. I don't hear sirens." And this is in the city down there. It's safer. They feel safer. And that's sad when a child is making that kind of a statement. That's sad. We need to be doing better for our citizens. We need to make them safer. We need them to want to get on the bus that we are so adamantly, we're promoting getting on the bus and not using your personal car. We need to make our bus system safer. We need to make our community safer. And if we have accountability in government, I feel like it can happen better. I just wish that we would give the citizens an opportunity to vote, not for us to decide, but to give the citizens an opportunity to vote. If they choose they don't want a different form of government, so be it. We'll keep working at it. We'll keep going. But I'd really like to give them an opportunity to learn more about this, to think about it, think about the possibilities of what could be. With that, I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you to our sponsors. Mr. Cornelius, let's go to public comment on this item, and then we'll go to counselors and see where we end up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Timothy Krebs, followed by Geraldo Cionel.
Professor Krebs, welcome back.
I do have a presentation. I don't know if that's been...
Professor, I think unfortunately, as you've seen, we don't have that ability this evening, so we're
Okay.
going to just wing it, old school.
Sure.
I know we do have your presentations from your previous times you've presented, so.
Okay. Get my house in order here a little bit. Thank you, President Davis and councilors, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you again about this issue. And I've spoken to you about issues related to housing and form of government. And I just want to say that I've really appreciated this opportunity to speak before you, and I appreciate all the work that you do. I've studied city councils for my entire career. This is as engaged as I've been with city councils directly. You guys work incredibly hard, and your roles are incredibly difficult, so thank you. In terms of, I want to respond in some ways to the person who spoke from the ICMA. He made a great presentation, Jason Grant. The ICMA is a great organization. It's an advocacy organization. It's an organization that has been around for over 100 years. It was at the beginnings of the reform movement in terms of pushing the council manager form of government. That's what it's designed to do. In terms of some of the information that was presented, and I don't want to go in, I'm not attacking him. He's not here to defend himself at all. But in terms of the Wallet Hub rankings, Albuquerque versus peer cities, I wanted to share some information on that. Albuquerque is number 2. In terms of the ranking, Oklahoma City is number 1. El Paso is behind Albuquerque. Colorado Springs is behind that. Salt Lake City is number 5. In terms of Wallet Hub's best-run cities, Albuquerque versus Phoenix and Las Vegas, Nevada. Albuquerque is first. at a ranking of 27, whereas Phoenix is ranked 40th, Las Vegas is ranked 65th. In terms of best-run cities in 2023, so this is information updated to 2023, with populations greater than 395,000. Albuquerque comes in 6th among the top 10s.
Thank you, Professor.
I see this in some ways as a solution in search of a problem. I think the bigger concern should be the effect that it's going to have on our democracy going forward. All right, thank you very much.
Hey, I see Councilor Grout, then I'll go to Councilor Lewis.
Mr. Krabs, I have a question. Are you paid to be here?
Yes,
And who does pay you?
the city of Albuquerque has been paying.
And what
to
are you
consult.
contracted to be here for?
I'm contracted here to provide research and consulting services to the city.
And is that on a monthly basis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Professor, would you say you're an advocate for a strong mayor form of government?
I am, and I don't have an issue with the council manager form of government. I have published research in the leading journal for public administration studies, Public Administration Review. I've done a lot of work on council manager cities. I think they offer a good form of government for particular kinds of cities. I don't think it's a particularly good one for our city, given the diversity and complexity of it. In general, I don't think that they're particularly well suited for large cities in the United States, given the complexity and diversity of large cities. We have to remember that forms of government are adopted and put into place in a particular time period in a particular political context. The cities in our region the big cities in our region that have council manager systems, they adopted those systems decades ago. And they were pushed by conservative business interests with a particular goal in mind of making the city look more like a business organization, to run more like a business. That's fine as far as it goes, but we have to remember that politics was at the root of these decisions historically, in terms of the systems.
Yeah. So you would say that the county was formed in that way too, because of a conservative push in that way?
Well, I think there's a similar kind of, I think that there's a similar kind of bent that way
You're kind of generalizing a little bit there, that like all of them were formed because out of that push years ago, for that.
County governments are different in so.
I guess what I'm looking for is a little more data than that, to be honest, Professor. I mean, a little bit more, just rather than your opinion, which I appreciate your opinion, that's fine.
And it's my opinion.
It is your opinion, and that's fine. And I don't mean to downplay anyway your opinion anyway.
No, but I would just say that my opinion is rooted in empirical research and historical.
I'd love some of that research too. I really would. I mean, and I know that you mentioned, some of the rankings. You look at the Wallet Hub rankings and compare other large cities like ours with all kinds of different rankings. I mean, I know you're not saying that that because those rankings show that data where Albuquerque is, that we're okay.
No,
it's okay. There's not really any.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I mean, there are qualms that I have qualms with all these sort of measurements as wallet hubs. The wallet hub thing, I had not heard of it until the ICMA presenter last time was talking about it. So I thought I would build on that to put some of the data into context that shows us in a better light in terms of best-run cities in the United States, at least according to this one organization. It's pretty credible. I'm not here to criticize that to Wallet Hub. I just picked up on that because that's what was presented.
Some of my research on why cities have changed forms of government, a lot of times it's rooted out of just some serious challenges that they're facing, and much of it had to do with problems with crime, in the community. Problems with corruption, political corruption.
Yeah.
The desire for more accountability, the desire for more. I mean, you might call it more of a conservative movement, but in big cities across America, I mean, there's still, even with the federal government and how much we spend and everything else, there's still this sense, and even in big cities across America, that there's importance of watching our money very closely,
Yeah.
you know, when it comes to a city, you know, regardless of the political, you know, spectrum that you're on. And so I found that a lot of the changes to government, you know, structures have come out of that, you know, a desire to say, hey, let's watch those dollars in a way that create the best return for you, you know, as a citizen of our city.
Sure.
Like that. And so, again, I mean, that's some of the research that I've done and some of the data that I think it'd be important for us to see. And I mean, I'm not, and again, I know you're sharing your opinion, but also know you're someone who, you know, comes out of the research community too, you know, and I'd certainly love to see more of that. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just point out that, just in response to that, that there's no evidence to suggest that council manager cities spend or tax less than mayor council ones. That is firmly established. There's no research that I'm aware of that relates form of government to crime rates. Crime rates are on a totally different sort of set of causal factors there. There is very clear evidence about the negative effects on voter turnout for council manager cities.
So last, Mr. President, just simply, are you advocating for not allowing the public to weigh in on this in a ballot decision like this?
I'm suggesting that I don't think it's a good idea for the city to pursue this. You know, I am, you know.
What we're pursuing is allowing the city to take a look at it and to weigh in on that. So are you advocating against that?
Well, my opinion is that you know, what we have is sort of the best of both worlds in terms of form of government. We've got an elected mayor who is strong, has strong executive powers, who is accountable directly to the voters, and we have a chief administrative officer, and we've had that for decades, which allows us to have that professional management that's a part of the council manager form of government. We have that. We've got a council and a mayor that, you know, jointly approves that chief administrative officer. And so in that sense, we have the best of both worlds in terms of the professional management. There are always problems, of course, in management and in government. We've come out of a pandemic. We've got a, you know, there is a crime, you know, crime has increased. Things difficult.
Mr. Krebs, Councilor Lewis, anything else? So I have Councilor Sanchez and then myself and some others, I think, so. Councilor Sanchez, briefly.
Mr. Krebs, we just heard that you get paid by the administration. A strong mayor has hired you to come in here and advocate for his interests. That's exactly what we're hearing today. That's exactly what we're hearing today. You get a paycheck. You get a paycheck from this administration. I don't even know if that happens with everybody else. How many more people does this administration pay to come and do exactly what you're doing? We're here as city councilors trying to hear words from the citizens, not from a paid advocate. We're here, we want to hear people who are not on the payroll. We want to hear people who are actually have an interest outside of that.
Sure.
And that's what we're hearing. We're hearing a paid advocate of the mayor. And that's what we're hearing. And we don't hear that usually in city council. So my question is to Mr. Rael, is that something that the administration constantly does and does that to us when we're here thinking we're going to hear citizens or we're going to hear somebody who's legitimately talking
Can I respond
on behalf
first?
of themselves? I'm asking Mr. Rael.
But you've directed your criticism to me.
Professor Krebs, wait a minute. We have a process, so.
Okay.
And
Mr. Rael.
so I want to know if this is a common thing that the mayor, the strong mayor administration that we're dealing with right now has numerous people hired to come in here on behalf of him and advocate for his interests when we think as city councilors that we're hearing the general public, or we're hearing people who are honestly wanting to give us some honest feedback. This is not honest feedback, in my opinion.
Mr. Rael.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, first let me say, no, that is not a common experience. We hired and provided the opportunity for this gentleman to give us some research, some information as a seasoned researcher who has studied these forms of government and has to provide us his professional review of how these governments are structured across the country to provide us with that baseline information. Unlike similar to the person you had that made the presentation on your behalf, on behalf of your proposal from ICMA, which we did not.
That individual was not paid.
It doesn't matter. He is, Mr. President, he was an advocate for that form of government. We hired someone to give us background information and just provide us with that research.
If I would have hired, Mr. President, I'm sorry, if we would have hired somebody to come in here and advocate for us, we would have at least let you know this is a hired advocate that came in here on our behalf. That individual was not hired at all. He was trying to do the right thing, just like the citizens of Albuquerque try to do the right thing, just like anybody who would come in here and speak their mind does the right thing, and that's not a paid advocate. What you're telling me is that you hired a paid advocate to come in here, the mayor hired a paid advocate to come in here and advocate for exactly what he wants, and to me, that doesn't sound right at all. And that is the prime example why we need to change and do something different in Albuquerque. Because there is really no checks and balances if the administration can just keep that undercover and then we find it out just like this. There's other things we find out just like this. You know, we find out about Bookgate, where the mayor has somebody working, covering city council meetings or covering city government, and then all of a sudden writes a book. Then we also have a turf that's in another area, in another city, that we find out later that should be here. All of those things are exact reasons. You're a prime example, Mr. Krebs, of why we need to actually change this form of government. Prime example.
Very briefly, Councilor Jones, myself, and I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. Krebs, and then we're going to move on because we got other public comment and we do have to get to votes. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, my apologies, Mr. Krebs. You were asked to come here and give your opinion. You were not asked to come here to be questioned like a criminal. And I apologize. That's not the way our city nor our council normally works. Do I think things have happened that maybe shouldn't have? I don't know, because we've not gotten any information about anything that is valid enough to make this kind of an accusation this strongly and so inappropriately unprofessional. I'm disappointed you and Councilor Sanchez. But we have a form of government that has been working, and we've been very comfortable with it, and it's worked well. I am not sure. I've been on this council as long as anybody else, and we have some good mayors and some not so good mayors. And it is our job as the council to provide the checks and balances on this system. It is our job to hold the city and send it in the direction that we think it should be in. We have a lot of power. We should have a lot of power. So again, my apologies, and we're not here to vote for or against you, sir, and I apologize one more time.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Let me wrap that up, and Professor Krebs, thank you for being here. Look, I do say I agree, I understand the concern. As a general rule, when someone comes and they're paid by a department in the city advocating at the council, we disclose those things. My concern is, I don't think for a minute that Professor Krebs would have come here and spoken for someone to pay him for a position. He has research and an opinion, and he brought it to us, and I have no issue with us paying a person for the time to come here in their professional capacity. I will just add to, and I've spoken to Ms. O'Malley about this, my concern is not that that the administration paid someone to provide them some research on a topic that was coming for the city council, and even asked for that. It's that I did speak to someone in the mayor's office specifically with that question of whether Mr. Krebs was paid for that work and whether he would be available to assist the city council. And I was requested to give him time at our previous meeting beyond the normal time that was given to a normal speaker, because he was presented as a researcher from the university with public data that was not paid for by the administration at my explicit request. And so I would like to know more, a little bit about that role, because we asked that question and got a different answer. And so I'd like to figure out where that came from and how we can remedy that in the future.
Mr. President?
Councilor
Just
Leslie,
briefly,
we're going to move on to other speakers, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. President, yeah, and I certainly don't have any issue with that either. There's different ways that we get advice from different people, and I believe I was extremely respectful to the professor. Appreciate him coming here tonight. I do think it was important that we clarified that. And also, I think we missed opportunity here to really have some good research, to be honest. I just, if we paid for that, I would really like to see some more research out of that. I mean, on both sides of this. And we're going to vote here, I guess, on this in just a little bit. But I do think we missed an opportunity here to be able to have a further discussion that I think would have had even a further discussion, debate, with a whole lot more to look at. But thank you.
I think I agree with you, sir. Doesn't happen often. Thanks. Mr. Cornelius, we're back to you, I think.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Geraldo Cionello, followed by Tad Naminsky.
Wow. Okay, that was, first of all, good evening, Council President, Madam Vice President, and all the councilors for serving our communities. I am a first-generation American Filipino retired from the city and currently practicing as an alternative health doctor and minister and taxpayer here in Albuquerque. And I've been here 40 years, but I've raised my kids here 32 years on the west side. So first of all, I want to make sure that I'm not a paid advocate, as you're talking about. Okay, so, and I don't want to accept that either, because I'm here for all of us. And I care about this city of Albuquerque, but I do appreciate the fact that we all love Albuquerque and care for the homeless. And from time to time, my family and I had an opportunity to serve and feed the homeless in our city. We moved to West Side due to safer neighborhood, avoiding traffic congestion, safety, enjoying scenery and property values, and trying to raise our, kids, 5 kids. They're all adults now. And that said, I lost trust with the manager. Like I said, I work with the city, and I see how it's going a downward spiral. And so we lost trust with mayor-run government. Perhaps council manager government had better solutions to crimes, safety, homelessness, etc., due to transparency and accountability. And to answer such questions that I may have, and some of us have, why have casitas near or in our property land when there are plenty of open space in South Valley or West Side Albuquerque away from our property, such as that gentleman that spoke here earlier is willing to sell his property. I even spoke to him in a restroom, and he'd like that idea. Have you thought about how traffic, property value, and zoning issues affect voters, taxpayers, including removing restriction from the single family? So to make the long story short, why not? And I'm going to skip that. I believe in the long run, if this plan passed, will create more chaos within the city and communities, especially if the mayor does not follow the charter or ignores it, then he is breaking the law. That said, where's the transparency and accountability from the mayor? In conclusion, please vote yes on P22-1 and no on Ordinance 2254. Thank you, and God bless you guys.
Thank you, Dr. C.
Tad Naminsky, followed by Miguel Tittman.
My name is Tad Naminsky. How can I believe it? As anything will get better, as I see it now. I believe it on the first place. We need no rush because that won't pass it. Even I doubt that will pass it here tonight. Now, crime, homelessness, rising, not getting better over the years. Economy, prices everywhere. No accountability, no transparency in this government. Corruption, yes, I believe that there's plenty corruption. Where is progress? What is future for this city? What is vision? I don't see any vision. Besides construction and Sandia, there is no vision when it comes to jobs and government jobs, creating more government jobs. Well, offices are locked up, family and community services locked up doors. Senior affairs locked up, mayor locked up. That's not what used to be way back before this mayor. All this and mayor spending like drunken sailors money here in this building. How can I believe it if I ask for how you're spending our taxpayers' money? You are council and you're refusing. So how can I believe it? Thank you.
Miguel Titman, followed by Matthew Kapleby.
President, Madam Vice President, councilors, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. First of all, I want to thank the sponsors, Councilor Sanchez and Councilor Grau, for bringing this forward. I think it's a very, very important discussion to have within our community about how our government serves our citizens the best. And that spurred conversations in my own research, which isn't based in any collegiate format, but in terms of phone calls to other labor leaders across the Southwest, mainly in cities kind of like ours, both police and fire, to see how they deal with negotiations and representing their members in a weak mayor system. What I found is there was one city that enjoyed it because they had a good relationship with their city manager. The rest did not. They didn't have a good relationship with their city manager, and they struggled. So in my position, I would like to negotiate. I would like to deal with somebody with some executive authority. And from my experience, if you delegate the executive authority amongst a council, you don't have any. You don't have any executive authority. One person has executive authority. I enjoy being able to have these conversations with the CAO in specificity to public safety that is a fast-moving and the most important part of what we all do, and that's protecting our citizens. We have a very changing dynamic all the time. We have to have conversations about what it is that we need to do in terms of negotiations and structurally so that we can have the best quality of service to our members. That's what's important to me is the service delivery of EMS, emergency management, fire, and police officers in the city of Albuquerque. That's what you all are going to run on if you run again. That's what this next election cycle is going to be. It's going to be about crime and public safety. And that's what we should be talking about. And that's why I appreciate this conversation that you all have brought because it spurred that conversation. Even in county commission last night, they had a conversation about what it would be like to merge county and city governments. And that's a good conversation to have because that's responsible taxpayer monies going back to the citizens and specific for me to public safety. So I urge you, if I could finish, President, I believe that you are elected by the citizens of Albuquerque to make this decision. I urge you to vote no and have this conversation further. But if it does go to the citizens of Albuquerque, we obviously will enjoy that election as well. Thank you for your time.
Matthew Kapleby, followed by David Campbell on Zoom.
Good evening, Mr. President, council members. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. My name is Matthew Kapleby. I am a government affairs consultant for the Southwest Regional Council, Southwest Mountain States Regional Council of Carpenters. I am the spokesperson for the folks you saw here tonight in the orange shirts. And I have over 31 years of government affairs experience working with municipalities and counties. And one of the reasons why I'm here this evening is on behalf of the carpenters. They asked me to speak on my experience. I think what we have here is a case of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have dealt both with strong mayor municipalities and strong manager council municipalities. And I have to say, the strong mayor structure is better. It's more accountable. It is more transparent. You don't have an unaccountable appointed bureaucrat that isn't accountable to the voters and to the people that's in that position of power. You often see a consolidation and a disengagement and a disenfranchisement of the voters with the power that is garnered by a strong city manager too. So I want to speak on behalf of that point. So, and the folks that were here tonight, as you can see, they had to leave because they need to be up at 4 a.m. because they build New Mexico and Albuquerque. But they're here tonight as patriots because there is a national effort right now to undermine various forms of democratic government across the country. And this is just one of them. It's insidious and dangerous too. And so we really want to focus on that. And I'm here on behalf of the working families that you saw here tonight to make sure that their voice is represented. They do not want to see the change. They like the government that we have, and they support it as New Mexico patriots. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cavalli.
David Campbell.
Good evening. I'm David Campbell. I'm a local attorney. I'm speaking here on my own behalf as a volunteer. In my career, I have served as the CAO, city manager of the city of Albuquerque, as well as the city manager of Rio Rancho, in addition to having been the city attorney and city planning director in Albuquerque. Let me say I am not in favor of P1, but I am in favor of governmental reform. I think it's very important, and this is an opportune time. The reform that I would propose is what has been talked about a little bit tonight, and that is city-county unification or consolidation. I thought your discussion about the housing authority tonight, city and county, was an ideal place to talk about how getting these two governments together as a metropolitan government can increase our efficiency, better use of tax money, and do more things because we have we've consolidated our governments and have a better functioning one. I also remarked that the proposal tonight makes would make city government look an awful lot like Bernalillo County government with a commission manager form of government. And once you put a city form of government that's council manager and a commission manager, you got to wonder why we wouldn't go the next step to have a consolidated city and county government. Let me point out, in addition to your housing authority discussion tonight, we have consolidated so many functions between city and county that because of the lack of coordination and consolidation. I'll just say a few. The Water Authority, AMAFCA, libraries, the transit system, county clerk, all of those are combined city-county functions already. And I've got a whole list of them, including the Metropolitan Detention Center. So I would urge a vote against P1, but with a notion that the council commit itself to, like the city or like the county commission started last night, a thorough vetting and discussion of the possibility of city-county consolidation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
That concludes comment on P1. Thank you.
All right, counselors, we are back on the bill. I want to give counselors an opportunity first, where then we'll go to the administration and see how many questions that takes us. From the dais, Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I have a list.
I thought you would.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try, it's a mess, my list, because it's from last meeting and this meeting, so bear with me, but I struggled with this for a while, but I would hope that regardless, I would hope that the mayor, should we keep a strong mayor, actually hire a professional administration. I would hope that should we go to a council manager, we would hire a professional administration, and the manager would do that. There's not a guarantee that either will happen, in my opinion. I think that, that leads me to say the merit ordinance, we've heard that it's out of date. That might be part of the problem. Classified and unclassified employees, let's regulate how many classified or unclassified employees the city can have. That's in our purview. So with that, the votes should be left to the people to choose to put their trust in the mayor, right? They vote for the strong mayor. They choose who they want. It's part of our democratic process, part of our 3 branches of government. I've been raised to really respect the 3 branches of government, executive, legislative, and judicial. We would be eliminating one of those You know, and the voters should vote for their mayor, just like they should vote for a different mayor if they're not happy. And so I'm concerned that if this happens, and there's a few concerns I have, but one of the arguments, and I had discussed this earlier, is continuity. We would have more continuity if we had a council manager form of government. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that now, first of all, I do have a question. Being that now there's a 10 voting delegate, if this were to pass, would it only take 5 votes to decide on who the manager would be, or would now it mean that we need 6? I don't think that ever got answered, but the legislation says 5. So every 2 years, essentially, the council could swing from one pendulum to the other or upside down and fire the county manager and hire a new one, because that's how politics seems to work. So I don't buy into the continuity thing anymore. I will say, Mr. Capelby, you nailed it on the head. That actually was no pun intended, but it worked out. But you nailed it on the head. And I will say too, I didn't think about it, but Mr. Campbell and his idea that if we keep merging things and mimicking the county, then why not just merge them both? I think that might be something we should consider. I'm not opposed to considering that. Hang on. Most of the conversations I've had with people, there's definitely been people that have reached out and wanted me to support this. And I've asked them to talk with me about it. And, you know, I think that a lot of people think that if this gets put on the ballot for the voters to decide, they are under, not everyone, there's a lot of people that really do get this. But there are more people than not that think this will get rid of Mayor Tim Keller. And it will not. That is not what this is a proposal of. This is a proposal to take away the democratic process. I'm going to guess what happened, but this is changing our democratic process. People wouldn't be able to vote more. They should vote for us to make decisions for them every day on a lot of things. But they should vote for their mayor, their executive leader in Albuquerque, unless we decide to get rid of that. I will say, okay, this one's not mine. This is hashtag my husband. Whatever I need to do, I don't do social media. If we don't like the outcome of an election, we don't stop having elections. Instead, we put up better candidates. And that, to me, is also nailing it on the head. And I feel like so many people in Albuquerque think that come November's vote, it will have the potential to get rid of Keller immediately, which that also doesn't happen. It would be 2 years from now. And so the last quote that I have is actually yesterday. Ironically enough, it was at the NAOP luncheon, where they put up a slide quoting Plato, and it said, "The price good men pay for indifference to public affairs is to be ruled by evil men." And that struck home to me because we, not me, the majority of the council voted to make this a 10 voting member delegate. And that means if this were to pass the ballot, people could actually sit on this council and with the 10th member being the mayor and actually just vote against something so that it would fail because of evil, potentially, by Plato's quote, in order to just passively never pass anything. That's not how our government should work. We should be proactive, we should be reactive, we should really follow through on something, and we should own our decisions. And we should, most importantly, be democratic in letting the voters decide who their leader should be, who their executive is, and yes, we should absolutely hold any mayor accountable as a council, but so should the voters, just like they are supposed to hold us accountable.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. I neglected to include, I should have, that there are a couple of speakers on the R131, which is sort of the enabling resolution. I don't know if we're going to get to that actual matter tonight, but let's go ahead and pull those public speakers if they still want to speak. I think some of them have already.
Thank you. Let's do Matthew Suarez, followed by Trina Verbeck on Zoom.
Good evening, President Davis, members of the council. My name is Matthew Suarez. I'm a representative with the Carpenters Union here in New Mexico, in Albuquerque. 1,700 members strong across the state. A sea of orange, as you saw, working men and women supporting our elected officials. I am not just representative, I'm a taxpayer. I'm a homeowner. I'm a constituent of Councilman Sanchez on the west side as well. The Carpenters stand in strong opposition to the change to the city charter. We've not always seen eye to eye with mayors, current mayor, previous mayors, but we believe in the strength of the office of the mayor. And we want to see that stand strong. Mayor strong, Carpenter strong. The editorial on May 20th, weakening the mayor authority, not the right course to the city city of Albuquerque, was accredited by the editorial of the Journal and citing people like Mr. Krebs who are experts. And we need to listen to our experts and our community and our voters. Like Councilman Bassan said, we have to hold them accountable like we do elected officials. So we ask that you vote no on the change of the charter and keep things the way they are. Thank you.
My apologies. Tad Nemitsky, then Trina Verbeck.
Tad, you signed up on both items. Do you want to speak again? All right.
Trina Verbeck on Zoom, please.
Hello, I was on Zoom and I can't see anything. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so we'll just do it this way. I'm so sorry. Good evening, Council President and Council members. My name is Trina Verbeck and I'm here to support R23-131, which gives voters the choice of allowing the continuance of a mayor-run city or a city council manager-run city. My husband is Officer Mario Verbeck, an 18-year veteran of the Albuquerque Police Department. He was shot in August of 2021 while on duty. Over the last 2 years, I've experienced dead ends and runarounds by the city when it comes to workman's comp, human resources, UNMH's computer system, and even the mayor himself. They all have excuses, the primary one putting the blame on how the system is run. I recently attended a seminar for the city's retirement process. Very informative. The first two ladies spoke very in depth on the process you had to go through to acquire earned retirement. Both women highlighted how there are now more steps in the process than ever before due to one person's abuse of the system. Why can't we hold politicians accountable like the rest of us? We just want to feel as safe as the mayor does when he goes out with his detail. Many citizens agree wanting to provide for and help the homeless on our streets. What we don't agree with, however, is how much money has been spent on grandstanding for each new mayor to put his name on something while ignoring the cost that is passed on to taxpayers during the process. We don't agree with our sanctuary city status that attracts chronic homeless and criminals from other states. How much harder does that make it for local families trying to reach their loved ones they haven't heard from and they know they're out there somewhere? Criminals are fleeing here to commit their crimes because of the systems here are much easier to get lost in. Having a city council manager run city is not a threat to democracy, nor is it hindering representation. After watching Jason Grant's presentation to city council, it showed how it would bring balance and more accountability compared to how the city has been run in the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
That does conclude comment.
Thank
Mr.
you.
President, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius, for reminding me of those folks. All right, let's go back to councilors. We heard from Councilor Bassan. Other councilors up on this matter? Let me add my 2 cents, and then we'll go to Councilor Benton. You want to go ahead? Yeah, thank you, Councilor Bassan. This is a weird night. I agree with Councilor Lewis. I agree with Councilor Bassan. It's the end of June, so who knows? Look, I think, like all of us, I've gotten a lot of back and forth from folks who want us to do both sides, and I can honestly see a value in all of it. I think Professor Krebs' research shows us that sort of across the board, right, cities of our size generally operate with a strong executive, and I think there are good reasons for that to happen. At some point, somebody has to be in charge of stuff and has to be held accountable for that. I honestly, I think, not to the sponsors here, but to messages that I've received from folks in the community, A lot of them, quite frankly, do want to see this as an interim referendum on the current mayor, like him or not. They want to use this as a referendum on the status of the city that they don't agree, positions they don't agree with that need more work. Maybe a referendum on the current occupant of the office. And Lord knows I've had my disagreements with at least 2 mayors now. Some of them public, a lot more not. But I honestly think that some of those disagreements are much more about sort of the occupant of the office than the office, and maybe their perception of what that's doing. But I also think this council could be doing a better job with, as Councilor Bassan put it, the tools in our toolbox are things in our purview. I've heard enough conversation. I know Councilor Benton, you've been talking about consolidation since I've been here. I know the county's more interested in it than they used to be. Certainly that conversation's been going. If this does not end up on the ballot, I hope that we will come back in August with some piece of legislation that will help us structure that. And here's some of the things I think we should include. We need to look at the budget ordinance again. We go through a budget every year thinking about what limits we can put on the administration, haggling over different deals to squeeze a round peg into a square hole, or a square peg and round, whatever it is, into finding ways to do what the mayor wants to do through the rules that and process we have and otherwise, but it doesn't provide enough accountability. And although we haven't talked about it, but I suspect if we ask Professor Krebs could do some research and find other cities, because I was able to, that where the city council appoints many more of the chief executive staff in the city than just the mayor's 6 or 8 sort of chief appointees, all the way down to director levels that might accomplish some of the things that I think we've heard regarding some continuity in departments, for example. I think all those things matter, but I have to say, I think the poison pill for me was the 10th vote. I think it could grind the city to a stop in many ways that Councilor Bassan described. And I was very open to this idea, but I can't do it as it's structured. And can't send it to voters like that, because I do think that is a poison pill for the structure of government if voters were to approve it. That said, I think we should come back, and I know the mayor's office, the mayor himself and some of the administration have been open to the idea of us doing a mini charter commission to look, maybe not at the charter so much, but at some of those other things like the budget ordinance, like the merit ordinance and other things. I think we ought to do that while we have this momentum if this doesn't go to voters tonight. Because I do think there's some agreement from folks that have been around a little bit, and even from folks that just got here, that 1, it's hard to get stuff done. 2, we've kind of just gotten used to doing things the hard way, and we ought to clean some of this mess up. And maybe we really should talk about the county, and I would be in principle all for that if we can figure out how to do it well. So I will not be supporting sending this to the voters as it stands today, but would be supportive of looking at some of those pieces to make our city work faster, better, and quite frankly, to improve the relationship between the executive and the legislative branch of the city. Let me go to Councilor Benton, and I'll come back to Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've said this before, I'll say it again, and I already said it earlier tonight. You know, I understand why this has been brought forth, and I appreciate the reasons why. And I am been here just a teeny bit longer than Councilor Jones. So I think that makes 3 mayors and 9 city councils that I've worked with. That can't be right. No. 6 city councils. Anyway, on the average, we have a new dynamic and a new group every 2 years, and we've had 3 mayors. So, and I think there is fundamentally an imbalance in the government. We're supposed to be balanced in terms of branches, but I don't think we are. I think we have a role, and we can be watchdogs, and we can ask questions and so forth. But as we just saw earlier tonight, we don't get answers of things that we're intimately actually involved with and started a question where then there's no, you know, what am I supposed to have to keep an update, you know, on every project that's going on in the city as a single counselor? You know, it's not feasible. And so there's fundamentally, it's been an imbalance. When they created this form of government, they saw our position as a volunteer position with a much lower pay, and it still is. And it's by very few people calculation, would it be considered a full-time job? But it is a full-time job for most of us. I mean, it's night and day and so forth, and all the time, you know, all week long. But, so I think there is a fundamental imbalance. And I do want to say that I think we have one of the most capable administrators in our current CAO than I've ever seen. He's an excellent administrator. Well, so is I think Mr. Campbell, who spoke. But I mean, it's not always the case. You know, I just want to say that though about our top administrator in this government. I think is very good, but we need 3 or 4 more like him, and then we'd be a lot better. But at the same time, I'm worried about the vote. Just as Councilor Vice President Grout said, yeah, it feels like things are getting worse, and that's what we're hearing from our constituents and so forth. I understand the desire to try to do something different, but I'm also afraid that is going to color people's vote. That they're going to do, oh, anything. We've got to do something different. Let's throw it all up in the air. So I'm concerned with that, too. I'm concerned about the concept of administration by committee, because I think, like I say, I think there are good chief administrative officers out there, but if they're on a tightrope constantly of answering to an elected body that's intending to really administer as well as being the fiscal and planning body, I think there's some potential concern there. So yes, I do think the potential for unification would be a venue. It would be a good venue. It would open up the discussion about what the structure would look like, and it certainly would be available to change. But those recommendations would be coming from a unification commission. That's the way it's at least been done in the past. I think state law even says something about that. But it would not preclude a discussion about what the executive and legislative functions would look like. So, and I strongly believe that service delivery in general for all of our citizens in the county would improve with consolidation. But I think importantly, with regard to this bill, I think that's just kind of my more gut inclination to move towards something that's where we have a commission of citizens who really delves into this, and that committee would not include any of us electeds. Thank you, Mr. President.
We're going to go back to Councilor Bassan, then Councilor Sanchez, and then probably Councilor Grout to close if we don't have any others. Councilor Bassan is okay. So we're back to Councilor Sanchez and Grout to close. Unless the administration, I suppose you do want to weigh in on this at some point. Why don't we do that before we go to the sponsors? We can just talk around you.
Mr. President and councilors, let me just say, obviously, we are not supportive of this proposal. I will say, though, from a personal standpoint, it's an interesting conversation. I've had the pleasure of working for 4 mayors, almost a total of 18 years in this capacity or similar capacity. I would say to all of you that I've heard the same concerns you all expressed tonight from many, many city councilors about the mayors that I worked for. But I've also seen successes that have been really dramatic and different. I think we stop, and sometimes I understand that we all hear from constituents. I've always been of the opinion that the glass is not half empty, half full. I'm sorry, it's not half empty, it's half full. Look, we are the largest city in the state. we are the bellwether as it relates to economics and development for this entire state of New Mexico. Our issues are significant. Our city has grown tremendously in the time that I first started. I'd love to tell people when I was 10. Back in the 90s, the issues are bigger, no question about it. The city has grown tremendously, and as we struggle and try and face the challenges, it really is about the quality of the people that sit in the positions that you all have and the position of the mayor. And that is the decision of the citizens. And as I've said to lots of folks, including my current mayor, look, the citizens have the right to make their decision and to choose the person that they, and as a mayor, to lead the community, to speak on behalf of the community, and to provide, obviously, the policy that you all, obviously, ultimately make a decision on and manage and form and develop. Look, you all are fine individuals. You all were elected by the respective citizens that voted for you all to be in these positions as the mayor was. I think the real issue here is it's not the form of government. It's how we work together, and as I've always used that as my guiding principle. I try and work with all of you to try and make things that you want to have happen, because you are elected officials representing the citizens of your districts. But I also know that I also work for a mayor who has a responsibility over the entire city, as he is elected at large. And working that together sometimes works very well. And we've done some great things. Sometimes it doesn't work so well, and we have concerns with each other. But with that being said, I don't want to belabor the point too much. Obviously, we do not support the proposal, and I would say that the conversation about city-county unification, I think, is a really healthy one to have, and an opportunity to look at that and see, are we really if we're really talking about the taxpayer money, is it really time for us to think about supporting two different governments that oftentimes are overlapping each other? And the only way we figure out how to work with each other is through JPAs. Imagine that, as opposed to sitting across the table and simply saying, hey, you take this and we'll take that. It doesn't work that way. And so with that being said, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Graff.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a great discussion tonight. I think it's been a very good discussion. It's been very healthy. We need better accountability. We need better transparency. We need to be working together. We need to not be so adversarial. We need to provide for our citizens, our constituents. We need to do things. They need to be safer. They need to have an environment that is safe for their families and spend their money wisely. I say I'm not a politician. I am a public servant. I learned that from somebody else as well. And I don't like the politics that I'm seeing, that I have seen in the last year, and the waste of money. I'm looking at contracts, $1 million contract, and it's going to be at least 10% more because it's a city contract. Just because it's always been that way doesn't mean you have to continue doing that. We are spending taxpayer money, and we need to be more accountable for it. We need to ask these tough questions, and we need to stop giving appointments to people that should not be there because they don't have the qualifications. I hope that this conversation has resonated with some people in high places, and that they will be more transparent. Whether or not this fails tonight, I'm glad that we brought this out. I'm glad that we are talking about it, and I think that we need to not let it stop, and we can do better. So with that, this conversation, or this question, is to send it to the voters. That's what we're talking about tonight, sending this question to the voters. And I would urge your support, sending it to the voters. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I when I look at this, I look at my colleagues and I look around and I'm going to ask each one of you, why are my colleagues afraid to let the voters decide how we were governed? Why? That's the key. You know, if you decide to let the voters, you know, they voted you in. I think it's very, very important that we, as city councilors, let the voter decide, yeah, we're supposed to make policy decisions. Is this a policy decision? Yeah. And to let the voters decide is probably the best thing you can do. I heard people talk about, yeah, let the voters decide about the mayor. Let the voters decide about this too. The voters are the ones that put us in power. You know, I think it's very, very important. I've grown up in Albuquerque, born and raised here. I served the community for 26 years as a law enforcement officer. I've been out on the streets. I put my life up for each and every one of these individuals in here. I've done everything I needed to do to survive, to get through it, to make a career for myself, make this place a better place. And I've been involved in city government that whole entire time for 26 years. And one of the things that I've noticed in that amount of time, 26 years, is I've noticed that we have been on the wrong side of every good list. And we've been on the bad side of every bad list. And it's crazy. We are not getting this right. We need to be on the good side of all the good lists instead of being on the bad side of on the good side, on top of all the bad lists. And that's one of the things that I've seen in my time here. And during the whole time that I served as a police officer and the time that I lived here in Albuquerque, we've had this form of government. And I think it's very, very important for the citizens to be able to make the decision. As I said before, it's a very, very important thing for each and every one of us to make sure that we are not elected to do the status quo. We are elected to make change, positive change. And in the 50 years that I've been here and the 26 years that I served, I saw way more years that had status quo instead of positive change. And I think it's so important to make sure that the voters decide, and we're here fighting for the business owner who's struggling, fighting for the taxpayer, the working people. And I think those are the people that should decide on how we are governed. It's very, very important that we let our constituents, the voters of Albuquerque, make the decision. What this is about, again, is about power and the money that it represents. Do we want to be the agents of continuing status quo, or do we want to be the agents of change? I think it's important that we, as city councilors, give the citizens the choice and not cup their mouths, not cover their mouths up and say, we don't have a choice. Because if we vote no today, those city councilors have literally covered the mouths of the constituents that voted them in. And that's not what we're all about. I don't think we're all about that. And I think it's very, very important that we make the right decision. Thank you.
Councilor, seeing no other discussion, or Councilor Pena? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, I'd like a moment of personal privilege.
Councilor Basant.
I was going to wait till after the vote, but I would like to make sure that the constituents, viewers, and everyone in this room understand that it is not due to my fear of letting voters decide. I am also not afraid. There is no confusion that I will fight for business owners, that I will fight for the safety of the constituents in Albuquerque, that I will work in order to better our city, even though I do not have the perfect answer. And I am not going to conform to the status quo, but instead it's because I believe that we live in a representative democracy, so therefore the voters should decide on their mayor. I'm highly insulted by what I just heard.
Seeing no other discussion in the matter being on the floor for a vote, for the record, because we have a weird vote here, all those in favor of P1, raise your hand and say yes. One, I'm sorry, Counselor. Sure, as a, sure. I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, so at the request of Counselor Jones, the vote will be on P1, which adopts a proposition to be sent to voters at the 2023 regular local election proposing to amend the city charter to adopt a council manager form of government. That will be the vote to send that vote to voters. If we vote yes, that's correct. And remind me, this takes 6 votes, is that right? Yeah, so it takes a supermajority as well. That being said, let's do that one more time. All those in favor of P1, say yes and raise your hand until the clerk can count the vote. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That matter fails on a 3-6 vote. Is that right, Ms. Hinojosa? Yeah. So I counted it up here. Great. Councilors, that takes us to R131 at this point, which is kind of a moot point. We have 2 options. I think the sponsors can withdraw it, or we can just vote to clean the record up. Do the sponsors have a preference? So the sponsor has agreed to withdraw it, or we're just good with that. We can just take it, or do we need to vote to withdraw? Yeah, okay. So the sponsors have made a motion and a second to withdraw 131. That's how I heard it. That's how we're doing it. All those in favor of approval motion to withdraw, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. That matter is unanimous. Councilors, I'm watching the clock just like you are, I know. Our rules say, for those of you following along, that at 10:30 the meeting ends, but it will not, because we still have the IDO to do, and we're not doing another meeting. So we're going to see if we can get through these and get through amendments, and we'll extend the meeting as required. Councilor Benton, R143.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move a do pass on R143. This is directing the administration to convert Harris Avenue and Marquette Avenue from one-way roadways to two-way roadways between 4th and 6th Street, and to conduct a study to convert sections east of 4th Street to two-way streets, and directing that a four-way stop replace the traffic signal at Silver. And third, as is consistent with adopted city policy, providing an appropriation for necessary improvements. I move a do pass.
Councilor Jones offers you a second.
Thank you. And councilors, between the years of 2014 and 2018, the city conducted a downtown walkability study by a nationally recognized expert on urban walkable conditions or non-walkable conditions. He goes around the country as a hired gun looking for cities to save. But anyway, Jeff Speck wrote this study. There was a lot of interest and big turnout at the meetings. I mean, the meeting was at Convention Center, and it was, you know, a substantial interest in the community in this study. And he spent a lot of time with DMD, with our traffic engineers at the time, and in observation with different stakeholders. Ultimately, the council in 2018 passed this, the recommendations of this study as city policy, and it was signed by Mayor Berry at the time. So this bill is based on that study. A lot of and credit is due to this administration and to the previous administration for having stuck with it, that whenever a roadway needs to be resurfaced downtown, they do take another look at it, and that's why we see some changes in striping and things like that have occurred. There most of those have been very much consistent with the policy of these priorities. And so we've been going down the list. Where we stand now is really, you know, of the real top priority projects that still remain, this is one of them, is to look at the one-ways. And the history of one-ways in downtown is long. We used to have a lot more of them than we do now. Letting Cole used to go all the way through, well, the way down to the Bosque Trail as a one-way. Of course, 6th and 5th are still one-ways, and this is another segment. But the contention of the expert on this is that they tend to increase speeding because it's 2 lanes in one direction. There's the ability to maneuver, and it tends to increase speeding. Anyway, that's kind of the science behind the policy. But so this is really fairly modest, and we've got funding in the bill for it. And as was acknowledged in the study, this couplet of streets, they call them couplets when it's one way, one direction, one way the other, is complicated by the convention center and other factors. So it's easier said than done that we can just change this the way we did on some of the easier streets. And then there's one intersection that was called 4 years ago to be converted to a 4-way stop due to low traffic volumes, and that's in there as well. So that's pretty much what it's about, and I think we've had the cooperation of the administration, and at least in terms of that this is something we ought to take a look at. It would begin with a test of the streets that are the more easily converted, and then further analysis of the remaining blocks that would not be part of it yet.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. I believe you have some amendments, or
I think we have one amendment.
Let's call that floor amendment number 1.
All right, and I'll read this. So the amendment changes the original bill as follows. The first one has to do with the pilot project that I mentioned, that they would do a conversion just as a test project, and it creates a deadline for that test to commence no later than November 15th of this year. And then on the page 3, line 27, this is the funding and the activity number for how this would be funded.
Thank you, Councilor. Is there a second?
Amendment.
Second from Councilor Jones. Councilors, any discussion on the amendment? Anything from the administration? Mr. Rail.
Mr. President, contrary to some of the conversation earlier, this is one that we worked together with Councilor Benton, and I appreciate the, if you will, the structure in terms of how this will get done. It gives us the opportunity to do those areas that I think have least impact, if you will, from a cost and infrastructure perspective, and then the opportunity to pilot those and then eventually move to the other pieces that have, as the Councilor said, some physical infrastructure challenges that may have to be modified down the road. So we support the amendment and the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Councilors, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of floor amendment number 1, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All, any opposed? That matter carries at 9-0. Councilor, you're back on your bill as amended. There are no public speakers, by the way, for this.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, thanks to the administration for working with us, and Tom Manacucci as well, who is so valuable to us on the council staff, speaking of someone who's been around for a while and seen quite a bit of how our government works, and is so helpful on this sort of thing. So just want to thank everybody involved, and Ms. Schultz also, others who have advised this, and I think Ms. Schultz was involved way back in the day when we originally passed the walkability study. So she's very well versed in it. So we will, just urge your support, and we'll get going on this. Thanks.
Councilor, seeing no other discussion, we will move to the motion for a due pass. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand. That matter carries unanimously. Congratulations, Councilor. And here we are for the big show. 054, Councilors Benton and Jones. Would you get us started, please? And then I think we have a presentation and lots of amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. 054 is adopting citywide text amendments to the IDO in conjunction with the annual update process to address the need for more housing opportunities. I move a due pass.
Second.
Councilor Jones offers a second. Sponsors?
And we do have amendments in the iPads. This is a continuation of our previous meeting, so there won't be public comment, but we've heard a lot of it, I think, tonight and other nights. But the amendments are in the iPads, and there have been some new ones that have come in the last couple of days. So we'll ask Ms. Schultz to, how do you want to do this, Ms. Schultz? Describe them. I mean, we have had discussion on quite a few of them already, but maybe the ones that are new, I'll leave it to you to try to summarize. But I think we have discussed some of the ones at the top of the list already.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, we haven't discussed any of the amendments outside of the one that the council chose to pass on June 5th. As you mentioned, because this agenda item is a continuance, I don't have a fresh presentation to give. The administration doesn't have a fresh presentation to give. I do have one PowerPoint slide for every amendment, and I will leave it to the will of the council whether you want me to describe an amendment and then you vote.
Yeah,
or,
let's do that, because we get lost.
Heard loud
it's
and
late,
clear.
we get lost.
That sounds great.
We meaning me.
Let me get my screen shared, and we will run through these one by one. There are about 17 of them tonight. Councilors, some of the amendments do conflict with one another in the packets that I've created for you that were distributed publicly last week. There's a notes column that tells you which of the amendments conflict. Ideally, councilors would choose kind of one or the other to vote on, but not both. Diving right into Amendment B1, which is titled Neighborhood Edge Remove. At the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee process, the body added in a new neighborhood edge provision. This is a building step-down requirement for certain multifamily development when it's next to more intense multifamily development. The proposal before you today proposes to strike that language in its entirety. Since the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee process has concluded, council staff has heard from members of the public that this particular change has some unintended consequences, or it could have some unintended consequences on development. This was an idea that came a little later in the process and could probably use more study before adopted. And so the proposal in B1 is to take that idea off the table for now.
Councilor Benton.
I'll move floor amendment number 1.
Item B1 is floor amendment number 1. Councilor Feeblecorn is seconding, although Councilor Jones is also sponsoring, so we'll take it from there.
And I believe the question is whether or not to remove this.
Excuse me. Mr. President, Councilor Jones, yes, the motion on the floor right now would be to take out the new neighborhood edge provision that is proposed.
Thank you. I move to remove. So on B1.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. So we have B1.
Not perfect.
Any other discussion on that amendment?
Urge your support.
All those in favor of Amendment 1 say yes, raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed? Thank you. And councilors, I know it's getting late, but help us and help our clerk. We got to raise our hands so that we can be seen. Sometimes it's hard for us to keep up with so many amendments. So, B2, this is Councilor Sanchez. And okay, so we're not gonna do B2. We're gonna ignore that, Ms. Schultz, and to the clerks, just to be sure we're all working from the same sheet of music, which takes us to B3A.
Mr. President, councilors, B3A was moved and passed by the committee on June 5th. You do have B3B in your packet, though, which is up for discussion tonight. B3, I'm sorry that your table is maybe mislabeled. You have B3B in your packet. The cover sheet says B3A. What's in your packet is B3B. Apologies. Amendment B3B proposes to fix an error that was made at the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee level related to parking reductions that committee passed. There were a lot of kind of moving parts at the committee level where there were multiple amendments that amended the same section, and by accident, a section that the committee did not intend to amend out got amended out of the bill, and so this fixes that error. The result of that is that the parking reductions, as the committee clearly intended to pass, would remain in the bill.
Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'll move floor amendment. This will be floor amendment number 2, 2022-54, and it changes the text as stated here from the amendment A10 in A10A, and that's from the LUPS meeting to to amend this language.
And Counselor Jones, you're a co-sponsor, are you a second on the
I
motion?
second that,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Pena, thank you.
Ms. Schultz, so with this amendment, this reduces the parking?
Mr. President, Counselor Pena, the result of this amendment would be, if the bill is to pass, that certain parking requirements would be reduced in the IDO moving forward.
Okay, so then we have Counselor Sanchez who didn't move his amendment, which did away with that, which said that we wouldn't reduce the parking, right?
Mr. President, Counselor Pena, yes, the amendment that Counselor Sanchez withdrew would have taken the proposed parking reductions out of the bill.
Okay. So I guess the implications was I can add my name to the one Counselor Sanchez withdrew. Is that correct?
Okay. I think we'd allow that. It's on the dais. I think
Yeah.
if somebody else wanted to pick it up, I think we'll just go with it.
Yeah, Mr. President, Counselor Pena, I believe what the clerk is saying is that, yes, that would be an available action.
So, Mr. President, so then it would be that you either voted for the current one or the next one, which would be now mine, that it was Counselor Sanchez.
Mr. President, Counselor Pena, the motion on the floor right now is
Correct.
for the amendment to continue the parking reductions. After that action has been disposed of, then you would be able to move the amendment that would have your name on it now.
And it would undo the amendment, the current amendment, Mr. President.
Mr.
Yep.
President, Counselor Pena, yes.
Okay.
And so maybe if it's okay, Ms. Schultz and Counselor Pena, let's ask Ms. Schultz to go back to the thing we ignored because we didn't have a sponsor at the moment, to explain that one just to be sure, so we can say do this or that, because you can't do both.
Right.
Then we break the whole thing.
Sure, Mr. President, Counselors, B2 proposes to strike the parking reductions that the LEPS committee passed. Those were two parking reductions. One was a 20% reduction specifically for multifamily development if that development is occurring in an urban center, a main street corridor, a premium transit corridor, or a major transit corridor where 20% of the units in that development are workforce housing. That development would get 20% reduced parking. The second reduction is just a more general kind of blanket 30% reduction for all multifamily development. That is what the LEPS committee passed, that if this B2 amendment is successful, would take off the table.
Mr. President?
I'm going to go to Counselor Benton, then Counselor Bassan.
Just since we're at the plate here and Counselor Pena is on deck, I want to go ahead and propose a change to this, which would be that to leave the reduction in place, the parking reduction
20%?
of 20% for affordable housing only.
That would be.
To remove the general, and to remove the language that's a general multifamily parking reduction.
At 30%.
So that would, in other words, Counselor Benton, that's going to be on the B2 amendment we haven't gotten to yet, would be your proposal to amend Counselor Pena's
Right.
amendment if we get there.
I'm just trying to pose something that might be
Yep.
lesser of this, and then versus no reduction at all, which would be Counselor Pena's.
Would Counselor Pena consider that a friendly amendment if she were to sponsor the other amendment? This is kind of a.
I mean, you know, I appreciate what you're saying, Counselor, but then it would, you know, it's a reduction in parking for affordable housing, and it's just, you know, I can't support that.
Okay.
Certainly you could sponsor that if we get to the other amendment.
Right, and the other amendment would just leave everything the way it is. All right, correct? I'm going to ask my co-sponsor in this if she'd be willing to just withdraw this amendment. And then if Counselor Pena is willing, then there'd be no need to, if I'm not mistaken, help me out here, Ms. Schultz. If we were to withdraw this amendment, if I was to withdraw this amendment, and first I have to okay.
Yes.
Would it be necessary to even consider B2?
Mr. President, Counselor Benton, yes, it would still be necessary to consider B2, because there would still be a parking reduction left in the bill, even if we don't clean up the error that took out one of
Okay.
the parking reductions.
Fair enough. Well, look, to just save everybody the brain damage, I'm going to withdraw this. And so now.
Mr. President.
All right, so we're going to withdraw floor amendment number 2, but it did exist for a minute. So we're going to leave it as floor amendment number 2, because we tried to do things right. We don't want a new 2. So we're going to make, the old B2 is now going to be 3, which comes after 2, but before it on there, or the sheet, so whatever, following along. Great. We are on B,
Mr. President.
yeah.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
That's not going to be long enough, but sure. All those in favor say yes and raise your hand.
Yes. I'm not really in favor.
Okay, that carries 9-0 for the moment. Thank you for catching that, Councilor Bassan. All right, let's go back. B2 is now floor amendment number 3. It is sponsored now by Councilor Pena. As is.
As is.
Second from Councilor Bassan. Councilors, want to talk about this? I got no's. All right. All those in favor of floor amendment number 3, sponsored by Councilor Pena now, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
7, right? All those opposed? That's 2. So that matter carries 7-2. Okay. All right. Next up, we have skipped B3 because that was withdrawn. So now we are on Councilor Sanchez. You are on B4, which is number 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 5, line 16, delete section 1 of the bill in its entirety and renumber subsequent sections as necessary. This amendment proposes to delete the section of the bill that would make duplexes a permissive use in R1 zone district. If passed, duplexes would not be allowed in R1 zone district generally, but would continue to be allowed in R1A as allowed by the IDO today.
Yep. Second for Councilor Grout. Councilors, any discussion? Sorry, I'm trying to read and catch up. All right. Councilors, any discussion, anything from the administration? Mr. Real.
Mr. President, in the whole discussion of the amendments to the IDO, one of the interesting issues has been this particular opportunity to create additional housing and to create different types of housing. Our proposal was that we would have casitas and duplexes. Recognize that this one has been an issue for a lot of folks, and it is obviously a policy call for the council, but just true to our proposal, we would not support this amendment. We'd like to see duplexes still continue to be an option of housing for our community.
Councilor Benton.
If she's so willing, I wonder if Councilor Grout would let us know whether she's still open to, you still have your ADU or duplex, is that still? Yeah, it's still there. Well, that's still an option as well. Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe I'll add, if it doesn't pass, I'd love to see this come back through the regular IDO process where we could look at some other sort of, some more detail on how that might work, and where it might be the most appropriate. But I do think it's part of the strategy. If it doesn't pass, I'd love to see it come back with a little more details. All right.
Mr. President, if I could just quickly follow on with that, and I understand that. I understand the concern with this being combined. I also understand the concern of the possibility of in some places, this being more of a threat to the existing fabric than others. And so I think there is a place for duplexes, and we do need to continue to have discussion about duplexes, where there's a place for them in the city, and it doesn't really exist anymore. So for that reason,
Thank you.
probably vote against this, but I think I know which way it's going.
Counselor Bassan.
Mr. President, Ms. Schultz, are duplexes allowed conditionally in the city of Albuquerque?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, they are a permissive use in certain zone districts, specifically in terms of the R1 zone, only in the sub R1A zone.
But that's permissively.
Permissively, not conditional.
So is anything conditional with duplexes?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, I'm seeing a nod. Yes, I'm going to ask my colleague over at the planning department to come help me answer this question.
Hello, councilors. Michaela Renz Whitmore from the planning department. So confusingly, today an accessory dwelling unit can be attached or detached. So you can have it as a casita in your backyard, or you can have it attached to your house. So if you convert your garage today to an accessory dwelling unit, that's an accessory dwelling unit. So we're trying in this amendment to separate out the two to make it clear what's detached and in your backyard and what's attached to your house. So today in R1, you cannot have a duplex except in R1A with a kitchen. But you can have an accessory dwelling unit without a kitchen, but that's kind of the same as just adding a room in your house, which is permissive. So would anyone ever come to us and say, I would like to add another accessory dwelling unit without a kitchen in my house? No, they would just add a bedroom without a kitchen. If they want a second kitchen in the house and they're not going to wall it off, that's permissive.
But
So it's not a duplex, it's a second kitchen in your house. As long as there's a pass-through in your house between that place with the second kitchen and the rest of your house, that's permissive. So to me, a duplex, it isn't much different from what's
clear as mud, but also actually very
Don't
enlightening.
go anywhere. Hold on, come back.
That was a very enlightening explanation that I heard. It's possible.
So if I put a lock on my second bedroom, I can just call that an ADU and be done with it?
Mr. President, not necessarily. Is there a kitchen in there?
No.
That's just a room in your house with a locked door.
Okay, just checking. All right. Yeah, you may or may not. All right, sorry, we're not gonna drag this out too much longer. All right, councilors, any other discussion on that, which is Amendment 4 on B4, sponsored by Councilor Sanchez? All those in favor say yes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think. Good. And then all those opposed. 1, 2. So that matter carries. We are on Amendment 5. Councilor Sanchez, this removes ADUs for Amendment number 5.
I'll go ahead and pull that one.
Okay, he's not going to move B5, which screws up our numbers, but that's okay. Because now B6 becomes 5. When I get to it. Councilor Grout. B6 as 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor Amendment 5 would respond to the public comment requiring that ADU citywide be a conditional use instead of permissive, with the exception of existing small area regulations where other rules already apply. The conditional use process requires a public meeting and notification to surrounding property owners and applicable neighborhood associations. The zoning hearing examiner will consider justification for the ADU request related to the mitigation of potential harm on the surrounding community, in addition to the review and decision criteria. This amendment would retain special rules for areas of Albuquerque that regulate ADUs individually. For example, ADUs are a permissive use within a quarter mile of urban centers, Main Street corridors, and premium transit corridors, and that would remain in place if a conditional use requirement was instituted for the rest of the city. I'd like to move this one.
Councilor Grout moves Amendment 5. Is there a second from Counselor Bassan? Anything from the administration before we go to other counselors? Can I ask a basic planning question and ballparky, but I mean, how many conditional uses are we denying at this point? Like, it's my experience that the conditional use process approves about 80% at least of applications for all kinds of things. Like, Ms. Schultz, do you know?
Mr. President, I don't have an exact number for you, but as I peruse kind of the notices of decision for your ZHE conditional use requests, I would say, yes, the majority of them do seem to be approved.
I have to say, like, my opinion of this is sort of like, this feels like, and I'm not opposed to it, and Ms. O'Malley, if you'd like to weigh in. I'm not opposed to the idea of a conditional use. I kind of think it doesn't matter because I think it gives neighborhoods the false impression that they have input, and they don't, really. Like, there's a pretty high bar to prove that this is sort of injurious to the neighborhood or that it doesn't fit. And as a general rule, like, they don't really change a plan. It just delays that process, is my experience. Now, there have been a few exceptions where the conditional use process has really weeded out bad actors or really bad ideas. But Ms. O'Malley?
Yes, thank you. Just weigh in on the conditional use issue. It really does require extra time and resources. There's already conditions on it on the permissive use side. So it's really interesting that really there are conditions on permissive already, and they're outlined in the legislation. And so it makes sense that it would be permissive. I know as someone who does development, it adds extra time, it adds money. You're already talking about either getting a loan for a project or getting it designed, and you can go through one appeal after another. Once you get a permit, you do have standing. It doesn't mean that somebody can't appeal it, but you're in a stronger position to say this, that you can move forward. And so I really feel strongly that these should remain permissive if we're going to get these done. And especially when I'm talking about extra time and money, that's really hard on folks who want to build something. We talked about how we would encourage that to happen with either affordable program or having some plans that are ready to go. But it's going to limit the ability for people to do this if it's conditional.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I ask if, with permissive use, do you have to notify the neighbors?
Yes, you do.
And would it be just like conditional only, and they are notified for sure, so that can they come down, or can they have any conversation?
Right, and I think, isn't there, Shanna, that there is some notification that occurs?
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, this would be considered an administrative review, and for administrative review, there's a posted sign and an email that is sent to the neighborhood association.
Right.
Thank you, thank you. I firmly believe, I strongly believe that communication is really important, and making, the neighborhoods are more, when your neighbors are aware of what's happening and before it's happening, and like you said, I've used this example before, my neighbor next door, they were putting in an ADU, a casita, it's charming, but it was going to block our view big time. And so we asked them, could you move it over 6 feet? And they said, sure, no problem. And they have a lovely casita. It's great. I still have a view, and we're still friends. But I think that this is when you take away the conversation and you're not communication, and communication's super important. I don't understand why we have to eliminate that. I think that isn't always the best thing. But
I think, again, Mr. President, Councilor Grout, it really is about the permissive use. I think gives you some standing to move forward. I mean, that's the whole point of a permit, right, to have permissive use. And so even though there might be appeal process, you still have that entitlement, which I think is really important to move forward. And so otherwise, you can go through one appeal after another, and the applicant is the one that that's the one who has to prove that it's not injurious. I'm not saying that you wouldn't have a conversation with your neighbor. I certainly do, and I certainly have. But I think if the standards exist, right, already, and we can improve on those standards, but if the standards exist that say, this is the setback requirements, these are the open space requirements, this is all these things, those are standards that you have to meet already as a permissive use. It just helps you to
Ms.
go
O'Malley, you have a
forward.
staffer who would love to, is very anxious to come tell you something.
Okay.
I totally agree with those points. I just want to also point out that there is another option if the conversation is really what you're after, Councilor Grout. The pre-submittal neighborhood meeting is another avenue to get that early conversation even before an application is submitted. We've heard a lot of testimony about the worry about pitting neighbor against neighbor. Sometimes even before that application gets to the city, if there can be a conversation before a lot of time and money has been spent on final drawings, for example, having that conversation before those drawings are submitted allows that good problem solving between two neighbors. So that's another avenue so that we use the standards that are predictable in the integrated development ordinance, but add that early conversation through that pre-submittal neighborhood meeting. Just another option.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, one final thing I will say. This floor amendment, I'm bringing that forward too because of the neighborhoods and all of the communication that I've seen, that we've all seen, that people are, when we're compromising, we're making some compromises. We don't always get everything we want, so you make some compromises. And so I've seen over the conversation over the last 6 months now, 4 months, the compromise that some of these neighborhood associations are making. And they are saying, okay, ADUs will be okay, but can we make them conditional? So they're making that compromise. And I have not seen from the administration any compromise come forward on their own. And so it's disappointing to me. So again, I'm bringing this forward as a compromise on behalf of our neighborhood associations and the neighbors, and not just neighborhood associations that have reached out. These are individual people that are concerned about their neighborhoods. And so I would urge you to consider making these conditional use. Thank you.
Councilor Bassan had a question before we close.
Mr. President and Ms. Renz-Whitmore, you might just want to bring your computer up there. It'll probably be easier for you, but maybe you want steps. Is the pre-submittal neighborhood meeting advertised to neighbors or recognized neighborhood associations?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, the pre-submittal neighborhood meeting offer goes to the neighborhood associations
That are recognized.
That are recognized, who can ever, and if there isn't one, if there isn't one next, if the property where the casita is going to go in doesn't have a neighborhood association, it goes to the next neighborhood association within a quarter mile. So it does radiate out pretty far. And then that neighborhood association can invite whoever they'd like to.
Which is great, but I still think it's missing a big chunk of communication, because I know many neighborhood associations who have, decided not to become recognized. And so I know that ours that I live in, it's more than a quarter mile in and of itself. So I think that that is a way that we are going to miss the mark on communicating with people.
Okay, councilors, any other questions on that, which is floor amendment number 5? Seeing none, all those in favor of ADU conditional use, say yes and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 4. That carries 5-4. Get that. Next up, B7 setbacks, Councilor Grout. This will be number 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 6 is, this amendment will require that any ADU be set back a minimum of 5 feet from the rear lot line and a minimum of 5 feet from the side lot line. Currently, accessory structures do not have a minimum required setback from the rear or side lot. The fire code via the building code would require that any ADU be at least 10 feet from another building, not from a lot line, unless a specific quality of fireproof materials are provided in the construction. as approved through the building permit process. Existing regulations in the IDO require that any ADU be at least 10 feet from any other building on the lot. ADUs are not permitted to be in front of any existing building on a lot, so a front setback is not necessary to regulate. And I move this one.
A second for Councilor Bassan. Councilors, any questions on this item? Councilor Benton, I think I have one too, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'll just make the point that I made at LUPS. So we're putting up plenty of barriers now to doing ADUs, but this one could be, depending on the size of the lot, could be a big one. There's nothing, accessory buildings presently are allowed right at the lot line. And the way you deal with it is you put a firewall, it's a 1-hour firewall for the fire code. But accessory buildings don't have setbacks normally, so this would be creating an unusual setback for what's essentially an accessory building. And if you think about, say, a 45-foot wide older lot, if you've got a setback 5 feet from the property line, it's going to be that much more difficult to build a dwelling unit. At the same time, if you don't really want to build a firewall and you want to leave a little dog trot on the side of the yard, the building without the firewall is going to be 3 feet from the side yard anyway, because of fire code. And then similarly at the back. I mean, I think I would just ask, maybe offer a friendly amendment that you could have a rear setback of 5 feet and a side set, or a side setback of 5 feet, but not both, because you're really starting to eliminate the option of building the structure with a 5-foot setback of both rear and side. You know, there's different rears too. You know, some rears are on an alley.
Yeah.
Some are not. Some are at the neighbor's yard.
Would the sponsor, Councilor Grout, consider that a friendly amendment for an either-or setback instead of a mandatory both side and rear?
Okay.
Does Councilor Benton want to run that as an amendment to the amendment? Or should we have more discussion?
Yeah, so the amendment's been moved. I'll move this as an amendment to the amendment and I know this is probably unconventional, we don't really do it, right? But we could do it. We could say that it shall be 5 feet from either the rear or the side yard, but not necessarily both.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, yes, I think that language would be acceptable, and we can craft an amendment that reflects what you just verbally stated if this amendment to the amendment is to pass.
Okay, I'll move the amendment to the amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second from Councilor Jones. Councilors, any other discussion on that matter? Let me ask a clarifying question. I think I know the answer, but actually this came up at a Nob Hill forum-y thing. Older neighborhoods like Nob Hill, includes mine, I guess. A lot of them have garages / ADUs that were built in the 40s that are on the property lines, right? One of the questions that came up was if it's not currently being used as an ADU, and doesn't have a kitchen, and they wanted to convert it to one, would these setbacks prohibit them from doing that? Like otherwise it is currently a rental without a kitchen. If they wanted to add a kitchen, would these setbacks prohibit it because the building itself is already sited?
Mr. President, councilors, I would invite my friends from the planning department to come
I love
answer
when
that
we-
question
You might as well
about
just sit down here, please.
how a property would come into compliance that cannot physically meet the use-specific standards.
So that property, if you pass this amendment, would be considered non-conforming.
Yes.
So they would have to ask for a variance, and it would still be legally pretty dicey. I think the planning department would frown on that. Typically speaking, if you've got something non-conforming, we don't allow you to make it more non-conforming, i.e. building onto it. So that would be problematic.
Yeah, don't go far. Thank you, Michaela. Yeah, given that, I mean, I think some of these older neighborhoods, right, were built before we had some ideas like this. I mean, I have no intention of having anyone else live in my backyard. I don't particularly like all the animals and other things that show up there either. So the stray dogs and other things, but they're wonderful, don't get me wrong. I don't want any more people in my yard, but I do think like in some of these older neighborhoods, this would wipe out a big option for people who may want to bring in older parents back. So I think I like Counselor Benton's amendment to the amendment, if only because it opens up more of those. I'm just literally thinking of places in the neighborhood. I think they all have one or the other, but not both. Anyway, I was thinking about older neighborhoods that may be non-conforming and then would wipe out that. So somebody, yeah.
Mr. President,
None of that
councilors.
was a complete sentence, by the way.
I will point out, since you did make them conditional, that that can always be a condition that's added to the approval, is that there are setbacks that are different than would otherwise be required. So it could always be done on a case-by-case basis as well.
All right, so the amendment on the floor for the vote is the amendment to the amendment, changing the setbacks to an either or instead of a both. That's my shortcut. Of course, Councilor Grout wants to ask the administration if they have an opinion.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask Ms. Melody to respond to that. She's got a little more detail about that and understands that process a little better.
I'm not sure her facial expressions say that she does, but.
I'm sorry, Dr. what is the setback? Oh, the setback requirements.
The matter, Ms. O'Malley,
I'm sorry.
Councilor Benton has an amendment to the amendment that would, instead of making it a 5 foot on the front and the back side setbacks, allows it to be an either or instead of both. Instead of having a setback from the rear and the side, it would be either the side or the rear.
Oh, I see. I don't see there's a problem with that.
Ms. O'Malley does not care. Yes.
Well, so we have an interesting situation, right, where Councilor Benton lives. There's some areas in the post-war area, post-war developments in the northeast Heights, where you have alleyways. Right? And so in the case of downtown, the ADUs are right up against the alley. And I think that's a kind of unusual situation, right? So, but typically, I think you would want setbacks. I think people want setbacks, 5 feet. So, yes, it's up to you guys.
Okay,
So the amendment is either or?
either or. And yeah, that, as was pointed out, that could accommodate an alley condition. And then you'd still have the setback on the other side, or as the one that you described when somebody wanted to convert a building, it would make that more flexible. And then again, as was stated, since it's now a conditional use, people could ask for whatever they want as a neighbor.
Okay. Councilors, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment for the either or amendment, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
All those opposed? 1, 2. So 7-2 in favor of the amendment to the amendment. Now we're back on 6 as amended. Councilor Grout.
Well, let's pass this.
All right, let's pass it. All those in favor say yes, raise your hand. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? 2. Councilor Jones.
I would like to ask for reconsideration on B5. B6, I'm sorry.
What?
I voted no.
Counselor?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Everybody can hear me. I voted yes on that, and I was not paying attention.
Okay.
So reconsideration.
So Councilor Jones has asked for a motion to reconsider what was floor amendment number 5. That is item B6 in your packets. Having voted in the affirmative, she has the right to ask for that motion. Is there a second for the motion to reconsider? We have several of those. Councilor Benton was the one I saw first. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider on item of floor amendment 5 say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are back on item floor amendment number 5. Councilor Jones.
Ask for your support. One more time.
Oh,
Yeah, and Councilor Benton's a second.
no. Yeah,
Okay, hold on just a minute.
as long as we're clear.
Sorry. Okay, floor amendment, sorry, I needed to catch up. Floor amendment number 5 is B6, which is the conditional use for the ADUs. It previously passed. This would go reconsider that vote.
That's, would we consider this? Yes.
Well, we voted to reconsider. We're back to the
No,
matter of the
now
passing
back.
it again.
Right.
All those in favor of passing floor amendment number 5, which makes ADUs a conditional use, right? Thank you. Say yes and raise your hand. B6, yeah, no, floor amendment 5, which is B6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll ask the clerk to help me. So floor amendment number 5 was item B6. That made ADUs a conditional use. It previously passed. Councilor Jones has asked for a reconsideration, and so we are back on the amendment itself. The question is, should ADUs be a conditional use, yes or no? Correct? Okay, great. All those in favor of ADUs as a conditional use, say yes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That now fails. Thank you. So we're back. And we have already done B7, which is floor amendment number 6 on setbacks. We are now on B8. Councilor Grout's going to pass. Is that what I understood? Councilor Grout, that's the ADU or duplex, but having removed duplexes. So you're going to pass on B8. That takes us to B9, ADU structural heights, making this 7.
Mr. President, I'll move floor amendment number 7.
Councilor Jones, do you second? You're a co-sponsor.
I'll second.
And this adds on page 5, line 30, amend section 2 to add a new subsection. And this requires that an accessory dwelling unit not be taller than the primary structure on the property.
Anything from the administration? And Ms. Schultz, I think you got anything extra?
Mr. President, no further comments unless there are questions about this provision.
Anything from the administration? Ms. O'Malley, maybe?
Actually, I just wondered if this applied, and I guess that would be from the planners. If someone wants to, if you have a one-story house, and what happens a lot of times is someone will put, in a separate garage, will put a second story, a room, or an apartment. And does this apply to that?
Mr. President, councilors, that wouldn't be considered an accessory dwelling unit because it is attached to the primary structure.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Pena.
Well, this button is hard to push. So I guess back to what Councilor Ms. O'Malley, who are you?
She's neither one.
What do you put on the business card?
So if you were to build a detached garage and then an accessory dwelling on top of that, is that not allowed with this amendment?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, yes, that's correct. Say the primary structure or the house on the lot is a single story. You build a single story detached garage that you end up wanting to convert later. You wouldn't be able to add a second story to that detached building because that detached building would be limited to the structure height of the primary structure on the property.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I can support that.
I appreciate the questions on this. And I would, if it's okay with my co-sponsor, I would like to create, with the exception of a dwelling that's built on top of a two-car garage or a garage. Is that feasible?
So
in other words, if you're just building a two-story house behind a one-story house, you can't do it. If you're building a secondary dwelling unit on top of a garage, you would be allowed to do it. Do you see what I'm saying?
We're going to let the planners talk. Will the co-sponsor agree?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. President, councilors, in the instance, in the example that Councilor Pena just described, I've just been informed that if you were to add a unit on top of that detached garage, that would make the development a duplex and not an accessory dwelling unit.
No.
Because a detached garage is considered a part of the primary structure, even if it's detached. And when you add a dwelling unit that is part of the primary structure, that is now a duplex and not an accessory dwelling unit.
Is this why it takes forever to get plans back from the planning department?
I withdraw my question, Mr. President. This may have to be tackled in the next go-around.
All right, we're gonna bring that one back next year. You're off the hook. All right, we're back on it as written, which didn't sound complicated the first time. For amendment, we need to wait on Councilor Sanchez, so go ahead. Yeah, Councilor
Can you
Hassan.
please sum up what we're really voting on now?
Ms.
Did we
Schultz, will you-
withdraw, or are we continuing with B9 just as it was written to begin with?
B9 as written, he's withdrawn the sort of amendment, but Ms.
Okay.
Schultz, we're killing time till Councilor Sanchez comes back because we need his vote on this, so go ahead.
Sure, Mr. President, just to clarify for the council, what this amendment would do, if passed, is it would limit any accessory dwelling unit, which is a detached dwelling unit with a kitchen. The height of that dwelling unit, the structure height of that dwelling unit would be limited to the structure height of the primary dwelling unit on the property.
So, Mr. President, so this
Councilor Pena.
amendment's still on the floor?
Yeah.
Yes, I was waiting on Councilor Sanchez. We-
Okay, okay.
Go ahead.
Bárbaro.
Yeah, I know. Okay, we are on floor amendment 7 as written. Councilor Benton withdrew his question about the garage. All those in favor of floor amendment 7, which is B9, related to ADU heights, say yes and raise your hand, please.
Yes.
All those opposed? 1. Did we get 8-1, right? Okay. Thank you all for being patient. I know this is hard to keep up with. All right. Next up is B10, Councilor Bassan. This would be 8.
Oh, I just wrote 10. Mr. President. Okay, this is relevant because B5 did not go through, so just making sure we're all on the same page. This would amend subsection G on page 7, line 22, and in section 2 of the bill, create a new subsection to amend small area provisions where accessory dwelling units require conditional use. This amendment, so I will move this amendment, and it proposes to remove the conditional use permit requirements for ADUs in areas that have them today. This will make ADUs permissive in all R1 zoned parcels in the city, including areas that require a conditional use permit today that include Borealis, Huning Highlands, South Broadway, and University neighborhoods.
Second.
There are several seconds. I just saw Council Peoplecorn first, so we'll take that one. You want to, anybody to explain or any questions? Anything from the administration, and we'll go back to the sponsor to close. Nothing there, Councilor Bassan?
I urge your support.
All those in favor of floor amendment number 8, which is item B10 from the packet, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
That is unanimous, I think. Okay. B11, whereas clauses, Councilor Bassan, floor amendment 9.
Mr. President, on page 2, I would like to move floor amendment number 9. On page 2, line 20, delete the following whereas clause. Whereas the city has the responsibility to establish land use and zoning regulations that respond to changes in the supply and demand for housing. And on page 2, line 28, delete the following whereas clause. Whereas the city's point-in-time count identified over 1,300 people experiencing homelessness in 2022. And on page 4, line 9, revise the following whereas clause. Whereas the history of R1 zoning includes efforts to exclude people of color instead of outside the dominant race and lower income households. This amendment proposes to delete the 3 whereas clauses in the legislation because the city council, not the city, has a responsibility to establish land use and zoning regulations per the charter. There's a concern that the point in time counts, at least in my opinion, are not accurate. And using the language, the dominant race, doesn't seem to be accurate, probably in the way it was written and or just yucky.
Motion and a second. Counselors, questions, anything from the administration? Counselor Bassan?
I urge your support.
All those in favor of floor amendment number 9, say yes, raise your hand.
Yes.
That matter is unanimous. B12, microwaves for residential conversions. Counselor Sanchez, that's number 10, item B12. He's going to not, so B12 will pass. Counselor Pena, however, has a new idea. We have floor amendment number 10, so item B12 is back as a Counselor Pena-sponsored amendment. Is there a second? Counselor Bassan. Ms. Schultz, would you give us a rundown on this, and then I'll go to the sponsor?
Sure thing, Mr. President and counselors. In the bill, as it's been amended, there is amended language related to the conversion of non-residential properties to residential properties. There's been a kind of carve-out for what the IDO would consider a kitchen for the purposes of these very specific conversions. The language that got passed by the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee states that a microwave or an induction cooktop could serve as a requirement for a cooking heating appliance. For the purposes of the kitchen definition, at the June 5th City Council meeting, Councilor Sanchez asked some questions about the microwave or induction cooktop language to say that he had heard from constituents that certain types of HUD funding would not allow folks with vouchers, certain types of vouchers, to stay in units that didn't have at least a microwave or a stove of some sort. And so the amendment here proposes to add that microwave requirement back to the kitchen definition, that kitchen definition that's specific to the non-residential to residential conversions. Ultimately, the outcome of this is that if folks are doing these conversions, they would need to provide both a microwave and an induction cooktop as a means to make sure that folks with certain types of HUD funding can legally stay in those units. I'll clarify that it doesn't mean that those units will be built to kind of affordable standards, but if folks do have a voucher and want to show up and request to stay in those apartments, where HUD would say you can't because the kitchen definition in your code doesn't meet what we require, this would fix that.
Would or would not?
Mr. President, it would fix that.
Urge your support.
Yep. Counselors, any questions? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment 10 by Counselor Pena, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Any opposed? 1. Counselor Feeble-Corn opposed. Item B13 is Counselor Pena. Would be 11 if you want to do it.
Okay, I'd move amendment number 11, and then Ms. Schultz will explain the amendment.
Mr. President, counselors, the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee passed a couple of building height bonuses, a set of building height bonuses for multifamily development, and added to the existing bonuses in the IDO today related to workforce housing development. I'm going to scroll all the way back to a table that I had produced. All the red text in this table shows what the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee proposed to add to the IDO. This amendment would take out all of those bonuses. The result of that is the building height regulations, as they exist in the IDO today, would continue to stay in place without the additional bonuses.
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Counselor Benton. Are you?
I'd like to move an amendment to the amendment, which would maintain the bonus for affordable housing only, and would remove the bonus for other housing.
And for the record, I'll second that amendment if we didn't have one already. I didn't know if I called one. Okay. And I'm sorry, Counselor, would you read that to me again?
I think Ms. Schultz, I've already spoken to her about this.
Mr. President, counselors, I have some language that I can read into the record that would accomplish what Counselor Benton wants.
Let's do that.
So floor amendment number
11.
11 would be amended. Section 1 would be replaced with the following. In LUPS Amendment A8, strike Section 1A and Section 5 related to new building height bonuses in the IDO for multifamily development. The results of that amendment is that the new bonuses specific to workforce housing would remain, but regular multifamily development with no income restrictions, those bonuses would come out.
Okay. Is there a second for the amendment to the amendment? I'll second it for discussion. Counselor Benton?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think this was focused on workforce housing. I mean, I think workforce housing is the more challenging of the two types, as opposed to just the regular market apartments to get built. And so I think this gives some additional advantage to getting the workforce housing projects built. Otherwise, they're going to be parked the same as any other apartment building and likely to be less likely to be penciling out and be constructed.
Other questions? Counselor Corn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Schultz, can you remind me how we are defining the workforce housing? And for example, if somebody's putting in a 10-unit multifamily and they're going to put 5 of them as guaranteed affordable housing and 5 not, would that fall under this or would that not fall under this?
The Integrated Development Ordinance has a definition for workforce housing, and it refers back to the city's Workforce Housing Trust Fund Ordinance, and it's that ordinance that goes on to define what the city considers to be workforce housing. I don't have that definition from that ordinance handy right now, but I could probably pull it up semi-quickly.
Mr. President, I would really like an answer if we can get that.
While we're doing that, maybe ask Mr. Real if the administration has a position, and then I'll go to Counselor Benton.
Yeah, if they've got an answer that's different than mine, as the former sponsor of that ordinance, it does require permanent affordability, if that's the question.
Thank you. My question was more along the lines of what percentage of permanent affordability. So we've been talking a lot about the fact that we don't want to have, one unit that's just all affordable housing. We would like to see some mixed income housing developments. And if so, if we're going to do half or less as permanently affordable, does that trigger the workforce housing definition specifically for this, but just in general? I just don't know the answer to that. And
Ms. O'Malley was the other co-sponsor of that, so she may remember off the top of her head. But I don't know. If it were a mixed income project, Debbie, does that?
I think Michaela and Shanna have it figured out, too.
Let's see what they say.
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, between the IDO definition and the city's Workforce Housing Trust Fund Ordinance, the resulting restriction is that at least 30% of the units would need to be restricted to folks making 80% of AMI, 80% or less of AMI. 30% of the units at 80% income.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Thank you, Mr. President.
Does the administration want to weigh in on the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. President, obviously, the whole purpose of this, of our ordinance and what are the proposals here for the IDO were to maximize the amount of housing units available. Obviously, the amendment to the amendment at least preserves a portion of that and would certainly be, we'd be supportive of that, although we'd love not to have the amendment at all, because I think it limits the housing availability, and that's what I think our intent was in this entire process. But from compromising and from working together to try and make this work, obviously the amendment to the amendment would be fine with that.
Anything further?
Urge support.
All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment? I'm sorry. Yeah. You do not support the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
All those opposed? So that was a 4-5, I was a 4. And then we are back on the amendment as presented by Councilor Pena. All those in favor of Amendment 11, raise your hand and say yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. So Amendment 11 passes.
Counselor,
Yes,
I'd like to verify the vote on the amendment to the amendment.
yes.
You had stated it was 5-4.
I can't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry, you had stated it was 5-4?
The amendment to the amendment failed on a 4-5.
Oh, 4-5, you said we have it failing on 3-6.
Okay. Do you have the,
It still fails.
yep.
Can we see the yeses?
Revote it.
The yeses for the amendment to the amendment was myself, Counselor Benton, Counselor Feeblecorn, and Counselor Jones.
Okay, we got that, thank you.
Is that good? We're good?
Yes.
Thanks. Thanks for checking. We're not going to get through this, so let's do this one more time just so I don't forget, like I almost did. So I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and extend the meeting until midnight. That should get us there, maybe?
Yes.
Second. Second. All those in favor say yes, raise your hand. All right, that matter carries. We're almost there, folks. All right, B14, Councilor Pena. This is now 12? Thanks. 12, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President, so I'll hand it over to Shannon.
Mr. President, Councilors, Amendment B14 proposes to add one new whereas clause related to infill development and other opportunities for development within the city, and also proposes to add 2 new purpose statements to the IDO. On the first page of the IDO, you'll find a list of purpose statements, which intend to tell the reader what this IDO is about, what it is hoping to accomplish, and this amendment would add 2 additional purpose statements, again, related to infill and other opportunities for development within the city that explicitly are not infill.
Is there a second? Counselor Lewis. I'll take Lewis. We haven't had him today. All right. Counselor, back on your bill or your amendment.
So if no one else wants to speak, I just urge your support. I just think it's important. I know that this whole IDO that we've focused on all these years is really focused on primarily infill development and, you know, certain sections of the city, the west side in particular, within the city boundaries, has kind of been negatively impacted by that. So I think this amendment will just say that we need to look at other opportunities throughout the city and with infill, but encourage other opportunities throughout the city. So I would just.
All those in favor of floor amendment 12, say yes and raise your hand. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did you count those? All those opposed? So that must have been Counselor Sanchez. You were a yes or a no? Then we'll make that a 7-2. Counselor Feeblecorn and myself are the noes. Counselor Pena, if B15 is now 13.
So for amendment number 13, Shannon, I guess I'll pass it to you.
Sure, Mr. President, Councilor Pena, B13 proposes to add an additional whereas clause to the bill, encouraging city staff to review sector development plans. Those were the small area plans that were in place prior to the IDO being adopted, to review those and the regulatory components within those, and offer a recommendation to the council on if any new small mapped areas, such as character protection overlay zones or otherwise, should be created based on that review of those plans.
Motion and a second. Counselor Feeblecorn with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was not around for the development of the IDO, but it was my understanding that this had been done. And so is there the thought that we just need to do it again to double check? Why would we need to review this again?
Mr. President, that question might be better suited for the sponsor than me about the intention of the amendment.
Thank you.
Counselor Pena.
So, yes, so I was not in support of removing our sector plans just originally. And so when we actually, obviously I knew that I didn't have the support for it. So I think we added a section where people could refer to them, but they weren't part of the meat and potatoes of the IDO. And, you know, just looking at over the time and over the amendments that have occurred through this, there's been sections of the city that had eliminated their sector plans, but then they created these small mapped areas with protection overlays, and primarily in downtown area. And I just think that there's other areas that should be revisited, just like some of these have been throughout this process.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you, Mr. President.
And, Counselor, if this doesn't pass, I'm not aware, maybe this is a sponsor question or Michelle's question, there wouldn't be any prohibition on someone doing that on a limited basis or anywhere specifically in the city, should they desire to do that anyway, but this is just sort of formalizing that. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, I think you can do it throughout this whole entire process. We can look at different sections. I think that's what's occurred. But it's just, for me, just, you know, being opposed to them since the beginning and then seeing that we have created the same thing over the years in some areas that are in really marginalized areas that could utilize some protections have been kind of overlooked. So I think this would be a good time to just revisit that and look at those areas.
All right, Councilors, any other discussion? Councilor Ben.
Yeah, just quickly, in the central planning area, we just did actually, I mean, we're in the process of talking about this, but we are looking at adding some additional provisions and additional neighborhoods. As part of that discussion anyway, I realized that won't change the IDO immediately, but as part of that central planning area, we have had those discussions, correct?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, yes, you're describing the community planning area assessment process in which the planning department goes out to 12 areas of the city and kind of takes their temperature on what they would like to see either maintained or improved in their area. And it is the expectation that in some of those reports that come before this council, there will be recommendations for new small mapped areas based on the community engagement that those teams went out and did.
Thank you.
Councilor Pena.
Mr. President, to add to that, so as they've gone out, they've actually had to go out several times because in some of these communities that are more marginalized communities, they haven't really been able to garner the information or comments from communities. So again, that's why I think this would be important to revisit it as a whole. So.
Thank you. Seeing no other question or discussion on that item, all those in favor of floor amendment number 13 for sector plan review, whereas clauses, say yes and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Okay. That passes. Councilor Pena, number 14 is B16 in the packet. Housing affordability.
Okay, and I was actually thinking about, thank you, Mr. President, I was actually thinking about not moving this amendment because I know that we do have a plan in place here at the city of Albuquerque, but through our discussion that we've been having this evening about affordable housing and how we're going to partner with the county, I think it's important maybe to add this to the IDO so that it can complement that work. So with that, I would move floor amendment number 14. And Shanna, I don't know if you want to.
Second for Councilor Brisson, thanks. Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, councilors, this amendment proposes to add 2 whereas clauses to 054.
Flip over to the, I'm sorry.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes. The first one relates to the assertion in the bill, in the existing bill, that these changes will create affordable housing. And the second statement encourages the city administration to pursue a kind of more broader, more robust plan for encouraging and incentivizing affordable housing beyond just land use entitlements, which is really all this bill can do.
Thank you. Councilors, others questions or discussion? Anything from the administration? Councilor Brisson.
Mr. President, it'll take off one of my comments later, but this is definitely something that, I mean, we've had people reach out earlier too to say that there were no affordability provisions written into the bill. So I think that this is a great way to make sure that people know that we recognize that.
Okay, Councilor Pena?
Close or?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would urge your support on this. What triggered me on this was really, there was a lot of discussion throughout this entire process about how it was going to impact affordability for people when we knew that that really wasn't the case. And I didn't like that that was falling on the backs of people who really do need a true focused plan on affordability and housing. So I urge your support.
All those in favor of floor amendment number 14 as presented, say yes and raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's unanimous, okay? 9-0 on 14. Councilor Pena, B17 is the last in our packet.
I would move floor amendment number 17, and I'll go to Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President.
Yeah, this is floor amendment 15. She had it right.
Oh, 15?
It's item
I'm sorry.
17. Floor amendment 15. Is there a second? Councilor Bassan. Thanks. I'm sorry. Ms. Schultz.
Thank you.
Mr. President, this amendment is specific to multifamily developments that are, in which more than 50% of the units are available to folks making 65% or less of AMI. So for those kind of narrowly focused types of affordable housing, what this amendment says is that once an application for one of those projects is approved in a city council district, another type of that project meeting those same income restrictions could not be approved in the same council district until there has been one approved in all other city council districts. So the quickest example, if there was one approved in Council District 3, an applicant could not get another one approved in Council District 3. They could get one approved in Council District 2, 4, 6, any of the other ones. We'll say 2, for example. Once there is one in 3 and once there is one in 2, there could also not be another one in 2, and a developer would need to look to the other council districts to develop that property.
At the risk of legal, oh my God, I can't believe I asked this. So we've heard some input from city legal today that gave us some different ways to interpret this. And so, Ms. Keefe, there's some disagreement amongst at least 4 different attorneys in the city on whether this is appropriate, legal, or how it's best to do. I understand the intent and it makes sense. I want to be sure we address the concerns that were presented to the council.
Council President, I appreciate that. Our City Legal's initial concern related to the Fair Housing Act, which prohibits discrimination in housing, and that includes discriminatory effects. And there is case law on prohibitions on affordable housing that have been struck down because they have the effect of creating discrimination against protected classes. This is not an express prohibition, so I'm not entirely, so having done very little research today, I don't know that that would apply, but it certainly would be a concern. And so this certainly could be subject to challenge on that basis. Although when you talk about discriminatory effects, it would depend on how it plays out and whether it actually would have that impact on any protected class or not. City Legal's secondary concern would be whether this creates a taking. In terms of if somebody is proposing an affordable housing in District 6, and you say to them, no, you can't do it in District 6 because we already have one in District 6. So that's something I think that we didn't look at today, but on taking a second look at this, I would have a concern about that. However, in that example, that landowner would have alternative uses for that property, and so probably, other profitable uses for that property if they were denied the ability to do affordable housing, so it probably wouldn't be a taking, but I certainly would be concerned about a potential takings claim.
Thank you. I want to be sure we brought that up because they shared that and we would at least need to have that in the conversation. Councilors or the administration with questions, or back to the sponsor? Councilor Feeblecorn, and then I'll go back to.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a couple of questions. This does not include any allocation for the number of units in each development. Is that true? So my question really gets down to if in District 7 somebody is on the ball and has an application to put in tomorrow or the day this takes effect that has 4 units, that's all District 7 can get.
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, yes, it's related to the percentage of units in that proposed development, not necessarily a number.
So there would be an incentive to, hold off, if you could talk developers into holding off until you got a large development, which seems counter to what we're trying to do here. 45% or 50% or more of the units intended for people who are low income, but it would be okay if it was 45% of the units.
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, anywhere from 1 to 49% of the units being affordable would not trigger this requirement.
And if I said there were 50% of the units that were going to be for low income, but I made it 66% of AMI, that would not trigger this.
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
From the administration?
Mr. President, this is an interesting proposition. It seems like we're even going further as it relates to what the goal was with this entire policy. Doing this on a district-by-district basis is, I think, fundamentally unfair to the rest of the city as a whole. Even if I think the concerns that the city attorney raised are real, but I do think this creates this whole issue that we were talking about even earlier, which is looking at the city as a community and not you looking at council district by council district. Perhaps there's a different way of approaching this, maybe west side versus east side, maybe a little bit more palatable, more malleable, but we're doing council district by council district. There's 9 council districts. How long, on a practical basis, does the first one in wait, how many years before the others get all done? So I think it's a bit unworkable. I get the idea. And maybe there's a way to study this through the course of time and maybe work some out. But I do have a concern that we would have some legal issues with this and even some practical applications to it.
Councilors, other questions before we go back to the sponsor? Going once, going twice to the sponsor. To close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually brought this amendment up. I'm not going to move forward with it. I brought it up because I really wanted to make a point. We do have something in the IDO currently, right? So when I was hearing about the legalities today and what could or couldn't be done within the IDO now, and this is something that I voted against, which I'm assuming people here would be voting against this amendment if I put it forward. But we have currently, for group homes, we have the total number of group homes shall not exceed 30 in each city council district. So we currently have that in the IDO. So when we're talking about legalities, then we really need to look at that for next year to decide whether, and so when these things are occurring, so they're limiting because the community came out and they were really concerned about having group homes just being built throughout the entire city. So when this was impacting the entire city, it was an issue and we needed to address it. So we created this within the IDO. Now, when I'm talking about this, I'm just saying that, affordable housing is going to be important. It's important for we just passed an amendment that says we're going to make that a priority to identify what we're going to do there. But what tends to happen when all of a sudden we have these projects, just as we've been putting a lot of money into affordable housing, and I don't know if Councilor Davis can relate to this, but I have already heard about 5 potential projects in District 3 for affordable housing. So, it tends, when we create these affordable housing projects, they tend to want to go where the land is cheaper, where there's land available. And since there hasn't been investment or historical investment in District 3 with housing or retail, we're plentiful with land, right? So that it entices people to say, hey, we can get the land cheap and we can build as high as we want and we can put all this affordable housing, and District 3 has plenty of room. So as we move forward, I really want us to be conscious of that, because when we create and start kind of ghettoizing our neighborhoods, and somebody mentioned this earlier about how we then we are creating segregations within our community. And here we're talking, we see all these stories about, I think Larry Barker did a story about zoning and how it was and what the things we did. Well, Well, currently in our zoning, we are actually creating some of those same conditions in today's world. So I'll end with that, and I will withdraw my amendment.
Mr.
Sponsor
President.
has withdrawn her amendment, which means we have no more. Mr. Real.
Mr. President, just to be fair to Councilor Pena and her perspective, she's absolutely right. I think the better approach for us down the road as it relates to affordable housing is looking how we incentivize housing infill so that we don't create what you just described, where we do have developers building on the fringe and/or looking for cheaper land to build affordable housing, as opposed to incentivizing them to build infill projects by providing a financial incentive to make that happen. I mean, we all know that that's what the process is, wherever it makes sense. And so, the issue with group homes, thank you for bringing that to our attention. When we move forward with the next amendments, we ought to look at that and see if we're not creating what you just described. So thank you much.
Thank you. Councilors, we have no more amendments, and so we're going to take it back to the sponsors for 054 as amended multiple times. Councilors Benton and Jones.
Better get the mic on. Okay, just mostly a thank you to everyone, including my colleagues, for, this process is never easy. It hasn't been easy since the start. And this housing, that I will say, I think that the regular IDO annual update was fairly painless, which is good news, and maybe that'll be good news for the future. But I appreciate all the discussion, and I know people's best intentions were evident. And I also want to thank the administration for having brought this forward. Tackling this problem is going to have to be on so many fronts for us to really get anywhere. This is one of them. So I appreciate the administration bringing it forward as well. And my co-sponsor, of course, Councilor Jones, we've our last go-round of defending the IDO or whatever we see ourselves as doing. I think it's sort of defending the IDO. But I think that annual update gives me hope that outside of really challenging problems like housing, the IDO is working.
Thanks.
Urge your support. Councilor.
Thank you. And before we go to Councilor Jones for close, I want to give Councilor Bassan a chance to weigh in. She had a comment. Councilor Feeblecorn, I see Director Varela is there, Councilor Grout. So we have a couple councilors to go around, and then we'll come back for any final close if we need to. Start with Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I do have a couple questions for the administration regarding this bill. First off would be, I've had constituents reach out regarding animal control, and I know it was in the paper as well. So with an additional casita or additional dwelling unit, how does that affect the animal control? If you're allowed to have 6 pets, do you now get to have 12 or 18? I mean, you're laughing, but it's serious.
No, I'm laughing just because that's the natural. I'll have to look at the hard ordinance to see what that looks like, and there may be a need for us to come back with a modification to that if that is, in fact, what happens.
Okay. Mr. Rael, Mr. President, how do casitas work in operation with AAPD and AFR? So if there's an additional dwelling unit or a casita in the back of a property, does that increase or decrease, or how does that affect public safety when it comes to the potential for need in regards to emergency situations?
Well, Mr. President and Councilor Bassan, I think the trade-off may be if that casita was not available on the site itself, that casita would be on the fringe or some in other parts of the city where we would have to have more fire stations spread out to cover more folks that live in more of a suburban setting. By creating the densities, we are utilizing our both public safety departments in a more efficient way in that the already built substations for fire and for police are going to be responding to a more densified community. And so it should be a better situation for our responses and for serving more of our community, i.e. the inhabitants of our community.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. The last one is for planning probably, and I see Mr. Varela on Zoom. So what would be, if this passes with the casitas and the additional dwelling units and the permitting process for all of it, what is that going to look like for the public? What's that going to look like for the permits that are already pending? What is the current timeline of how long permits are taking in order to get through? Will these new permits, if this passes, be bumped to the front of the line so that the things that have already been waiting for 18 months or longer be bumped to the back so that it takes even longer? What's the plan for that?
And Council President Davis and Councilor Bassan, I really appreciate that question. I do want to elaborate for a moment on the earlier question regarding safety. We do believe that the modest increase in density is going to increase eyes on the street, eyes on the property, which now for several years, council has repeatedly taught me and reduces crime. And so I do think that, for example, if the main household where there's a casita is out on vacation, and they do have a mother-in-law or somebody like that in the little casita next door, keeping an eye on things, that we will see a reduction in crime. So I think that you all have taken a very wise step to make Albuquerque safer. I do especially relish the question about the approval of the permits or the plans for the casitas. We are working actively with several nonprofit organizations who are going to develop template plans, pre-approved plans for casitas. So for example, if you say, I would like to build something that is approximately 500 square feet, which would be efficiency style, that we would be able to hand them pre-approved plans so that they can go through and maybe with some minor modifications. Maybe I'm going to make the bathroom a little bit bigger and the little living area a little bit smaller, or maybe I'm going to move my door from the east side to the west side. That with those minor modifications, we can certainly expedite the approval. But that's the plan. As Ms. O'Malley was saying earlier, we know that there are other areas of assistance that need to come into play now to make this fruitful, realistic, and achievable for all of us. And so we're really looking forward to sets of templates that people can use for casitas.
Mr. President, Director, I hear that. I respect your opinion, but what I hear is rubber stamp. And then I'm curious, though, also, what is the current timeline on average that is currently without this Housing Forward Bill? How long is it taking to get permits approved for construction projects?
And Council President Davis and Councilor Bassan, I would need a specific example. If you're talking commercial, that would be very different than, for example, an interior bathroom remodel. We did, and you will see in our performance measures that are coming up in the upcoming budget year, revise our measures to include real data. I believe I've had this conversation perhaps with you, if not with another counselor, but prior administration was saying that the average turnaround time plan review for a residential took a matter of, I believe, 7 to 10 days. We looked at that based on the number of complaints we were getting. And what we discovered was that the pre-assignment time before it got into a reviewer's plans was not included in the equation. And so we've upped that now. I believe it's more in the range of 27 days because it's an honest measure now with truly transparent data. And so we'll, of course, continue to improve on those. But we have a program where if somebody calls me and says, you know, here's the permit number, or here's the address, we can actually print out and show the date something was applied for, the date that the reviews took place, the dates that the comments requesting corrections went back to the architect or the applicant, the number of days that it then sat waiting for those corrections to come back. The room reviews now are moved to the top of the list so that those happen much quicker. And we've also made a practice now of assigning them to the original reviewer so that we eliminate those surprises from a second reviewer says, well, this first person didn't catch something. So as always, give me a particular address or particular permit number, and I will tell you the particular story.
Thank you, Director. I think that, 27 days sounds fabulous. The general contractors that I've been hearing from and the other developers and construction crews and everybody is 18 months. So, I mean, I get that you're hiring, I get that we're hiring, I get that we're working on it, but I'm curious to see how many people email me tonight based off of hearing that it's 27 days, because I bet you I will be able to get those case numbers or permit numbers or application numbers. My concern, my last question with that, and then just a couple comments, but so in regards to Housing Forward and these permits, are they going to be prioritized and bumped to the front of the line, or will they be put in the back beyond all of the current existing and pending applications?
They will be handled in the order in which they come in unless people have fast-tracked them.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Mr. President, just a couple comments. Earlier we talked about transit, so we did amendments on parking. I mean, I have a severe problem with minimizing parking when we don't have the kind of metro transit that bigger cities do. I think that it's really important there was a comment made earlier tonight regarding, depending on how we vote, is really who we're trying to appease when it comes to our constituents. And I just want to say that I've talked to constituents, my constituents, that are on both sides of this. I'm not just going to be, swayed one way or the other, and I want to make sure that that's clear, that I'm here to help, and I'm trying to do my best with making sure that I represent the majority of them, but I certainly don't want to be accused of being the voice of only one side. We've all heard about the housing crisis. In case you haven't, we're in a housing crisis, and it is unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate. But that shouldn't mean that we force everyone who is not experiencing directly that housing crisis, as far as with their home and their private property, to be an unwilling, active participant in this crisis. And we need to stop penalizing people that aren't doing anything wrong in order to make it more fortunate or create laws for the people that are not as privileged and that are not as capable. We're doing it backwards on so many things. And this is one of them. And then I heard the term recently, naturally occurring affordable housing. I think that's a great term. I went to the opening of a multifamily unit, a dwelling development. It's luxurious. It's market rate. There's nothing affordable about it. And the people that I see that I imagine are going to be living in other apartments in Albuquerque that are older, they're not bad, but they're older, they might choose to leave that apartment and go into a market rate luxury brand new apartment, which opens up the older one that now has a comparable something that's competing with it. So it's going to decrease in the rent that can be charged because it's not as luxury and available. So it's creating naturally occurring affordable housing, in addition to the fact that it still is creating more units. And I think the last thing that I want to say is to Mr. Rael, sort of respectfully. You did say earlier, you were quoted, you said, true to our proposal. There is nothing in this proposal that mandates that any of these units be rented out at an affordable rate. This is not for affordable housing. This is to increase housing, sure, not for affordable. There's nothing dictated in here for that. And it's attacking the private property owners that already have their properties here and changing up what they have had for 40, 50 years even. And I just think that's very wrong.
Councilor Bassan. Councilors, we also have Councilor Fiebelcourt. and then Counselor Graff.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So we're watching the clock. We're not cutting anybody off, but remind us we either have to extend or get this done before midnight.
I just wanted to ask a few questions. Tonight, we heard some concerns from, some tribal concerns that were new to me. Folks started reaching out to me a couple days ago. It was my impression, and I asked Ms. Schultz to meet with them, that the concerns were about one specific case that's going forward that I can't know about. But I wanted to double check that because Ms. Schultz did have that meeting. Are there concerns specific to this legislation that we should know about, or is it truly a quasi-judicial case that we have not been briefed on yet?
Mr. President, Councilor Feeblecorn, it's a little bit of a mix of both. There are two appeals at district court right now of matters that this body has already seen and disposed of. And then separately, staff has heard public comment about the proposed increase to building heights that is a part of this bill, is a part of O54. However, what's important to note about those building height bonuses is at the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee level, while those building height bonuses were added, there was also a prohibition added on any building height bonuses in character protection overlay zones, view protection overlay zones, and historic protection overlay zones. On the west side of Albuquerque, particularly around the petroglyphs, there are VPOs and CPOs in which those building height bonuses would not be allowed, and the underlying zoning, which relatively strictly regulates building height today, would continue to be in place.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. And then I just had one question for the administration. We heard earlier tonight that there was tribal consultation that happened. We heard that from the administration, but then we heard from tribal members that that did not happen. This proposal's been in the works for 10 months plus. So can someone please tell me what specific tribal consultation was completed on the Housing Forward initiative?
Mr. President and Counselor, without having the staff here from the Office of Equity and Inclusion, who I know we're working hand in hand on this, I can't give you a definite answer to that, but I'm happy to find out and to give you information of what occurred. Are they here? I apologize.
Someone is coming.
Never mind. I apologize. They're here.
Hello, my name is Felice Baca. I'm the Deputy Director of the Office of Equity and Inclusion. From my understanding, meetings were held with Laguna Tribe. I do not have the dates and times when those meetings occurred. I do know that our Office of Native American Affairs was reached out to several times, and we were in discussion throughout these last 2 weeks with NAVA and other partners about Housing Forward ABQ, and just tried to best address some of the concerns that they had and demystify some of the misinformation that they had as well. And we're just continuing those discussions because it's ongoing.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Let me just say, tribal consultation is an actual thing. We heard a presentation about it earlier today. We have been promising folks that we were going to start doing this. And to hear from tribal members tonight that they have not had any tribal consultation on a bill that's been out in the public for, I believe, 10 months is unacceptable to me. And it should be unacceptable to everybody. And so I just want to do whatever it takes, that particularly if it's an administration's bill, that the administration does that outreach so that we don't have folks coming to this council at this point in a bill saying we don't know what it is and we may have concerns because no one's talked to us. It's just unacceptable. And I'd like to hear from the administration on what they can do to make sure that that doesn't happen in the future.
Mr. Rayo.
Mr. President and Counselor, we hear you loud and clear. We understand that this is an important piece of the work that we have to do. Keep in mind, we've done some work. We need to do more, and we need to certainly have this consultation process refined. We have done much work with on other issues that involved some of the the tribal issues that are prevalent, if you will, in the inner city, if you will, 4-H Park and some others where we did some really good work. We didn't do as good a work on this, and your comment is well taken, and we'll move forward and give you a proposal in terms of how we would work forward on this issue.
Thank you. I'd also like a list of the dates and times of those meetings at some point. And I would like to let folks know that, you know, when folks started to reach out to my office, and I'm sure other counselors had the same experience, we were worried that it was a quasi-judicial thing, and we connected you with the experts to talk about it. But there has been no move on any counselor's part that I can imagine to not have this information provided to you, and we apologize for the lack of tribal consultation that clearly did not happen this time. I'm really upset about it. I think it's just unconscionable, and we should always do better, and I promise that I will make sure that we do better.
Thank you, and counselors, I'm watching the clock. That's an important conversation. I don't want to cut it off, but I do have Counselor Grout and then maybe the sponsors to close, so we'll see how we go here.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel the same way as Counselor Feeblecorn. I would like to know those dates as well. I feel that there's a pattern. I'm seeing a pattern where they did not communicate with the tribal leaders, just like they didn't communicate with the neighborhood leaders. And that's not okay. We, in the NARO, it specifically says that neighborhood associations are a source of important input for the community as they bridge the gap between residents and the government by providing information and engagement opportunities. And there were none. I have asked many times from the administration, when did you have and who was involved? And I've never been given an answer. So I tend to believe the neighborhood associations. We need to do better. Thank you.
Councilor Pena?
God almighty. Thank you, Mr. President. So I'd like to ask Shanna, so can we do an amendment tonight that says that for the future IDOs that we shall have tribal consultations?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, I would probably need a little bit of time to formulate what section in the IDO that would go in and kind of mechanically how that would work. I'm sorry, I don't think that I could formulate that right this very moment.
Mr. President, but we could, as we're starting the new IDO process, so we can add that in there at that point.
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, yes, the planning department will be starting the 2023 IDO annual update in just a couple months.
Yes.
And that is something that I'm hoping that they are noting to consider for their list of changes in the upcoming year.
Definitely. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Excellent idea. Seeing no other discussion, we are back to the only sponsor who hasn't closed and maybe the one who would like to again, Councilor Jones. Councilor Ben, anything else?
Urge your support.
Councilors, we have 30 seconds. All those in favor of 054 as amended, say yes. Raise your hand, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. I literally have like 30 seconds left. Are we good? There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. We'll see you in August.
Thanks, Ike. You have time if you're not going to go work on your house. Give me a call.